correlation between what's happening with Bitcoin right now and gold and the like. But I do want to start on Tesla. Sure. Because we've seen the price action in Tesla, which has fallen on the back of worse than expected numbers. And I'm just so curious what you think is happening at Tesla right now.
What's up, guys? Good morning. Let me hit this. All right, bet. What's up? How's everybody doing today? What up, gang? All right, let's do a little promoting. All right, if you're new here, welcome. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. We're gonna talk markets all day long. Yesterday we streamed from like 6 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Long day. I started to get tired in the afternoon, so I do apologize. Let's see what else. Please do us a big one. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Grab your coffee. We're going to get right into it. When I last looked, the overall markets were down just a bit. We have some news with Intel. We'll cover this real quick. Again, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. So here's a little bit of what's going on to start the day. All right. You know what? Kathy Wood is on CNBC real quick. And yesterday, they said that Steve Cohen was going to be on at the 8 o'clock hour, and something must have happened, and now he's going to be on today. They didn't say yesterday that he was going to be on tomorrow at the 8 o'clock hour. No, they said Steve Cohen will be on at the 8 o'clock hour yesterday. They didn't say anything about him coming on today. So something must have happened. But anyway.
Profitably. By the way, that's
Kathy Woods she's doing her rounds, by the way, because she was on Charles Schwab Network yesterday talking about Bitcoin, Tesla, and the overall like outlook, the further out outlook. We'll get into some of these top gainers and all that fun stuff.
5 years, and you know that's
let's see what she has to say real quick.
We think the cost
and I'm going to scan the markets
electric vehicle, the average electric vehicle, is going to be cut in half. And Tesla's new block manufacturing techniques and technology, along with AI, are a big part of this.
How much, and you've been buying on this weakness,
well,
if you want to call it that.
So as we were selling when it was around 400 and 350, when it's been cut in half, down 60%, is not the time to run for the heels. If you believe Tesla is going to be in this, we also believe the autonomous taxi network, certainly of the United States.
Right now, people are starting to think about Tesla again as a car company. I mean, I think that at one point,
yes,
right? This is an AI company. This is all sorts of things. And then there were always these bears saying, well, actually, guys, it's not that at all. It's a car company. Mm-hmm. Now, some people are saying, well, maybe it's a car company. What is it? And for the valuation to sustain itself and actually to move higher, does it have to be what you just talked about, a robo-taxi company, a AI company, and all of the above?
It epitomizes the convergence among technologies that we are seeing today. And the robo-taxi network is not an if, it's a when. It's already happening. Waymo is out there, you know, proof of concept. So it is going to happen. And if you've tried version 12.3, FSD, you'll see that Tesla...
This is the full self-driving mode that we should say is not fully self-driving just yet.
Correct. But if you drive
he's such a you-know-what.
You will find that it is becoming more precise, but also a little more aggressive, like a human being would be, instead of this, you know, more cautious. Right. So I think we're getting there, yes, but it epitomizes three technologies: robotics. These cars are and will be robots, and of course he's got the whole humanoid robot
ready
going
to crush
as well. It. Energy storage. Autos in the future will be electric. We believe in 5 years, 75% to 85% of all sales will be electric. Here in the United States and around the world.
Even with the pullback that we've had in terms of EVs and the adoption.
Think about this. Yes, because if we're right on what's going to happen to auto prices, the average EV will be in the $20,000 to $25,000 range. the average gas-powered car will be about where it is right now,
How is that
or a
possible
little more.
when you have the GMs and the Fords and everybody else saying we can't even make these things profitably to begin with, let alone to do it at half the price?
And just think about this. Tesla's doing it profitably and cutting prices in the process.
Listen,
it's pretty phenomenal. Can I just
was saying yesterday.
The convergence idea, I have one more. Robots, energy storage, they will
They
be electric.
need to get into
75,
phones
85%
and
in 5
computers
years.
and actually do a good
then
job between
artificial
laptops, phones.
intelligence.
They need to
This
tap into
is
other
the biggest
markets.
AI
I was
project
saying
in the
this
world.
yesterday.
If NVIDIA
This ain't going to be anything but a
is worth
dividend
what it's worth,
stock
and we believe
if
it's
they
worth,
continue with automotive.
what the
It's going to
market
be
can
good
handle.
for the long term, yes. Like
We
if you
do- we
earned
think it's
Ford
gonna
back in
have
the
an inventory
60s and
correction out
70s
there.
and 80s, yes, you'd be
It
sitting up a
happens
lot of money right
regularly.
now.
You know, we've
But
been
that's not
through
what you want out of
very,
Tesla.
many
They can do
inventory
good
cycles
things.
I have over the years with
You want them
NVIDIA.
to
So
get into
definitely
like
gonna see an inventory
technology. If
cycle
they're going to be a tech
as
company,
companies
then get
reassess,
into
okay,
it.
wait, how do we get ready for this AI age? And there is a reassessment process. We're going through it ourselves. But if NVIDIA if its valuation is correct, this AI project has to work.
What is Tesla worth? If you were willing to sell it at $300 or $400 and you're buying it now, what is it worth in 5 years?
2,000. We're in print on that.
$2,000.
Yes.
Let me ask you another.
And think about that. It's down 60%. This reminds me very much of 2018-19. We're in a bit of a trading range, and we will be until more and more analysts, investors understand how provocative the convergence of these three technologies is going to be.
Let me ask you this. When you think about the Magnificent Seven, a lot of people have taken Magnificent Seven and now called it the Fabulous Four or the something else, but Tesla's not in it anymore.
Right.
Is that the right way to think about it? What does your Magnificent Seven look like today? I always think about your fund as a lot of the Magnificent Seven.
Not really. We have, actually, if you look at the overlap of our fund with the NASDAQ or the S&P 500, very little overlap, maybe 5%. Tesla, Meta Platforms. We think AI could be quite disruptive. There are other disruptive forces taking place that could dislodge some of the Mag 6. I mean, the GPT-4, for example. I don't have to go through Google anymore. I can just say, take me to a place where I can buy these shoes at the cheapest price for delivery, free delivery, in 2 days. You know, that's disintermediation. That's technology at work.
Can you explain, and we were debating it last couple of days about Bitcoin. We saw $70-something thousand, drop down to $66,000. I was making the argument that it has been very tied to the NASDAQ, it's been very tied to the markets, and as a result, it is more likely a function of liquidity and sort of speculation than it is a function of what the Federal Reserve is going to do. Even though the Federal Reserve is sort of been moving the markets, what's your analysis of why it's moved the way it has?
Okay, up dramatically.
Right.
You have the ETFs. There's something else going on around the world. There are currency devaluations taking place that people are not talking about. The Nigerian naira is down 50-60% in the last 9 months. Egypt just devalued by 40%. Argentina continuing to devalue. I think this is a flight to safety, believe it or not, taking place. A hedge against devaluation, a hedge against a loss of purchasing power and wealth. That's very important. And we saw this even here last year in the United States. Regional banks imploded.
Right.
Bitcoin went up 40%. Bitcoin does not have counterparty risk. I think, and we're putting out a piece in the next few weeks, which is, this is both, get this, a risk-on asset, and so you talk about the NASDAQ.
The risk-on.
But it is risk-off. I remember we got in at $250 when Greece was threatening to leave the euro, right?
But is that folks that are speculating about currency, or is that folks in Nigeria and in Greece and other places saying, I got to get my money out of this currency and move it themselves? Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yes. I think this is an insurance policy against rogue regimes or against just horrible fiscal and monetary policies.
And then finally, I wanted to talk to you about Reddit, because you have been a buyer of Reddit.
We on the offering, we did.
On the offering.
Yeah.
Would you buy more?
Not at
Is
this
that a
price.
meme
We
stock?
have-
What do we think this is?
Nope.
We don't think it's a meme stock. It's actually quite an interesting stock. And from an AI point of view, we're looking at it and X as having some of the most valuable data out there. to exploit from an AI point of view.
Truth Social, would you ever buy Truth Social?
Probably not. I mean, the valuations.
You like X, though?
Love X, yes, love X.
Yo, why is he
because of
always
what
got to be extra
this
and a fucking
technology
dumbass?
leader
Like, why
is
do you
going
got to
to
turn
do
this
with
in that
it and
direction?
effectively,
Like, he's making
move
it political
towards
now.
the
He's making it
everything
political.
app. It has,
Why? Why?
It has,
This is the
money
shit I
licenses
can't
now,
stand these
think,
days,
in
guys.
34 states.
He's a
So
fucking
we think
Riri.
it's going back to the future. Elon started in the payments industry,
Right.
sold his business to PayPal. He understands payments. He understands mobile payments. And he also understands how to harness the internet, including blockchain technology.
Kathy Wood, it's great to see you in person,
Great
no
to
less.
see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is
Likewise.
fabulous. Thank you. We've got a lot more on Squawk Box this morning.
They don't have a lot more. That's why Steve Cohen stood him up yesterday. Right? He was supposed to be on yesterday. All right, so let's go. So this is the ES. What I'm going to look for on the ES is to see if we can get that bounce back up into this. You know, it's a little bit of a messy area. I do want to see if we can try to bounce. You know, we do have some data coming out today, so we'll see if that data helps us bounce at all. I just think that the bounce is going to be taken away, and we may not get it. We might, but I don't know if we will. I think... Why do I think we may not bounce? Well, because I feel like everybody knows, like, we're still at all-time highs. We're a few dollars away. They're just going to keep selling this thing off, I feel like. I think this thing still has a little ways down for the next few days. And I would have to say, on the daily chart, you know, it's a nice little area there. You know, I think on futures we see 52.20. 52.20 is where I would like 52.20.50. That's where I'd like to see this market pull back to. Maybe even farther. I would like it to pull back further, but you know, I don't really like the setup in the overall markets. Let's look at the Qs, at least for the ES. Yesterday, the S&Ps did hold the 20-day. The Qs did not on both futures and the overall market. I want to see if we can get a bounce. I mean, listen, the Qs have been lagging for a while now, since February. It's been telling us here. This area has been tough to get. Like, you can see here, you've been here since the beginning of March. But, you know, so... Let's see. The Qs, obviously, I would like to see a bounce back to 1840. 1840 is what I would like to see. Bounce back to these two pivot lows and this support level up here at 1845 to 1840. You are now underneath yesterday's close, so I feel like, you know, we got some major weakness happening right now. Let's look at the volume real quick. What is it? 7 o'clock, 7:17. 5, 6, 7. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. And then we'll go right into the stocks I want to look at today. Yesterday I got long Palantir. I'm not sure if any of you guys were here for that or not. I looked at those options at the end, at the close, and they were up 100%. They were at 29-cent bid, 30-cent ask. So I definitely did myself a disservice, but guys, I could not sit in that thing. It was moving so slow. It was like watching paint dry, and like, you know, if there's like no volatility in it, to me, I could do more harm than good, and I just need to get out. I need to get out. So, you know, it was green. I should have just left it, but I felt like it was a bit overextended, and that if I got that pullback, I was just going to go back in at a lower price, and then I would have left it alone. But it just continued higher throughout the day. All right, 2,594, 4,000. So the volume looks a little bit lower than yesterday. Yeah, the volume looks a lot lower, or it looks like we had more volume yesterday. No big deal. Um, so what we'll do is we'll go over the markets real quick. I'm just gonna go over these. I'm gonna look at the Dow, and we'll see what we have going on this morning and where we think we want to put ourselves. If you guys have questions, throw them in the chat. If you guys could hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. You have some really nice support, it looks like, down here at the 50-day moving average. I would look to see if we can get down there. I'm going to be honest. I would really much rather, like, I would prefer a bounce back up to like 443 area and then be able to take this thing short up off of that level. I mean, but we are getting a nice 20-day rejection. Is that from this morning? I know that's just a wick. That might be where we're headed. That's funny. Yeah, let's see if we can get a bounce back. Illegal? Talking about illegal invasion. Then what are you going to do about it?
And so I think the right thing for us to do is to help Ukrainians fight the Russians, teach them a lesson, because I think it has global impact. If we let this authoritarian simply waltz into a country and take it over, control the Black Sea, control Ukraine's agriculture and industrial resources, what's to say that she or some other country won't invade a neighbor and do the same thing with no pushback from the global...
All right, so what I want to do is I want to look for 438. If we break 438, then we got to look for 434 and that 50-day moving average. All right. That's the Qs. The setup on the Qs looks a lot better than it does on the SPY. That's my personal opinion.
Right. Well, Speaker Johnson, since he became Speaker last October, has expressed his strong personal support
All right.
for America's defense
So
partnership
I'm going to be watching this pivot high.
Israel and Taiwan, and supporting the Ukrainians in injecting Putin. He said quite clearly Putin cannot win. And so he has some options on how to get that on to the House floor and get a vote. And when he puts those lethal defense measures for Taiwan, Israel on the House floor with Ukraine, he will get an overwhelming bipartisan vote.
I have a cat here.
The key is for him how to do it.
I'm going to take her to the vet today.
Very shortly after this Easter recession.
All right. Anyway, yeah, 434. If we can't hold 438, guys, I'm going to look for 434. All right. This is my this is the area I'm going to look for today.
Because on April 16th, the Council of Europe will be meeting in support of my bill, the Repo Act, to seize Russian assets. And I hope that
Oh, shut the hell up.
House floor over the next couple of
To
weeks,
seize Russian assets. Shut the fuck up.
whereby countries that enact their local jurisdiction laws can seize Russian assets. Because I think that would be the most effective
I would like to get like a 442,
and teach it
a bounce to 442, and then reject,
country not only
right? A 442 short and take it back down to,
accounts too, and
434.
on revenue and your supply
Damn, I think we're a bit overdone though. Oh, I mean, as quickly as it seems, I feel like we're a bit overdone to the downside, and it was such a sharp. We could have a little bit more room, but that's why I think, in order to get this market to really pull back to this support zone, 434 on the Qs, I think we need a pullback, or a bounce back. And yesterday we bounced right into that 20-day moving average on the Qs, right? You came in with a gap down. You have this big gap up here I would personally like to see us be able to like get another nice little where are we at here? 440. Get a nice little another bounce here and maybe take it right off that trade line. Right? Get a wick off that trade line right there. And then we start the downside because, you know, it would just help us out a lot. Man, every day, bro. Every day. So that's what I'm going to look for today. If we don't get that, which I don't, you know, I personally think we're going to get a bounce. I do. Especially if we come in with the gap 10. If we come in with the gap up, I'm going to immediately get short. Okay? I will immediately be short for the most part. But look, we have data at 10 o'clock. So that's also going to, you know, you got to remember, you know, that's going to, that may or may not move the markets, you know, especially if you get a surprise. So initially I would like to see a bounce, right? Or I think we're going to see a bounce here, you know, and then see if we can at least try to get back to the 20 day and that 442 area and maybe reject here at this 442 to 443 area, and then pull it back. Ultimately, I like the 50 day and 436 is nice, but you know what's better? 434. That support level right there. Like this is the range I'm thinking about. All right, I mean, really, like right there. I don't know if we'll get to 444. You know, we have that pivot low, but right there, that's the range I'm looking at. We're working on bouncing now. Now this is an hourly chart. You can see here. Look at this RSI. Look at the RSI. Look, you still have a lot of making up to do. So that's why I think from now until maybe the bell, maybe 10 o'clock, 9:30, from here until 9:30, 10 o'clock, we get that bounce. We open up a little bit higher. Bang. When we open up without pre-market and after hours, your RSIs and your indicators are going to be up higher. Bang. We get that short. You know, so when we look at our stocks, we want to look to, you know, let's just see, because again, you're going to get data which could interfere with that. It could, it also could not. All right. So that's why I think that. Now here's exactly how I go about. Here's a 5-minute chart. I think right now we get a small little pullback, right? Get a small little pullback, right? Maybe you go a little bit higher. Maybe you get up here to like 440, 49 area. And look, you can see that wick pulling back right now, right? So on a 5-minute, you know, this is the area. So 5-minute, I think if you don't get up to like 66, 65, maybe even 70, I think we start to pull it back. You can see here that tail. You can see that tail right there starting to get that extra little bounce to get possibly up to this area. You can see that area up here at the 440.50 area has been resistance. All right. I want to see us pull back to looking at yesterday to this 440.20. That's why I would like to see it go a little bit higher or hold here and keep climbing. Go to the 15-minute, right? It's still got a little bit to go. So I could see us getting up to yesterday's close. And what did I say? Let's see if this thing goes higher, right? But on the 5-minute to a 30-minute time frame, 5-minute, or like 3-minute to 15-minute, we'll see a little bit more upside, just a little bit. But I want to see a pullback, and then we look for from now, like short term, from now to like 30 minutes, look for a little bit of a pullback. You know, it's hard for me to explain this to anyone that's watching. Like right now, you could see this go a little bit higher. We could see it just go a little bit higher, and then pull back, hold, but we keep this uptrend going. But the little minor pullbacks is why I think here within the next 10 to 15 minutes we continue to pull it back just a little bit, and then we bounce, get to yesterday's close. All right, get to yesterday's close. Right, we get up to like the 20-day moving average. How about that? We head to the 20-day moving average, and then from there we pull it back and we look to get to that 50-day moving average. All right. Now look at the 4 hour. The 4 hour is oversold, so never mind. I'm on the Qs. I was thinking about the ES. So if I take you to the SPY right now, we're a bit oversold. All right. Without pre-market, I'm pretty sure. Like if I take you right here, it'll show you that it is oversold. Kind of. See, the Qs have been a little bit weaker. If I go to the SPY, okay, see it's a little bit more oversold, right? It hasn't really broken down like the Qs have. Okay, they're down to 30s, 40s, or 44, 45. All right, but anyway, so that's that. For anybody that missed it, it's all good. I know what I can do. I know, I've got a lot of valuable information that, people could learn to literally trade these markets. And let's see if this is what the Qs do. Let's see if this is what the Qs do. You get this small little pullback, or even if you just sit here, right? You don't have to go down, but even if you just sit here, get your indicators to start to weaken just a little bit, and then you start to climb up a little bit, right? But on the hourly and stuff, I think we're looking for a bounce, and we should open up, All right, let's go through the news. I'm done wasting time. All right, so they're saying we're edging lower, retreating from record highs ahead of a Powell speech. So what is today? All right, Wednesday. I mean, I know it was. I just wanted to make sure. So the index futures traded marginally lower Wednesday, continuing to weaken after Wall Street logged a dismal start to the second quarter. Rate cut uncertainty weighs. No, rate cut uncertainty does not weigh, guys. They will be cutting. Powell said it. Like, are they fucking stupid? Like, this is why headline news, like, you want to just pay attention to, like, in my opinion, I want to pay attention to, like, specific company news. Not this type of stuff. Rate cut uncertainty. Nah, bro, trust me. Here's the thing. If the Fed tries to cut when there's a problem, then they cut too late. Things should be good for them to cut. They should be cutting when things are good to get ahead of what is to come, right? There is a long lag effect to all this stuff. All right? The main Wall Street indexes have clocked 2 sessions of steep losses as a series of hawkish comments from top Fed officials saw markets price out some expectations of interest rate cuts by central bank. PCE price index data for February remains sticky, while non-farm payroll data March due this Friday is expected to show sustained strength in the labor market. This saw traders cut their expectations for a 25 basis point rate cut in June, according to the CME Fed Watch tool. All right, fears of higher for longer. So Wall Street indexes, guys, I still think they're cutting in June, or in the summertime. I mean, he has said that they are. There's more economic data to digest. Blah 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 blah. Tech loses weight. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. All right, so tech stocks are down. So Nvidia fell 1% pre-market after sliding nearly 10% from the record highs. Intel slid over 5% after disclosing a $7 billion in operating losses for its funding business through 2023, as it lost out more business to Asian rivals, including TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor, and Samsung Electronics. Tesla fell 1%, extending losses from 4.9%. All right. They had Q1 deliveries yesterday. I'm sure you guys know about that. Paramount gained 3.6% after a report said the media giant has been in discussions to entering talks with David Ellison, the funding of Skydance Media Company, for a potential deal. Disney fell 0.2% despite billionaire Elon Musk stating that he would buy Disney shares. Why would that make it go up? Like, Jesus. So Disney's Reuters reports Disney is expected to announce later Wednesday that shareholders have rejected 2 hedge fund bids to shake up entertainment giants board. That makes no sense. Oh, we're here to shake things up. Like, investing.com, do better, bud. Do better. All right, that's assumptions. Crude remains near recent highs. I mean, it's okay. If Disney doesn't do anything, if they don't fix it, guess what? Nobody's going to own it. Nobody's going to want it. It's a dying business. Listen, you have all-time records, right? Things are at all-time highs. Generation after generation, they continue to get priced out of things because salaries are not going up with the same rate as inflation. So these type of things are only going to get worse in the future. All right, and I think Peltz understands that. There's got to be, you're going to have to do something. But anyway, we all know oil prices steadied near 5 months highs on Wednesday. We know we've been talking about that. Airlines yesterday also got hit a little bit. I'm not sure where they're trading, but we'll go over some of the stocks that I'm watching today. I do want to check out. So Intel, that move's already been taken. They've pretty much taken that move from us. I do want to watch Reddit. All right, yesterday I got long Palantir. Again, I wish I would have held on to that. This was 100% by the end of the day. I was in the 23 calls, entered them at 15 cents, and they're now at 30 cents. So that was a 100% trade. If you were with us yesterday, you could have been in this. And the trade never went red. You know, I just sold it because I could not sit through it. And again, also, my plan was also because I thought we would get a mild pullback, like a little pullback to VWAP. And we never got that second opportunity to get long. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it stayed green. We got in it. It stayed green. And at the end of the day, you would have been up 100%, guys. All right. Again, it wasn't that volatile. I like volatility. So I just got rid of it because it was like watching paint dry. So that was Palantir. We'll watch that. It's got back up and under the 50-day moving average right now. There were talks about DraftKings. And Kathy Woods, I think, is selling DraftKings, I'm pretty sure, they said. So, let's see here. Let's go here. This was a stock I was watching last night. It popped up on the scanners. ONMD. And we'll look at this. Yeah, I know. Sorry that you're leaving. It's all good. All right, so this is the area I was watching, ONMD. It's a 90-cent stock. I don't know what the short interest is. I don't know what the flow to this is. Okay, we could look at that real quick. You know, if it's anything under 10 million, you know, it's nice. I wouldn't mind that. So so here's what happened yesterday. They got some cash from they got $4.5 million. To me, $4.5 million is the old $400,000 to $500,000. Okay, this is life after stimulus. All right. I think, you know, I think we need to check out the float, market cap, sentiment, about fundamentals. I don't think they have. Okay, maybe they do have this stuff here. PE ratio, average volume, enterprise. Okay, I don't need that. I want to know 25 million. Okay. Let's look here. Let me see if I can find let's see here. Let's see if we can find the float to ONMD. I'm not really worried about it. I don't want to spend time on this because there's a lot of other stuff to be worried about. Let's see here. Short float. I don't want to know the short float. I just want to know the float. 20.4. Let's see here. ONMD. What do we have here? Okay, cool. So market cap 25. I could go by the market cap. Option short. Where the hell is the float? Does anybody see it? Insider owned, 37%. That's good. All right, I'm not going to worry about it. If this thing does start to bounce, I may look at it, but as of right now, I'm going to let this one go. I'll keep it up and stuff. So M and D. Let's go to the feed. Okay. All right. So Reddit. Reddit's one of them. Now again, ONMD. Real quick though, this 90-cent area. This is what I'm watching. You have a flat top resistance here. If it does end up trying to go, I'll let you guys know. Because you still have room, right? Look at this daily chart. You have room to $2. This could be a 100% trade. All right, I think you have room to $2. You have nothing stopping you to get to $2, in my opinion. All right, other than, you know, what is this? 89 cents. So right now we're above the 50-day. Right, we're trading at 90 cents. So you gapped above the 50-day. You pulled back into the 50-day. Let's look for the 50-day to be an entry long to where the 100-day moving average, which is at $1.50. But also, you have this. All right, you have this, which is at $2. Look at that, $2. Even if we get 50 cents out of this thing, 50 cents would be nice. So I may go ahead and throw in a few orders here on this to try to get it going. I don't see why we can't get above that 50-day moving average. All right, so 50, where are we at? 98 cents here. 90 cents, 90, 50. 50-day moving average is right there as well at 89 cents, 88 cents. So I think we could get a nice little hold here and see if we can get a pounce, man. This would be nice. This would be nice. We need to see the volume and make sure the volume's, you know, that'll be our telltale sign. This is for me, this is a low volume pullback. ONMD is on my list. All right. So, if we can even, man, see, here's the thing. If we break, what is that? 80.45, yesterday's high. 80 cents. 80 cents. 80 cents. Yes, 80 cents. All right. 80 cents. And that's at 88. I'm sorry for walking away again. You guys got to remember my cats. Um, let's see here. I think she's spitting up an air ball. I hope she's okay, guys. Give me 1 second. Again, sorry about that. She came in here being weird and moaning, so I didn't know she had a hairball. She's been trying to get this hairball up, so I do apologize. Hit that like button, subscribe again, guys. So again, ONMD, I'm gonna look for this 50-day to hold. If it doesn't hold, it doesn't hold. You know. It's like it's got a, what is that, 90, and then the 50-day is at 88. So, you know, if this thing pulls back and holds yesterday's high, you know, there's a chance that it could just wick down in there and then reverse, but I don't know if it will. I feel like it's got to hold this 50-day moving average. Again, it's just my opinion. But, and then Steve Cohen is getting ready to be on.
Allergies? With Allegra, they won't stop me. Nothing beats Allegra.
Look, and you guys can see we're right there.
24-hour allergy relief. Live your greatness.
America is strong, and today's investments in essential American infrastructure.
But this thing is bear flagging just all the way down. All right, let's move it on. Let's move on. All right, Reddit. Reddit. I was trying to make like a noise. You guys can hear her. She's back at it again. Lose my fucking mind, bro. I'm gonna lose my mind. I can't do anything. Like, I can't fucking sit here and do this without her jumping up on the windows and jumping up and knocking shit down. Like, I love her to death, but she really pisses me off sometimes. She's getting older. Okay, so Reddit had a really nice day yesterday. You know, it was one of the few names that were up. It was one of the few names that were up on the day. I don't know why I have to keep flipping my screen. Alright, so you can see this was the previous high from the day that it opened pre-market. It sold off from here. So, you know, it's pretty much, in my opinion, it's kind of doing what it did here. Right? Or this, right? Let's see if we can do this. This was yesterday. This was the opening day. Let's see if we can pull it back. I'm not sure if we will, though, man. I got to be honest. I think if you pull it back to $48 and you start holding yesterday's close, and you just notice that, like, it's got strength, or even a break above the $50, a break above and hold a yesterday's close. So yesterday's close, yesterday's close was at $50. What I was saying was what is that? Monday's close. You know, that's where I would like to see this thing, but we just left there yesterday. So, yeah, I think, let me look at this one more time. So we have that. Dude, we need to go higher. Like, we need to go higher in the long term between today, tomorrow, and then possibly in the Friday. Get the sell off.
With the Washington, D.C. mayor after signing a $515 million deal with the Monumental Sports CEO Ted Leonsis to keep the Wizards and Capitals in D.C. Ted Leonsis joins me here in Kiowa Island this morning. It's great to see you. It's the first time you're speaking out after this deal was finally made. You appeared for a moment, or more than a moment, that you might be going to Virginia. Now you.
All right, so
Tell us about how this happened, and it has been a controversial one because there are.
I wanted to do the 5 minute. I need to hurry the hell up, man. This is not cool. This is not cool. This is taking way too long. It's already 8 o'clock, and I don't have a watch list started. Alright, so what I'll do is I'm going to wait to see where we open. Okay, if we open up underneath where we closed, where are we trading at right now? 49.32. 49.32. So we should open up, depending on where we open up. If we come in with a gap down, we'll see if we can bounce back to prior day's close and use that as resistance, and try to bring this thing down.
She was like a business person, and yesterday the council voted 12-0 for us to continue.
But did you ever think, was this a big negotiation, or did you think that Glenn Youngkin had a deal for you?
$55 might be our entry, guys. We may have to look for 55. Alright, 55 might have to be the place. I'm not sure, though. You know, this thing had a really nice down move going through here. And we're almost back up there. And I think if you were to get to 55, though, this would get this thing really overextended up at like 55, 55, 50. And it would be overextended and be a good, you know, setup for a short, in my opinion.
I own my in Maryland.
And you have support here on Reddit, so I'm actually going to make that a big level. I'm going to make that a number 2. We'll make that a number 2. And then the level I want to look for, honestly, is
Data doesn't support that there's not great economic benefit and return. Westmore's
is that 50 to 55?
he's the governor.
It's 52.
Set up the stadium authority. It's the most successful stadium authority in the country. The mayor has data, as I said, on how much tax revenues have we generated, but the ancillary of downtown, we were the growth engine for the city for more than a decade.
NVDA and video shares as the market.
All right. So yeah, guys. So we're down. I would like to see. Look, if you're bullish this thing, then you want to see it come in with a gap down. All right. If you're wanting to get short, then you want to see this thing open up pretty much right up there at yesterday's close. So I think this thing could consolidate today. I think yesterday was the move. And I might want to wait until tomorrow to trade this because you could just sit here at like 50-30, even though we're under it. You could just sit right here in this area and trade back and forth between 48 and $50. Right? You could just sit here and consolidate and do some of this stuff right here and just, you know what I mean? But what I'm looking for on Reddit, all right, is going to be 55 bucks. Like that 55 short. I'll look for it today. If we can open up, if we can open up pretty much by yesterday's close, then I'm going to look for a short, and I'll get 2 weeks time on that and look to take this down to $45. That'll be a nice $10 move, and actually see if we can break that 45. I just think right now we need to take it to 50. I think 50 is our level. All right, you guys can see here on the 3-minute. I'll show you guys. Even on the 15-minute, right here. All right, you guys can see right there. That's your opening price. That, it looks really good. It looks really good for a short there. Like it's like that's where it would be resistance because that's where you opened up, right? Prior resistance becomes support. Where are we at here? 55. Yep, 55. It's like 55. All right, so I'll look for $55 to be resistance on Reddit. Yep, right there. You guys see that? It's actually like 56. It's actually like 56. All right, let's keep it moving because I'm tired of spending a bunch of time on this stuff.
TIP Tiptree announced rebranding of its asset management business to USDF.
Might even get a shot there at 50 bucks. All right, let's go into it. If you guys could spam some tickers in the chat, hit the like button, subscribe. I don't blame you if you don't because I keep scrolling this up. Intel, guys, I think they took that move from us. I really do. Where are we trading at? $42. Yeah, $42.05. I mean, they took this trade from you. Like, this was your trading range. All right? This level to there. Like, that was your range, and they just did it yesterday. They said, nope, we're taking that from you. You ain't doing shit. Because you have a double bottom to the left of you. You have a double bottom at this area. And then from this double bottom, you're going to see there's nothing. There's literally, like, nothing. You can see this little double bottom there, and then I'll take you to the left, to the left, to the left. What is it? 4150. 4150. 4150. Sorry, 4160. So you just got like nothing. They took it all. They took it from you. So sometimes it's like that. All right, so that's Intel. I'm not going to be trading Intel, but I will be looking at AMD and stuff. I'm going to be looking at AMD. You have a nice bounce off this level. They had some pretty serious volume yesterday. Let's see what we got. This looks like a really nice bear flag, you guys, that we have here on AMD. If today we end up breaking, you know, I would look for AMD to try to get back down to like 165. I still think we're going to need some volume to like really break this level. You know what? We're back inside of it. We're making it resistance. We also have the 50-day up there. The daily, man, it's... I also wouldn't be surprised if we... So we need to like gain some strength. So how do we do that? You do that by either sitting here or going higher, right? Why do I want it to gain some strength? I want it to gain some strength so that I have a better probability that this thing is going to give me an extension to the downside if I want to play this to the downside. It's obviously weak, so the upside, it's going to have to prove that to me first. But I think it's just overdone. I think AMD is overdone, and it may not offer much but a range. And if you like trading ranges, that's cool. Rock on, you know? If you like trading ranges, rock on. It's kind of the same thing I'm thinking with ARM, right? It's I kind of want to get rid of these lines here. I kind of want to get rid of them. I don't know why these charts look so ridiculous. Double bottom.
Realty.com's real view maps show you precise wildfire, flood, noise ranges on every home listing. Don't all apps do that? Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust.
Let's see if we can get up there and get our short up there at this level. That's what I'm going to look for. I think you're bouncing right now and you might pull it back. The trade might be a long. I mean, there may be no trade. All right, you guys, like, you know, I think it might be a little bit overdone, and you know, you need to get up there to that 180 level to get any type of like, and you can see here this prior resistance is right there at that close up there at like 183. All right, let's pull up a 5-minute. Yeah, she's consolidating. So 175, 175.50 is your support. Get up there to like 182 to 184 is your resistance. All right, and that's how I'm gonna play it. That's how I'll play this. You guys can type in the chat what you guys want to look at. Nvidia. This could be a nice little rejection here.
Good morning and welcome to Squawk Box here on CNBC Live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. Umbrellas all
Yeah, that could be a nice little rejection there at $900.
Carolina. My sources, Andrew, tell me, do not go out there.
$900.
ICAD, ICAD market is ready.
Yeah, the weather, it's not a golf day.
Reason to take my ball into the water, I know.
Come on.
Yeah, it'd be the wind.
Yeah, they're talking about the weather on CNBC. Broke the 20-day, bounced back to it, couldn't close above it. See if 877 does break. Yeah, I would look for 877, 876.50. I'm sorry, 876.50. Bang. Oh no. I thought I had the line. Alright, so the daily chart, bang. I still think we're going to get a bounce. Maybe you pull it back early. Oh, shit.
We noted when we went back above 4. It wasn't that long ago when we said, oh, look, Fed's cutting 6 times, but we're back above 4. Now,
BAC, bounced out Canada.
For more on the markets this morning, we want to get over to our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli. Mike, Joe just made the point
So,
that we're less than 2% from the highs, about 1.5% from the highs.
I would look for a bounce. See,
I don't know, giving maybe some anxious vibes off. Why do you think that is?
yeah, think, Becky, for one thing, absolutely true.
Looking at not like 920.
2% decline, although,
You know,
we get a
920.
to the second quarter, everyone by acknowledging
See if it pulls back. See if you can hold this pivot high from yesterday.
without having a proper pullback. And yeah, we have
Let's
to be
see.
noticing what's happening.
Yeah, see if you can hold.
Has been owing to, the upturn in
I would look to see if Nvidia pulls back right now to like 890. Maybe it wicks here and it starts to pull back. Maybe something like this. It gets up here, pulls back, and then it bounces a little bit. It can't get through it, and turns this whole area into resistance. Puts in a higher low, right off the bell, and then I would look for, you know, a run and a test and to get up above like 900 bucks, 901. That's what I'm looking for with Nvidia. All right. It's going to depend on the markets. Like, you know, it's going to depend on data. Data can change that. Who's to say that volume doesn't come in here at 8 o'clock and just start changing everything around? It could. But that's my opinion. That's what I think happens on Nvidia. All right. That's just my opinion. It's my game plan. So.
So what you see here is, okay, you've had this sort of downtrend for 18 months, and maybe we talked about it, it's not a very challenging level. All we're really telling me is we're not going to get a lot of help on inflation necessarily from further goods deflation. Maybe it's kind of a global production.
Fuck, I want to delete that.
Ramp story and a little bit of a demand side thing, Joe.
Great, thanks, Mike. Crude oil prices hitting their highest level since late October on a combination of
We might get a rejection here, guys, depending on where we open up at. If we can get a pullback off of this level on Nvidia, if you can pull back off of it, you might get a bounce at the bell. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, I'm losing it. So let's do it, guys. I'm sorry. I know. Let's go look at some of the news, see what we got going on here. So, Reddit, I traded Palantir yesterday. I think Kathy Woods was selling DraftKings. All right, so remember that. So there we go. We're looking for that bounce off of the 50-day. All right, you don't want to see that quick rejection either, though. Yeah, volume is poop off of that. That sucks. ONMD is probably off the list, guys. Unless for some reason you start to get some volume in there. Alright. Alright, so let's go run through the news real quick. Oh my gosh, I know I need a haircut.
It's been quiescent for a while. Made a saucer bottom, broke out 3-4 months ago.
Oh shit.
You know, it seems like it's moving.
Data.
Or at least pulling commodities up as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive.
ADP employment 140 previously. Consensus is 148. Forecasting 125. Consensus and estimates are on two sides of the spectrum. It seems like they're we'll see what happens here at 8:15. That's getting ready to come out in a couple minutes. And then you have ISM services. So watch. Remember how like last week I was telling you guys, like when we have data at like 10 o'clock, you'll see the market start to set up and like go into resistance or pull back into support. And then, you know, depending on the data, they'll hold or they'll suck you in like, oh, cool, the trade is setting up. You take it, it freaking reverses because the data came out and the setup was sucking you into it, knowing that this was going to happen at that time. And you just got sucked into it and lost your money. Like, it happens all the time. Every time we have like Michigan sentiment, shit like that, the data that comes out on Friday, you if you know, you know. You see it, like these setups that just happen, and it's, you know, it's not by surprise, right? Look, I'm gonna mess with this dude. It's what you call it. It's Jordan Belfort.
We're seeing a pretty big increase in positioning and valuation measures. Year to date, money managers have bought 400 million barrels of oil futures. A lot of oil paper barrels that have been bought. Why? I think in part because the market is turning more optimistic on demand, and because the market is recognizing that OPEC cuts do work, and we got the news.
All right. Anyway, let me get off Twitter. Let's see here. Stocks making the biggest moves. Pre-market, Intel, Tesla. Let's go over Tesla real quick. Let's go over Tesla. Tesla didn't move yesterday. That was the one that I was watching. I spent all day watching it. It didn't really do anything for us. Like, look at that candle. Look how pathetic that candle was. That's horrid, bro. That's freaking horrid. Horrid. All that volume and you didn't do nothing with it. That's like having... I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Alright. So what this looks like to me is like we just put in a high. Even though this is actually on the lows. No, that would be the highs. That's 300. 299. This thing's gotten crushed. They got to do something, man. They cannot just sit here and think that cars is the answer. If they do, they might as well just start giving a dividend. Because they're not a growth company. If you're not growing, you're not a growth stock. And if you're not growing, you need to just, you know, you're going to get penalized and they're going to sell it off. You might as well just give them a dividend and be one of those. Or do what any good CEO would do, and that's when your stock is at its highs, you take some money, right? Then you go to, you meet with other, whether it's investors or, you know, other business people, and you start making computers and phones, and you start tapping into other markets because you're a growth stock. You're not just a car company, you're a growth company. So, come on, Tesla. Elon, I beg you. I know you guys can make some good stuff. I know you can do it. All you gotta do is put the motherboards together, the processors, either choose AMD, Intel. Hell, let the buyer choose which one they want. Right? And then just slap your name on it. Come up with a case. Make your own case, make it look cool. Have some good parts and you know. As far as I know, that's it. Computers are so easy. Now, a phone might be a little different. But you got to grow. You got to grow, right? That's why you see Apple talking about wanting to get into the automotive market. At least they're mentioning it. Because they know in order for them to grow, they got to tap into other markets. So once this stock was way up at highs, you guys didn't do anything with it. It's because they don't care. And he said that they don't care. All right, so as far as this is concerned, man, I really want to go back and just delete everything off of my watch list. All right, so we ended up breaking 167, 167.50. We bounced into it. Now, is that area going to continue to reject? Let's pan this out.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption,
Yes.
how will your investments stay resilient?
All right, so here's our hourly chart. It's pretty simple. All right, we're coming into this double bottom support. This area is still holding. This is the area I was watching yesterday. Nothing's really changed. Let me look at the 4 hour real quick. You really got to, it takes time doing this stuff. Dude, everything looks like it wants to bounce from here, guys. Just being honest. Look. So, see if you can pull it back right now. Again, you're going to have data. See if it pulls itself. Maybe it goes up just a little bit. But pull it back to like here. Right? And then rally. Come on, man. I didn't get hardly any sleep last night, so 15-minute chart. I don't know why my charts are looking like this. I really don't. So I do apologize. I think we could head higher, guys. I don't see why we can't test the 20-day moving average. I really don't. I think Tesla's overdone, and there should be no reason why we can't take this back up to like 170, 172. 184,000. Wow. This thing might... Wow, it's going to bounce. Oh. Huh? What you talking about, Willis?
For the very first time, you gotta try everything once, right? Gotta try everything once. Well, we'll see whether we get to do it more than once. I want to talk to you about so many things. I want to talk about sports, the business of sports, owning this team now, and then I want to get into the markets and what you're thinking about more broadly as well. But
184. All right, so that could be higher for longer. It all depends on how you want to take it. Okay, the market could take this kind of bad because we need to see a slow up. But we did get Citi and a few others Monday, or even it was Monday or Tuesday. It was Monday or yesterday that said that they were going to do another round of layoffs. A lot of companies came out and announced that they were doing layoffs, and that stuff takes time. They'll start with, you know, people that drug tests. They'll ask if people want to take a leave of absence, things like that. And it just takes a little time to get into it. And I do have storms coming, guys, too. Maybe, hopefully they continue to go north. So hopefully I don't lose the stream today. Oh, shit. Alright, let's do it. You have some of your high flyers, BBIO, ABIO, LGVC. We'll see if they have any news, XTIA, Disney, Amazon. Let's go look at those. Let's go look at Microsoft and Amazon and stuff. Let's see here. So the SPY isn't really doing anything. We expected a pullback. Yeah, let's see if we can get a pullback to like 518.40. Maybe even a little lower. Then that would be a little bit negative. I want us to hold 518.40. Let's see. I gotta come up with a watch list today. I gotta get my shit going because I want to be able to have some nice. I'd like to have a few winners under my belt going into initial jobless claims tomorrow and Friday's data, CPI data. The Dow, the IWM. Man, the IWM is so weak. I want to look at Goldman Sachs, but I'm going to get into Amazon and Microsoft real quick because they're on my list.
What do we like about the system, what we don't. You've got 30 owners, you've got 30 different opinions. And so we're still trying to figure it out. There's no doubt that small market clubs aren't...
Alright, so this is looking good. Man, it's not though. We might need a little, might need another pullback on Goldman Sachs. You might need a little more downside. Maybe take it back down there to, 407.
you're fighting the aging curve. You're buying players based on their previous history, but they're getting older. As they get older, performance over time declines. And so it's a tough place to be. So what you really want to do is develop talent, which is no different than what I do in my
We might be able to get a bounce here. I just think the 4-hour and this daily chart is too high. Like you consolidated for 4 or 5 months. You consolidated for 1, 2, 3, 4. You had a little rally at the end, but 3.5 months. You just sat sideways, and you're telling me that you couldn't get that RSI to pull back a little bit?
and realized that the team was probably not going to make the playoffs. And even if it did, probably wasn't going to get very far in the playoffs.
So
And so it was a
we'll see where it opens up. Let's go to Microsoft.
lot of teams.
All right, Microsoft.
So, you know, we had contracts that were, you know, at in 23 and 24 probably wouldn't be. So, you know,
So like we said with the Qs, right?
I think I shocked baseball.
I said if we
Did it.
get,
But for me, it's just
I don't know why I keep doing an awful job at this, guys. I do apologize.
the positions
The Qs, I'm looking for 442 and 444. Okay, 442 and 444.
Well, I don't care about the cost side. I mean, I think over time,
But do you don't think about this as philanthropic, do you?
I do.
You do.
That's why I bought the team. Okay, well, that's exactly why I bought the team. And you know, I said at my original press conference, if I can make millions of people
Steve
happy,
Cohen.
how cool
Sorry,
is
we got to put him on.
it? In 23 and 24, it probably wouldn't get any better. So I
The gap fill on the Qs is at 444.
And I think I shocked
That's where we got to
baseball
look.
in the extent that I did it. But for me, it's just natural because I looked and said, okay, I don't like the positions I have,
Right.
and so I wanted to make a change.
You want a ring. How many years do you think it will take you to get there? How much will it cost?
Well, I don't care about the cost side. I mean, I think over time,
But do you think you don't think about this as philanthropic, do you?
I do.
You do.
That's why I bought the team. Okay, well, that's exactly why I bought the team. And I said in my original press conference, if I can make millions of people happy, how cool is that? And so I actually view it as a civic responsibility. And now, listen, nobody wants to lose money forever and spend money and not have success. And to me, I deem success as not only winning the World Series, getting in the playoffs and winning the World Series. It's also developing like a deep farm system that creates talent over the years, over and over again.
So on the economic piece of it, though,
Yeah.
what I was going to ask is the valuations of these teams.
Yeah.
Where do they go? We were talking about Jimmy Patero's here from ESPN. We're all wondering what's happened to linear television.
Right.
I know you can't talk about individual stocks. We were talking earlier in the week about how your company had or some of your PMs had clearly bought Fox.
Yeah.
What do you think happens to the media landscape, if you will, and this is sort of an investment question, as it relates to whatever happens to that impacting the valuation of sports teams like your own?
Well, you would think that valuations are tied into profitability, right? Or some metric.
I'm going to look to see if we can't pull right off of the
because
bell.
of
If
what's
we're
going
up
on
in
in
this
the
area, I
football
want to look for a
industry
pullback right off the bell on the
and
Qs.
media in
So,
general.
Microsoft.
Revenues for teams are probably going to go down over the short term.
This is
as we
Steve
figure out what
Cohen,
the
if
new
you guys
model
don't know
is.
who this is.
Clearly going to be
He was supposed to
streaming,
be
but
on
the question
yesterday.
Is it going to be bundled with other? We're all baseball. All sports are trying to figure it out, and some sports are better off than others. NFL does a national package, right? And that most of the revenues come from that. In baseball, some revenues for teams are local revenues, and so that's a problem, right? Because now revenues are going down. Now, when you look at the appreciation of let's take baseball. Baseball's only appreciated teams, I think like 6% a year since the early 2000s. I don't think that's extraordinary returns. And so when you think about it, you could probably have done better in an index fund.
Let me ask you this, though. One of the pieces or component parts is the future of betting in the business, real estate. One of the things that is in play with City Field.
Yes.
Is this idea that you might be able to build a 50-acre both park and mall and all sorts of
Not
things.
a mall.
And
Not a mall.
And
Not
a casino.
Okay.
And a casino.
Yeah, we call it an entertainment complex, music, gaming, 1,500 hotel rooms, 25-acre park. We're going to build a separate area where fans can go and go to restaurants.
What's it going to take to get that approved?
522.57 on Microsoft for a rejection.
Spoke about what's happened in Washington.
Right.
Meanwhile, we also saw what happened in Kansas City this morning, which was overnight. Those taxpayers don't want to pay for it.
I totally get that. We are financing it privately. It's going to be an $8 billion project.
And you think you have to get nothing from the city?
I mean,
the chart's kind of ugly, but
steeped in the
maybe
weeds
even
on
522.
But generally, I would say the vast majority of the money is coming from private sources, me and my partner.
Right. And the casino piece, the
Yeah,
betting piece.
422.
How important is that?
Well, that's the economic engine.
Right.
You can't spend $8 billion and have a bunch of restaurants. That's not going to work.
Right.
Okay, so you need an economic engine, and that's it. And that's
Right.
and if it that's going to provide all the other great stuff.
As a guy in the markets, how do you feel about betting as it relates to sports? I mean, the reason I ask is Ohtani's in the news, right? Everybody saying what happened.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, I'm curious what you think happened there. But
I have no idea, but I'm going to trust him.
Who cares?
You're going to trust him.
I'm going
Right.
to trust
Who
him.
cares?
Yeah, because he just seems like someone that is so focused on his stuff that I could see how.
But do you think that the league
All
just
right,
has
so
to
we're
figure out,
holding up pretty
given the
nicely
sort of
up
superstar
here.
status that he has, they can't let this.
Well, they have to investigate, and they will. Okay, I mean, and they're good at that type of stuff, and then they'll get to the bottom of it.
Separately, and we're here at a big sports conference, you've invested in golf
Yes,
in a big way.
That's right, yeah.
You're partner now with Fenway as well as part of that.
that's right.
What is your thesis on golf, and what do you think is going to happen with Live as well, in terms of PIF and the Saudis?
Yeah, I mean, we think it's an interesting investment. It's a global sport. Rounds are going up on a yearly basis.
Looks like they're going to take the
and
trade from
so
us.
We think the way it's been run, we think we can improve the operations, improve and make it much more profitable. I love golf. Okay, I mean,
You're a golfer.
I'm a golfer. I brought my clubs here.
You brought your clubs here.
Right?
Okay.
I'm going to be on the range later today.
The wind is not good.
That's
Just,
okay.
You can blame the wind.
It's an outdoor sport, right?
Right.
Same thing as baseball. Sometimes the wind blows, and so we think it's a really interesting investment. Obviously, golf's at a moment where there's a lot of stuff going on that needs to be worked out. But we think we can work it out, and we're excited to get involved and help the sport grow.
You have a thesis, I'm told, that you actually shared with Yasser from PIF.
That's right.
About the work week. We always talk about sort of working from home, working from the office, that you think is actually behind part of your investment in golf and actually may be
Sorry, guys, I want to
behind
listen to
your
this. I'm just
investment
going
in
through
golf
charts to
about
see if we can
how the
find
whole
some
economy
setups
changed.
that look good.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
Microsoft doesn't
I
really
would have done the golf investment anyway. 'cause I
scream,
think there's a longer
"Take
term
me."
thought, but
You know what I'm
my
saying?
thought-
It
my
just
belief
doesn't
is a
scream
4-day
like
work week-
you
work
have
week
this
is coming.
rejection here at 422. Right? But they're
between
taking a
the
trade
advent
from
of
us.
AI,
So,
generally, I just
if you get
we
some
hear from
support,
people that Fridays are just not people are not as productive
I
on
don't know,
Fridays,
man. It's
and so I just
tough.
think it's an eventuality. When it happens, hard to know. But that should fit into a theme of more leisure for people, which means golf rounds will go up. And,
people are gonna play more
and,
golf on
and
Fridays.
interest will go up, and so I guess courses will be crowded on Fridays.
What are the other investment ideas then
Maybe-
around that idea?
Maybe we see if we can get like a 4-set, like a 20-day moving average.
Right, experiences, all that type of stuff, right? I mean, that makes.
Even though we tested
if
it
people have more
yesterday.
time, they're gonna.
And are you,
yeah.
but you don't anticipate letting your traders and PMs not work
Well, if the
on,
market's
frankly,
up-
on Saturday they're working
You know
these guys.
something? If they're taking off Friday and they have a portfolio, that's a problem. Okay, if the markets are open. So forgetting us. Okay, I mean the vast majority of people will get an opportunity, I think, at some point to have a 3-day weekend.
I'd asked you earlier how it feels to sort of shift into this more public role, but I am curious how it feels to be. You are now a beloved person in New York.
Maybe. Okay,
And-
we haven't won.
Well, we'll see if
okay?
you win.
Okay, we'll
But
see how
that's
long
been a
that
real,
lasts.
But that's been a
Yeah.
real shift from
Yeah.
over the last 10 years and all of the headlines, 10
Yeah.
years ago. And I'm
Yep.
just so curious how you, on a very personal level,
Yeah.
have felt about whatever that journey has felt like.
Well, I'm the same guy, okay? I haven't changed, okay? It's just so, I just think it's so interesting how 10 years ago, obviously tons of articles. that were
Netflix
highly
might be a
negative
good
of me and
short,
my firm.
guys.
And then the New York Times writes an article, like a glowing article. I'm the
I
same
don't
guy,
know.
okay? And just shows you that, the world keeps turning and, just, enjoy your life and, it's just amazing what can happen.
I do want to talk about investing and where you are. I know you can't talk about individual names, but
Yeah.
put it in baseball terms, given that's your other business now. What inning are we in? Are we in some kind of bubble in terms of where the equity markets are?
I don't see it as a bubble. I mean, I think the markets are discounting some of what they think AI is going to do for companies.
You think it's discounting?
Discounting.
So you think that
yeah.
there's even more upside as a result of AI?
My view is this is a really durable theme. I'll give you one little anecdote. My CTO comes to me and says I can save the firm $25 million by using these LLMs to improve our efficiency. Now we're a nice sized firm. We're not a huge firm. So imagine what big companies can do, and that's just one thing. Okay, so it gives you.
I'm just listening to what he had to
a little
say
bit of
there.
a look into what's
Right.
possible.
And so, people, there is a view. Is this, is the AI boom, what does that mean for chips?
Yeah.
What does that mean? So when you look at that, who do you think the winners and losers are?
Well, listen, I'm not going to talk about individual
Right.
stocks, okay? But there's going to be.
Then what's the point of
big
coming on,
winners
man?
And big losers.
Come on, bro.
Okay, because this is transformational, and so you got to do the work and figure out what.
I would look for a pullback on
And frankly,
Netflix
there's going to be companies
and
that
see if
you
it
haven't
can
even
hold
heard of. There'll be new
612.
companies. I mean, when you have technological change like this, it sort of reminds me of the 90s, where
and look for a bounce.
the best new companies came out of that period.
But does then that mean we're in 1996? Does that mean we're in 1999?
We're not in 99, okay? I mean, I don't think so. And so because I think it's a durable theme, I think, now, it doesn't mean it goes up in a straight line, right? I mean, it may take a while for this AI theme, actually to really take hold within companies, and they're trying to figure out how to use it.
Right.
And so, this is so, it has the potential to change how my firm operates. If you're a company and you're not thinking about this,
Right.
you're going to wake up one day and go, we're in trouble.
We have Raphael Bostock from the Fed on in just a little bit.
Bostock.
What do you think about where the Fed is
Just
today?
couldn't say it normally.
Are you expecting cuts to come
All right,
this
so-
year at all anymore? I mean, how do you think about what the Fed's doing and how much that's propelling the market one way or the other?
Yeah, I think the market expects 3
And
cuts.
we
I think
are
that's the
trading
number. I don't disagree with that.
down.
I
Where are
think
we at?
inflation's been,
610.96.
somewhat contained. And I think, ultimately, what it'll come down to is that a true statement or not.
Yeah, guys, see if
It-
we
you
can
know,
get a
we think
bounce off
the
of
Fed thinks
607
eventually it's going to come down
on
to 2%
Netflix.
Right.
inflation rate.
What do you think?
I think that's going to be hard.
So
okay?
what, is that
And-
3% for you?
I don't, I don't get in the weeds quite like that. Is it 2.5? I mean, those are Fed watchers.
Right.
I think it comes down to, there's still a lot of underemployment in the country, and so it really comes down to if growth is too fast, then you start getting constraints on labor, and wages go up, and that may be a problem for.
Right.
But it's hard to. We're in one of these periods where I don't think many people know exactly what's going to happen.
We keep talking on the broadcast about whether we're in this sort of risk-on, risk-off
Right.
situation. We look at the Magnificent Seven. We look at the NASDAQ. On the flip side, we keep looking at Bitcoin. I don't know, do you own any Bitcoin?
I own very little. I
You
own
own-
a little bit.
But you own a little bit.
Yeah, like really little.
For what reason?
No, the only reason my son is really into it, and so
Right.
he had me play around and try to figure out how to transact on Coinbase. So I bought a little bit.
Do you have a take on what's going on with Bitcoin, or if what it really represents?
Yeah. I don't follow it that closely. It's not kind of what I do. I mean, there's certainly an element of the population that believes in it, and maybe it's the new gold. Hard to know, right? So
I will
So
look
I don't
for
have a strong
a
opinion.
bounce if we
The
open
reason
up
I ask
down
you about
here
this
at
one,
like
though, is
607,
to the extent that
608, a
some people think
bounce
that's
on
hedge
Netflix.
against, you know, inflation on one side.
Well, that's the same thing as gold, right?
Well, that's the question. Is it, right?
Well, you know, it's a new instrument. I mean, that's the argument. We'll see. I mean, really hard to know. I think ultimately, I mean, Bitcoin's separate from crypto.
Right.
I mean, but I think ultimately it's about use case. You know, will crypto develop use cases? So, you know, Bitcoin's interesting, but it's not. It's just a piece of that whole ecosystem.
And then in terms of how you think about, I mean, we were talking earlier about the election. Do you think the election's going to have a huge impact on the markets at this point?
Why
You know,
does
I
he
think
do
a
this
little
shit,
bit,
bro?
you know,
Get the
obviously, if
fuck away
Trump
from the
comes in, you can
politics, man.
imagine,
Talk markets.
You know, perhaps.
This is why I can't stand
That's
him,
certainly
man.
Possible.
Right.
At
You know,
times.
he's probably going to be perceived.
He does shit
for
just to
growth.
do it.
But you know, growth has been fine already. And if he comes in and it's good for growth in a constrained labor environment, you know, that may stoke some inflation fears. It's possible. But I don't see that big a difference either way.
Is that
All right,
inside the firm? Is there
see
a
here.
house view about how the election?
So it
pans
feels
out?
like this isn't going
Well, we
anywhere,
think
guys.
Today, we probably say Trump has an edge. But it's so early.
Retail. Shares fell more than
that, you know, it could
4%.
change.
Disclosing
I mean,
growing
these things are
operating loss.
volatile.
Tesla.
These things are very volatile.
Yeah, yeah.
Steve, we want to thank you for being here. It's
It was
been
good.
great to have
Good
this
to be here.
conversation. We hope to do this.
Yeah, that didn't go anywhere at all. At all. Let's see here.
Small business owners, you gotta stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to zendu.com and
Coinbase.
trusted financial
Some
partner.
nice
So you can run your
rejection.
best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
I apologize for the stream this morning, guys. I apologize. It's just my cat. She's really irritable and she's got a hairball and she's. All right. Okay. So. Microsoft, I didn't really like. I like Netflix, Tesla.
Welcome to American Freight.
Hi. Do you guys have any sleeper sectionals for people who host their lovely in-laws during the holidays?
Sure.
Oh, and birthdays. And Memorial Day.
Of course.
And Labor Day.
Right this way.
Taco Tuesday. Arbor Day.
At American Freight, you get great value at low prices. You get the furniture you want, and you get to take it home today.
All right, so Tesla, we'll look for that yesterday's close to see if it does reject. Look at the green. Look at the volume you had though. Look at the volume you had there. All your indicators are on their lows, and especially yesterday. If we can open up. Look, she's already fucking with me. If we can open up lower, right, below yesterday's close, guys. Yesterday's close was at 166.60. 166.60. And look, 166.60. We are opening up lower, so I would like to try and take a bounce long on Tesla. If we can just get like a dip real quick and then try to, you know, because I think you'll put in a higher low is what I'm getting at. Okay, I think you may have a move higher coming in the near term.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? No, the Fed.
Don't know if you can hear me.
That's just this morning. That's how things are going this morning.
We're gonna take a break.
Look. It's so funny.
We're gonna fix it, bring them back. Perhaps
I feel it. I feel you, bro. I feel it. Watch this. Look.
Just a few minutes ago, private payroll report showed 184,000 jobs created last month. Joining us right now to
so
talk about
Tesla,
this, the Fed, and much more is Steve
look-
Leisman, who also has a special guest. Hi, Steve.
Watch.
Hey, Becky, yeah, very special guest, Raphael Bostic, the Atlanta Fed president, joins us now from inside the Atlanta Fed. Good morning, President Bostic. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Bostic. I don't know if he can hear me.
They went to commercial. I feel, bro. I feel. All right, so Tesla, we open up down here. I would like to put in a little double bottom intraday. You can see it pulling back right now. Double bottom off of this 164. And see if we can pull back and put in a little double bottom. And then try to test yesterday's high, yesterday's close. And maybe even try to get to 170. That's what I'm going to look for on Tesla. So we'll say let's go to the flexible grid real quick. All right. And look at that level, 169.80, 170. That's perfect. That'd be a really nice long, I think. Baby, please hold on, please. Fucking God, bro. Please. You have food. You're fine. Hold on, guys. She just fucked my shit up.
Boring is the jumping off point for all the unboring things we do. Boring makes vacations happen. Early retirement's possible.
All right, so that's what I'm going to look for on Tesla. We'll look for a pullback. Yeah, we'll see if we can hold that level there because we had this gap fill. We're just holding this gap fill. 164 entry on Tesla. All right, and my target is going to be up at yesterday's high. I would love a 170 test, but I don't think we'll get that. Man, I don't know if we can get to 171. We might be able to. Again, I think the markets will pull back, and listen, Tesla will do what it wants. All right, I think if the markets pull back, that's a better opportunity for Tesla to go long. Because it literally will just do the exact opposite of what the markets will do. So 164 long. I just wrote that down. Now listen, you could wick below it. Okay, you could just put in a wick and it try to like shake you out. Just wait for that weakness. If it shows it like wicking and it's like not breaking as it goes, like it feels like off the bell. Like when I got short last Friday, you could tell that there was just this long candle to the upside, and it was just like, I'm like, man, this thing just ain't got no more left in it. It's just so big. Took it, and then so like you'll get paid on that candle. So I would like to look for 170 on this long. Let's see, pivot low, pivot high, 168. I would like to get up to like yesterday's high, 168, 170. Is where I would like to get to. Long 168, 170 area, 168, 170 target. All right. And then we went through Microsoft, semiconductor. So Microsoft's just chilling. I don't think it's doing much. Apple, still going down. Apple, and then Netflix. I liked as a long as well. If it opens up below where it's at. Right now you're at 612.50. So you're coming in with a little bounce higher. If you guys want me to turn CNBC on and just have it in the background, you guys just let me know. All right. While I come up with my watch list.
Okay, so you're forcing me to tell you the first two questions I have.
665.
If we get them back, which is one,
Wages. Fast food workers went up by 25% overnight. I mean, you take that and add it together with the ISM numbers that were stronger than anticipated. I mean, these are all great signs about the economy, that you're seeing stronger hiring, that you're seeing stronger.
I would like to try to get another long off of 608 area on Netflix as well.
The reason oil is up is because there's more demand on the global markets for this. All of those are good things, but then when you look at what happened with the PCE and inflationary numbers, that's the other side.
608, 610.
Until it's not.
Let's see here.
Okay, so you're forcing me to tell you the first two questions I have for Raphael Bostic if we get him back, which is one, President Bostic, is the economy accelerating here counter to what we thought was going to happen? Again, economists keep forecasting this weakness coming down the road. We got the Atlanta Fed GDP at 2.8. We had Goldman raising.
Bro, she keeps jumping off my fucking desk and stuff, and my monitors are going like this.
But the direction
Like,
of GDP forecast for the first quarter still
oh
is
my
to
God.
the upside. And then the second
They're gonna
question,
fucking
which
break.
is this: does the economy have to decelerate
Sorry for the language.
in order to bring down inflation to the Fed's 2% target? This is a conversation that we've had running with Joe and you on Squawk Box here. With the answer from 2023 was we didn't have to. We're able to
Yeah,
do
fuck
strong
Netflix.
growth
I'm not
and
even
bring down
watching it.
inflation. Here we are now in this,
MU is a nice, strong semiconductor here.
perhaps is a way to put it, where
Let
we
me
had
go
two
through it real
lousy
quick, and I'll
months,
give you
January
guys
and
my game
February.
plan.
Well, February wasn't quite as lousy as January, but again, as you pointed out yesterday, you had those upside revisions to January. February was okay, and now March, if oil prices are going to stay high, commodity prices are going to stay high, and we'll see what happens with wages in the Friday jobs report. It looks like progress has stalled, so maybe what was not true in 2023 might be true in
Sometimes these people say the stupidest shit. Listen to this.
Yeah.
I don't want to
We may
overstate the concerns about inflation, but it's also, you know, in the middle of being data dependent, it's a little concerning when you start looking at the deficit spending at this point and things that add up, and just the idea that you have higher Treasury yields, especially, I think we were talking about this last week, Steve, when you compare us to what you see in Germany or other countries, 4.4%.
Micron, a pullback to 120.
I'm going to suspect that the Fed doesn't mind seeing these yields being a bit higher.
That's wrong. Here's the thing. People keep talking about the Fed's going to cut if the because everything is good. If something happens, if things start to go south and then the Fed cuts, you're cutting too late. You have to cut when things are going well. So this whole talk about rates, they're all goofy. Yes, energy, gold and stuff, that this is all a recessionary sign. I also think because you're going to have a couple banks go bad, and I think they did too much too quick. That's just my personal opinion. So I think the market's telling the Fed right now, y'all better watch what you're doing. We're seeing it. You're getting mass layoffs. Like, it's coming.
Don't bring rates down, Becky. Then what happens? According to most Fed officials, you end up being tighter than you need to be. So the question becomes, how tight is the Fed? We heard from Mester yesterday, an interesting.
Oh, they real tight.
She owned one of the long-run dots going up, Becky. So she's now at neutral at 3% compared to the median of 2.5%. And like I tried to hammer home, maybe unsuccessfully, at least at first, after those dots came out, the Fed shifted to the right, as in being more hawkish in a lot of ways. And I wrote it down yesterday. Here it is right now. In December, only 4 officials were at 3% in the long run or higher, and now it's at 7% for the long run, which is to say that the median Fed official thinks they're a little bit less tight than we thought before the recent dots came out in March.
All right, Steve, hold that thought. We're going to come back. We're still working on getting
125.
Bostic shot up. In the meantime,
We'll
Joe,
open
I
up
think you're
lower.
going to
All right, Micron. See if we get a bounce and can get a rejection up at 125.
President Boston.
Like if we open up.
Give it a shot, Steve. Don't screw it up this time.
All right.
I would look for
I am willing to take the blame if that's the story. I will say that
a long two different ways to play this.
Quantum computers, we have some basic tech stuff to get right in this country. President Bostic,
Entry at 120.
I am here. Can you hear me?
I got you. Great to hear you. It would be better to see you, but we'll take a rain check on that. I don't know
And
if you
a
heard, but I
long
told
and a
Becky what my
possible
first question was gonna
rejection.
be to you, which is
You have
given
a
what's
double
happened with
top
the
up
Atlanta
there.
Fed, GDP now, given what's happened with the economic data we've seen, do you feel like the economy is accelerating here?
So I don't know if I would say accelerating. I think it's maintaining the strong momentum that it's had really for the second half of 2023. I think everyone has been expecting it to slow at a faster pace than it has. And
I
so
could have
it
swore.
might feel like there's some extra energy, but I'm not hearing from my contacts that things are getting faster or stronger, that demand is moving in the other direction. It's really just staying very strong where it was. And if there's any weakness or weakening, it's just at a very incremental level.
We were talking just a minute ago
Tesla
about this idea
164
that
long.
we had thought that
Opening
the
up at
economy,
164
Fed
will
Chair
be
Powell
down.
said it several
Get that
times going back
bounce.
to, I don't know, 2022 in Jackson Hole. The economy needed to slow in order
so
to
I
bring
did do
inflation back
Tesla
down to target. That did not
164.
end up needing to be true in 2023. Do you feel like it's needed now? Does the economy need to slow to hit that 2% target?
Well, I think over the longer arc, the economy does need to slow to get to that longer run potential. At some point, there's going to be just too much energy in the economy, and you'll start to see upward pressure on prices. But right now, the supply has responded quite well, both in terms of supply chain and labor force. And there's evidence to suggest that productivity is elevated as well. So as long as those things are in place, I think you can still get growth and see inflation continue to come down. Now, I will also say, though, in that environment, we should expect inflation to come down much slower than what
I hate
many
when I have all these
expected.
lines on my
And
chart,
that's one
guys. I'm
reason
sorry.
why I've really tried to pull back my expectations on when we'll need to move, because if that trajectory slows down in terms of inflation, then we're going to have to be more patient than I think many have expected.
Raphael, I really want to come back to this productivity story, but I do want to do a little nuts and bolts Fed business. You said you've pulled back when, but you've also pulled back how much? Are you still thinking just one rate cut this year?
Yeah, so I am, and I'll tell you, that's where I was probably 6 or 8 months ago. And then the strong performance.
One
of the
rate cut
economy
of what? Is that
at the
one
end of
rate cut of
2023
2%,
caused me to think,
1%,
well, maybe things
0.5,
are actually
0.25,
gonna, be
like a half of a
moving
percent?
in a way so that we can move sooner.
Like-
I've actually gone back to where I was before because we've seen inflation kind of become much more bumpy in its trajectory.
He's talking out his
and it
ass.
just says to me that we're just going to have to watch.
He's not
and
even a
wait
voting
and
member,
see
by
how
the
things
way,
evolve.
guys. I'm pretty sure he is not a voting
So
member.
If it's one cut,
His
do you
opinion
care
doesn't
to
matter
share with
anyway.
the audience here when you might think of doing that one cut?
So, sure, I'm happy to do that. Look, if the economy evolves as I expect, and that's going to be seeing continued robustness in GDP, in employment, and a slow decline in inflation through the course of the year, I think it'll be appropriate for us to start moving down at the end of this year, the fourth quarter, and we'll just have to see whether the data come on. But my outlook right now is that inflation is really just going to drop incrementally through the course of 2024, and that incremental progress will continue into 2025, and we won't get to our 2% target till sometime in early 2026. So with that outlook, I think that we have time to be patient, and we can just watch the economy and see if that's how things actually play out.
So you're confirming what I've suspected of you all along, which is I would not have wanted to be a student in one of your classes because the bar was so high for success. Some of your colleagues only want to see a couple more months of improved progress.
I think
but you
Amazon might want to
see
head
what
lower.
Amounts to what? Almost a half a year of better progress before you're willing to cut. Why are you more hawkish on this issue?
Well, you'll have to ask others why they feel where they are. But to me, I think there are two things going on here. So one, the road is going to be bumpy. And I think if you've looked over the last several months, inflation hasn't moved very much relative to where we were at the end of 2023. And if we continue on that pace, that's something we got to keep an eye on. But the second thing I would say is that there are some secondary measures in the inflation numbers that have got me a bit concerned that things may move even slower. if you look at the share of goods in the market basket for both the CPI, mainly the CPI we look at, but the PCE as well, the number, the percentage of those goods that have inflation that's growing up higher than 3% and higher than 5%, those are much higher now than they were before. And they're starting to trend back to what we saw in the high inflation period. They're moving away from what we'd like to see. And so I got to make sure that those aren't hiding some extra upward pressure, pricing pressure before I'm going to want to move our policy rate.
11.
Let me ask you the same question, though, but from the complete other side, which is unemployment below 4%, GDP running, at least for now it appears, above trend according to all the best forecasts that are out there. Why cut it all? It seems like the economy...
Yeah, let's look for a bounce here, guys, on Amazon.
Is doing just fine.
Let's look for a bounce here.
The current rate may not be that restrictive.
Well, there's a lot of debate right now about how restrictive our rate is. But what I
See
would
if we
say
can
is
pull
this:
it back
I
a little
actually
bit
agree with
more.
you. An
And
economy
I'd like
that's growing
to
strong,
take like a nice
creating
little
a lot
long
of
out of
jobs,
Amazon
putting Americans to work and giving
today.
them the salaries. Those are good things, and I'm not in a rush to try to disrupt that dynamic as long as inflation is moving closer to our target. And so it's that dual picture, which really informs how I'm viewing what an appropriate policy path is. And it's one reason why I'm willing to be quite patient here. The one caveat would be that if
and that's why you're not a voting member right
then
now.
then I'll have to take that on board. But I'm not getting reports about that from anybody that I
God, I want to fucking crush it today, bro. I want to crush it today.
like mortgages and realtors.
Yeah, you do got to worry about them.
Professor Bostic, so good to talk to you this morning. I'll speak for my colleagues and say that we'll appreciate the next time you'll be around the table with Joe and Becky and Andrew and myself, and we'll have a longer conversation. In the meantime,
I just feel like there's not a continuation
Well,
play on
You're very
Amazon.
welcome. And listen, given what just happened this morning, I need...
I feel like there's not a continuation play on Amazon yet. Like, I don't know. But I will say, I do like a long off the bell. Like a couple of these, it's setting up for a long. So we'll see. You know, we'll have to see. This is a nice pullback to 180. Nice resistance level. See if we can't get long and get through 181. Let's see if we can get through 181. It's a nice 90 MA test. Doesn't really have much on the table. 180, 181. 180 long to 181. I mean, it's not much, but you know, it's just putting in a wedge here. It just doesn't really. That's not a nice setup. RDDT. Let's go to ARM real quick as well. So for boom.
Offers virtually every proven hair loss solution there is.
They've also got hundreds of hair loss experts ready to help.
Brittany and I went to Hair Club together, where a hair loss expert gave me a free consultation. We found the best hair loss treatment that works for me and our busy lifestyle. I had family, friends, and even some of my competitors asked me where they can get their hair back just like mine. I told them you gotta go to Hair Club.
I would look for a bounce on Reddit and see if we can get a see if you are able to get a bounce back up to like 53, 55, 56 area. I would look for that. I would look for the bounce. It's just consolidating though.
He is president and chief investment officer at Advisors Asset Management, where they have $41.4 billion in assets under management. Cliff, let's talk about what we just heard from Raphael Bostic, a pretty important member of the Fed, voicing some opinions about this. We've seen the numbers come in better than anticipated on several economic fronts, whether that be manufacturing numbers or just today the ADP number showing a stronger than anticipated jobs report. He seems to think that the economy's not necessarily speeding up again. What do you think?
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I think three key takeaways I took from the governor there was one, that's going to be a bumpy road.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Joining us for a quick market check right now is Cliff Corso. He is President and Chief Investment Officer at Advisors Asset Management, where they have $41.4 billion in assets under management. Cliff, let's talk about what we just heard from Raphael Bostic, a pretty important member of the Fed, voicing some opinions about this. We've seen the numbers come in better than anticipated on several economic fronts, whether that be manufacturing numbers or just today the ADP
What did
number
I just
showing a
do
stronger
recently?
than anticipated jobs
Fuck.
report. He seems to think that the economy's not necessarily speeding up again. What do you think?
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I think three key takeaways I took from the Fed governor there was one, that it's going to be a bumpy road in trying to get to that 2%. Two, he believes that we will see inflation come down. We're not so sure. We think it might be sticky. And three, he laid out a pretty long-term time frame, 2026, for that for the policy to work to get down to that last mile of 2% inflation. So, but what I would say is, I think our opinion lines more with Bostic than others on the Fed, because it seems that he's more real-time data dependent, real time, as opposed to trying to figure out where the puck is sliding before maybe the puck has been hit.
The lag
in terms of where
effect.
inflation might land.
Sure. What's your view on the markets right now? We don't have a lot of time because we had issues with that interview, but what is your take on the markets right now? What do you do?
Sure. I think you stay in the market, but you look to the leadership change we've just seen. Values outperforming growth. I think rates will stay high. One thing I think the market doesn't appreciate is even if the Fed lowers rates, the long end may not follow. It may drift up. If it's creating more ease in a strong economy.
He's making himself
So
sound
stick with value,
stupid.
Stick with margin of safety, diversify the portfolio, and still stay cautious.
With him
on
saying
longer
he
rates.
wants one cut this year, he's making himself sound real stupid. In my opinion. In my honest opinion. Alright, so let's see here.
Don't miss it. Exclusive with Bob Iger.
XPRY error specificals in its response to FDA
I will be going out there
FE.
hoping that the high winds that are blanketing the area won't.
What do we have? 245, 50. 245,
By the way, just
50.
a big point here. This is not saying anything one way or the other about the vote. He's going to do the interview.
Either way.
Either way.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Okay. Is that okay with you?
Well, I'd be more inclined to do the interview if I won.
Yes. Well, I think that it's his expectation, and his reasons, as I've been saying all along, at least.
Is set to conclude at its annual meeting. That is set for this afternoon when we will get the vote totals. And tomorrow, 9 a.m. right here. Don't miss it. Exclusive with Bob Iger.
Is it right here,
Disney
or is it
CEO.
out there?
It's out there. It's out there. I will be going out there hoping that the high winds that are blanketing the area won't prevent my travel to see Mr. Iger. And by the way, just to make a point here, this is not saying anything one way or the other about the vote. He's going to do the interview.
Either way.
Either way.
Huh. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
Well, I'd be more inclined to do the interview if I won.
Yeah. Well, I think that it's his expectation.
I wanna see if we can get a bounce on Coinbase, guys.
They certainly have had a lot of
I wanna see if we
confidence
can
they
get a
will win.
bounce.
But I just wanted to make it clear that it is not.
You share that
some way.
confidence? I do.
You know, the reporting I've been able to do indicates that they're going to most likely win. I was saying this yesterday.
All right,
on
let's go
Scott's
see
show,
some of the movers
at
that we have this
halftime.
morning. Some of the movies to rally around 12%. See, I've been watching Shopify. That's so funny. All right, 30 minutes. Where are we at?
Because there was this line that said, look, we may not be able to do the number that people thought. And then it turned out it was just because of some change in federal government program, and business is quite good.
That's a crazy head and reversal you have here. Look at that, y'all. That's a crazy head and reversal pattern there on Coinbase. That doesn't look like a Head and Shoulders, but that does. And you have the volume where you want it, except for that day.
A lot of companies have said, you know what, I'm going to get below the 50
Where are we?
threshold, or I'm going to lay off people. I'm not paying them $20 an hour. So there's a place where I heard of unemployment, California.
I mean, a decent story today in the Journal about the discrepancy in terms of measuring where we are.
That stuff just hurts business owners. Amazon, McDonald's, all these other like corporations can afford to pay people all that money, and yeah, I don't know, man. It just sucks. Just awful.
Because the cities are renting because of demand, just overall demand. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's not that I don't trust the numbers. I just think the economy's strong. There isn't any area of the
Pull
economy.
back. Where are we? So we're at 245.86. I gotta hurry up. Guys. Tesla, Paramount, Dave and Buster's did have a really nice. If you guys look at play, you know, I'm gonna write this down right now. Coinbase. I don't really like this setup, but if we do get to 240 on Coinbase and we hold 240, I wouldn't mind trying for a long at 240 on Coinbase. I'm looking at a lot of longs. Like, I mean, that's just kind of how they're setting up. You know.
This is a really durable theme. I'll give you one little anecdote. My CTO comes to me and says I can save the firm $25 million by using these LLMs to improve our efficiency. Now we're a nice sized firm. We're not a huge firm. So imagine what big companies can do, and that's just one thing. Okay, so it gives you a little bit of a look into what's possible.
On top of that, Jim argues that the 4-day work week is coming.
Yeah, that is kind of shocking. I'm not sure where he gets that, but he's Steve Cohen, and I like him very much, always have. I know that Michael Semplis had a piece of
Okay, nice little double top. Pull it back. 240 long. Let's go to the hourly chart. 30 minutes. 15 minutes.
Year 2000. No, right. And having reported throughout that period, it doesn't feel like that now. No. A lot of companies aren't doing better. Again, to your point, you can make an argument all you want about multiples and whether they perhaps are overdone versus the potential growth rate of some of these companies, but we're not talking about a slew of companies that will never make any money. It's the having a business model funded regardless.
15 minute, 240. 242. 242. I mean, this is a nice rejection, guys, up here. This rejection level here, you have to watch 250. That's a crazy rejection there. I just think that it can break up through that. I think it can get up there.
Is the stock market already accounting for the productivity gains of so many companies that eventually will really incorporate the use of large language models of generative AI in their daily operations?
Yeah, I want to see this.
We know that, but it's very much unclear whether it really is gained that much momentum that we can account for it fully. Right. Well, Bill McDermott,
I gotta hurry up.
Say we're nowhere near. Mark Benioff's got some very good new products coming out. Let's say we're nowhere near saturation. It's very early. And look, let's accept that Cohen's interview. Someone found 25 million. I mean, I think that he sells himself short. He would be the first because he's got great people. He didn't mention any individual stocks. That's smart.
All right, so again, I want to look for Coinbase. I'm sorry it's taking me long again. I'm sorry. I've had a little bit of sleep. 245 to 240 long. All right, 245, 240 long. And I want to see if we can get up through 250. and kind of retrace some of this move higher, and see if we can't get up to 255. See if we can't bounce this thing up to 255. If I go look, it looks to me like everything, we have a nice little double top here. You have a head and shoulders there. And 255 would be the neckline. Coinbase long. Long off of 245. Long 245. Man, I want to say 240.
From LA, but it does appear, guys, likely that they are going to prevail in the key shareholder vote that is going to be concluded today with the annual meeting of the company. That will begin at 1 o'clock Eastern. And again, all these different reports about where vote totals are. Do want to stress that you can change your vote till the very end. That has happened occasionally, but I mean, we don't need to have the conversation again, Jimmy. My reporting would
Yeah, 245. I'm just curious if it does try to wick down to 240. That's what I'm trying to look for.
Very interesting. Because I know they're smart guys. They took a look at things. It's not just an absent-minded votes.
Maybe that could be a failed bear flag. But
retail is important here. As I reported yesterday, Disney, I think, confident that they would be able to get a significant percentage of the retail investor base to go their way. Obviously, having lined up the likes of
245 long. And look to take this up to 255. 255, and then 255. Depending on what transpires here, I would like to see that neckline on the hourly chart here, and on a 15-minute, I would like to see us reject 255. I would like to see a rejection of that line right there. That's 250. 245. Yeah, I want to look for a rejection of 255. Maybe, if you do take the long, see if you can get a short at 255. Either wait till it gets up there and short, or because the long might end up carrying you all the way up to 260. The long, I don't know, man. I just think pretty serious level right there at 250. That rejected this morning. So you know what? Actually, if we are looking at the 15-minute chart, I don't feel good. I feel like I gotta throw up. If we open up right where we closed yesterday.
He had some choice words for Bob Iger, as we all know.
Although you wouldn't want to compare Tesla stock to Disney stock since that interview.
No, and the Tesla, the numbers. I mean, how's your free cash flow doing over there?
On Tesla?
Yeah. See the free cash flow on these new numbers?
Well, oh, you mean on the new estimates? Yeah, not looking good.
Jeez, the fulcrum there.
Fast, doesn't
The fulcrum.
Yeah. Tesla shares look like they're poised to decline a couple more percent, but were you surprised that it wasn't a more pronounced decline yesterday based on those numbers?
Yes, although Adam Jonas thought it was not a pronounced.
I'm gonna pee real quick, but I'm gonna stick with that, guys. I'm gonna stick with that.
A couple weeks ago.
So just the flipping negative, but investors digesting the negative volume.
Good point, though, Carl. Good trade if you took it there.
When was the trade? Was it February?
No, it was actually November.
Hey, I've got people on the ground. I've got people on the ground. Cybertruck.
What about?
Managing one.
Sorry, guys. I need to clean these charts up. I needed to get up, do something. You know, I don't blame you guys for not tuning in, or some people for not tuning in. Got a little Red Bull.
Mobile savings are calling. Visit xfinitymobile.com to learn more.
I'm getting hungry, so I'm getting a little tired. Coin actually might sell off. Coinbase might actually sell off. Let me turn this light off real quick because my little girl's trying to sleep. Because it looks like we're going to open up, we're going to open up a little bit below. So we could get a spike and then a rejection and look to actually get short. So I will be neutral on that.
What period of time? 5 years? Yeah, I thought it was fanciful. 80% of all sales, or of all new car sales?
You couldn't replace the installed base that quickly.
All new car sales, 80%.
Whatever it was.
From what is currently, 7% right now? Where are we? Somewhere around?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, I don't know. Look, maybe she's even more of a maybe. I never want to come on air and just say that someone else going to give I say that they're very nice.
Yeah, we could look for this to reject 250. If we could get a bounce to 250. Let's see. So let's look at ARM. Intel's down. They took that trade from us.
Well, the Chinese, we know that. I remember when Bill Ford said it's the greatest, it's the existential threat to us. David, you know that. I know you know that Phil LeBeau's excellent piece in Chile basically showed to the world.
Yeah, that was, I thought, eye-opening for many people, just because, as Phil's pointed out many times, and by the way, not just EVs, they're competing with Chinese on ICE vehicles as well at price points that are far lower. And so, yes, in these off markets, now in the United States, you're not going to be able to buy a Chinese EV. And by the way, our Treasury Secretary on the way over there very soon to discuss that. Perhaps that will be part of the discussion right now has.
I wrote this down Monday. 255, 250. Hold long. It never held.
Sarah may be leading the negotiations. But the question, of course, is they continue to overproduce for domestic consumption in China, therefore surplus of all sorts of goods, not just EVs.
But they did in every industry. They're back to doing what they did in every industry.
I hate when I push backspace and it doesn't do anything.
I could not get Disney to buy land in New Mexico, but the Chinese are buying land in Mexico, like you wouldn't believe. Hey, new president in Mexico, by the way, signed, which is going to be interesting.
There's going to be an election.
Well, she's up by 17 points.
The mayor of Mexico City,
she's up by 17.
One of the candidates.
Yes, but she's a scientist, and it'll be interesting what she does.
We're still on the lookout for more auto sales numbers from Ford today. We'll get that to you as soon as we can. In the meantime, Kramer's Mad Dash and the opening bell after a short break.
Time access. Keep time priced in. Bang. All right.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platform. Bring your trading into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
All right, ARM. I got to be honest. I think we're going to get a rejection on ARM.
Against cyber attacks and protect patient information. But what if they didn't?
This is what it feels like when cyber criminals breach your network. With CrowdStrike, you get AI and industry-leading intelligence that keep you ahead of modern adversaries, detecting threats and preventing breaches before they happen.
Look to see if we get like a 125 rejection on ARM. All right, 125 rejection on ARM, and remember yesterday, like CrowdStrike, Palo Alto had a really good day. You know, ARM does feel like you could get another 128 test. I think we'll have to wait and see. I think it's still too early to tell. But 125, 128 short.
The biggest earnings, biggest announcements,
The data and the perspective.
you get the first analysis that's going to move the market.
And we'll take that down to the 50-day. We'll ride that to try to break, you know, into new lows. We got 10 minutes. Let's go look and see where the SPY and everything is. I haven't looked at Google. I haven't really looked at really... Alright, so we are pulling back here. So the markets have a little room to pull back, at least on the Qs or the SPY.
Why? Because the input costs are going down, but the actual price of chickens, no. This is your worst nightmare, right? If you're the Fed.
Yeah, pull it back and see if we can get a bounce.
Of course, Costco slaughters like 2 million chickens a week. Costco downgraded today.
I mean, I don't like that reversal that we put in yesterday, which makes it suck.
And I'm calling it as I see it.
It's not bad. It's only been down 2% for the year.
Can we see like a 5-year on Tyson, please? Yeah, about a 5-year. Because this has been horrendous. I mean, one of the worst run companies in. No, this is what I'm talking about. It's traded down. Yeah. But I'm now saying.
Watch the 20-day on the SPY.
But I use it as a metaphor, David.
Excuse me.
For companies that are not lowering prices, even though their input costs are going down. That's what I worry about.
Oh, that's...
Okay, but your point
That's
here is
why.
they're not lowering prices,
To the final consumer.
and they should be.
I think they should, but they're not. Yeah, they're not a non-profit.
No.
Right. So, but this is the profitable companies are trying to do this. By the way, I'm also calling. I was to say they're Hershey. I think cocoa price is too high at the moment. Hershey could be good, despite GOP has one. I'm just a fan of good stories. And then on Disney, I like the I like the theme parks.
That's great.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a bounce in the overall markets here.
No, I say buy the stock. I just wish that I want people to pay less at the supermarket because I am, in the end, a populist.
Yes, you're all
And a
about
dollar sign represented by a man.
prices. All right, we got an opening bell about 4.5 minutes from now. And don't forget, of course, you can always catch this anytime.
Dude, you gotta be kidding me, bro. This opening, like, this chart shit is really gonna piss me the fuck off here. I mean, it's not like you can see anything anyway.
Faber brings you the latest from Disney's annual meeting. Crucial insights for investors. All-day team coverage from every angle continues on CNBC.
That's good, that's good.
You don't need to go to Vegas.
So we have ARM, Reddit, Baidu. I didn't look at this morning. I also didn't cover some of the news. We had Palo Alto yesterday.
With easy deposits and quick withdrawals, all within the Fanatics
This small thing is the next big thing in diabetes. It shows your glucose, predicts where it's headed, just like that. Not magic, it just feels better.
All right, Palantir pulled back a little bit.
Coming up at 9:45.
Remember, 10 o'clock.
Nice shot. Taker. Who programmed you?
I'll see you tomorrow.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. 100 innovative companies, 1 ETF. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
All right, we're going to dump retail, cancel work from home, slash payouts and bonuses. This should be good enough for a nice little raise for me. That's ridiculous. I'm Steve, the founder of Sterling Shire. We're the first firm to offer everybody 100% payout and 100% remote. And the best part is, we're hiring. Now that's something to celebrate.
23 might look like a really good resistance level for Palantir.
How will your investments stay resilient? We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward, anticipating risks, and trusted to manage over $1 trillion in assets worldwide. Solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
The opening bell is
All right, guys, 1 minute.
a leader in income, alternatives, and responsible investing.
Watching shares of Intel this morning down in the pre-market after the earnings closed. Financials for its semiconductor manufacturing business as did reveal an operating
Good luck today, everybody.
$7 billion in 23, Jim, although they think this is probably the peak year of losses.
Yeah, I don't trust it. I mean, I think that this was they had a chance to kind of give us that. David Singer, by the way, CFO, is a very serious guy, so I'm not trying to say that they bagged us, but you know, we did have John Ford there next in the interview. Might have been a good time to say things are a little, maybe the cost a little too high. Now everyone's been saying the cost is too high except for Intel. So I mean, what's the deal here? There isn't anyone who thinks that they can.
Yep, pull it right back off the bell, baby.
Secretary Raimondo is doing a
Pull it right off the bell.
so that they do, but I think that the differences in cost between here and Taiwan Semi, what Morris Chang was saying when he started that company in 55, is that you're not going to be able to beat them. And if you at least
Oh my God, that was so loud, bro. That was so loud. Look, there's your pop right on Tesla, right off the bell, guys. Right off the bell. I knew it. Fuck. We have a huge gap above us. Bro, come on. Sorry that was so loud. All right, Tesla. Where are we looking to get to again? Looking at a 170 call. I'm looking at a 170 call on Tesla. I knew it. Give me the pullback. Please.
Here in the United States, let's go within the numbers to look at some of the key segments that people are focused on. And we're going to start first off with EV sales rising 86%. Now, you could sit there and say, well, look, it's coming off of a lower number base from last year. 86% is not that impressive. You look at the sales within that, Mustang Mach-E, now the third best-selling electric vehicle in this country. Huge year in terms of when, or huge quarter in terms of when they knocked down the prices. That boosted sales there. Ford is now number 3 among automakers in the U.S. after Tesla and Hyundai in terms of EV sales. And then there are the hybrid sales, up 42%.
Are we going to get a 128 long on ARM, guys?
Not just with Ford, but with other automakers.
Fuck, it's already up to 140. Fuck, Tesla's up. I knew it.
EVs, well, Ford was up 42%. The market overall up 45%.
Fuck.
That's hybrids. EV sales in the first quarter for the market overall up just 3%.
Yo, are you kidding me? A $30 spread, bro?
Right now, it is hybrids. Hybrids are in demand, and that's reflected in Ford. Q1 hybrids up 42%. The market overall up 45%. Guys, back to you.
Bro, the volume is trash. The volume is trash, guys.
Pricing and charging. David, if you had to boil it down. One, on average, the transaction price on a hybrid is about $5,000 less than pure EV.
So those are already at 130 on Tesla. I'm looking at the 170 calls.
I think there are a lot of people, David, who eventually want to go electric. Eventually. They don't want to do it right now when it comes to public charging. That is inadequate.
The 130 calls, guys.
Don't need to go fully electric right now. And the choices, you got Toyota out there, which dominates this market. I mean, these are not, you don't have to wrap your head around saying, well, this is a new
Dude,
EV.
that's a sick trade. Did anybody get it? Yo, holla at me. Where y'all at? What's up, Chris? Did anybody take that Tesla call? Let's fucking go, man.
Phil's interesting. The PE of Ford is still 6 and change. I don't think people realize that maybe with the aversion to EV, the stock has just come off maybe.
All right, Target's 170. It's pivot low.
Problems, an existential problem that people think they can, U.S. will import Chinese vehicles.
Right here. 170 is the target. You'll be in the money. Dude, come on, bro.
If you are an established automaker in this country, you are looking at the Chinese and saying, okay, what are we going to do? It's going to have to be trade protection. Otherwise, you will see the Chinese set up.
I would be taking some profits up there. It's gonna hurt you. It's gonna hurt you.
Unless there are trade barriers that are put in place. Because otherwise, they'll come in far cheaper than what we see in the market right now. Not just for U.S. automakers, but all automakers in terms of what they're selling here in this country.
Meantime, Phil, March overall average selling price was the biggest decline ever recorded in the month of March, right? This is for industry.
Yep. Yes, the industry is definitely normalizing in that regard, Carl. And you're also seeing increasingly people are saying, before, because they were limited with the chip supply over the last couple of years, you really had to buy the top end. You really didn't have much of a choice. The automakers, realizing that they have more supply, are coming in with lower trim levels, and that has people saying, I don't want to spend.
And again, guys, sorry that the morning was so boring. The morning show was so boring. Again, I was a little tired. I just was getting frustrated. I need to clean my charts up. There's a second entry there. Come on, man. Give me a little pullback. Give me a little further pullback again. Give it to me. The volume's not that great. What time is it? It's 9:36. Okay. We just opened up. It's only been 6 minutes. Pull it back, Tessie. Pull it back. Come on, man. Give it. I want, like, that one. I would like to get, like, 110, 120. Man, there was another shot at 120 right there. Again, I like Tesla to try to get back up to 170. That's just my personal opinion. So it should pull back here.
I mean, Silver Lake obviously controls the vote.
I did have Amazon on my list.
Management team at Endeavor is rolling in, and there's no majority minority vote here. They're like, no, we're not doing that. No vote. It's done. The vote is taken care of. That was in the release yesterday.
That volume is really low. It looks good, but it's really low.
Michael Dell's family office. DFO is what that goes by, and you know, obviously Silver Lake and Dell have a long history together, namely partnering to take Dell private many years ago. And you may recall, of course, that Carl Icahn had a problem with the price they were paying, and that did need a vote, caused them a lot of headaches. So this time, no vote. Also, something we're pointing.
Come on, man, pull back. All right, guys, I want to look for a 165 entry on Tesla. A pullback into 165. Fuck, I think it just did it right there. It just did it right there. I'd like to try to get through and up to yesterday's high. Motherfucker, yo.
That is part of that endeavor. It just was, hey, why not take as much time or get as much time as we can in the contract? But they do expect they will close it in 24, perhaps as soon as the fall. So
167.
they got it $26 on a 27.50 deal.
167.
You can figure
167.
Go privates we've seen in a very long time. Not rolling in TKO the way they want you to, but even at 13 mil, it's a big number. Required, as we talked about, why it took so long. The financing, the equity financing, just took a while to get a lot of it together, Jim.
You know, it's interesting, David. I'm not going to comment directly on Endeavor because they're my agent, but
Yo, is this the 170s? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Watch that volume, though, man. That's a little worrisome. Man. I don't know what to do. I could push it right now. I could get in it. I'm going to give it a minute. I'm going to give Tesla a minute. Fuck, watch it just start plowing higher. So we're rejecting. You're rejecting VWAP now. It's technically a low volume pullback off the bell. Is there something I'm missing? Is there something I'm missing? Fuck, come on, give me my shit up here. Fuck, I don't want to screw myself. Man, this thing just feels weak, guys. Just feels weak. I feel like since I feel like it's a wrong thing to do, we should get long. Oh my god, I'm so close to getting in. I'm so close. I just feel like it might fall out of bed though. Like I don't want to be...
Your concern is that it will ultimately result in fewer jobs.
Well, I just hitherto thought that they're great productivity creators. I still believe that, and that's the ServiceNow Salesforce model. But when I hear about their incredible superiority,
it might just chop as well. Like,
I think that if I were to start a new company, I would hire far fewer people. I'm not saying I'd fire people once you have them.
I want to try to get that. Bro, what is going on? I would like to try and get the I better watch because I'm gonna get in. Fuck! No! Okay. I still think we go higher, guys. I do. I think we can get to 170. I might just put it on, and
So you're folding in robotics.
I think the robots that I saw, not the ones that couldn't pick up the
the ones that weren't mixing the drinks properly.
That robot had no game whatsoever. I was behind the counter. I'm going to be behind the counter on
So
Thursday.
what robots did you see that are making you think that it's coming?
Well, no, this is the vision that I got.
All right, should be right now.
Because these are not powered by Blackwell.
All right, I'm in it. I took it. I took Tesla. It might fall now, guys, so watch out. Fuck, man, I might be doing the bat. I might not do what's best, but wow, I paid $114 for that. That's sad.
So now we're back to Cohen's thesis of
It's still under VWAP.
and golf and things we're going to do with our extra time.
Cohen was spot on. That was a great interview.
No, 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 no. Bro.
Pictures, David, who I happen to love, for some people who are like players to be named later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he's still paying a lot of their contracts.
Yeah, he paid out.
Yeah, he's paying.
Bro, I'm out of it because I accidentally fucking hit the order on it. God damn it, bro. I had the order up to keep a tight stop on this. Yes, we have the ISM stuff at 10 o'clock. I don't think this news is going to be market moving. I just completely fucked that trade up, bro, badly.
It's because you can speak to the computer. You don't need to learn code. You don't need to go to school.
Piece of shit, bro.
Shifted people out of dangerous jobs into jobs that are safer. And there's a lot of dangerous jobs.
All right, so there we go. This is where we should be a buyer. Down right there, 164.25. Bang, you should get the reversal. It's a good thing I got out of that. I knew that was going to happen. But like right now, they're just running it down because you need to bring in some buyers here. I think it needs to pull back even further. I still want to be a buyer, guys. I do. I still want to be a buyer.
Nobody could be Cary Grant.
Well, okay, I'm using
Robots is going to become Cary Grant. Greatest movie star.
You can make someone look like Cary Grant, talk like Cary Grant, star, and that will be a robot. You can't tell the robots from the people.
You can't tell the robots from the people.
You can't tell the robots from the people. You can't. In the new iterations, the robots look just like people. Famous people. Lincoln.
Yeah, this is part of why
Can I become Cary Grant?
I'm telling you, Lincoln, the guy, Lincoln who had extra tickets to American, I didn't know he had extra tickets to American Cousin.
Hey, Jim, more
He had a couple extra tickets though.
More short term, Alta's underperforming today, presenting at the JP Morgan Retail Conference. Since the 2 months into the
All right, let me not worry about Tesla right now. Let's not even focus on that thing because all right, Amazon doesn't. What has volume, man? That's what I want to know. What has volume today?
What's incredible about Ulta is that this had been the way
Like, is it Disney? Is it
a product that even got Estee Lauder in there. So that's surprising.
Disney doesn't even have volume. Amazon,
mentioned the Haskett downgrade of 5 cost, Dollar Tree and Lowe's.
Google.
Costco's having a terrific time. Five Below not doing well. I want to see, before we get too crazy, Dave & Buster's had a very good quarter with a -7 comp. Simple Play, that's doing
Look at Ford.
That stock was up 6 pre-market.
Look at Ford, guys. Look at Ford. It's got a ton of volume.
But that's his rates, right? I don't know.
That's a ton of selling pressure too, though.
It was up 1.4%. City moving up again. City, man, what a year. 23% gain. We talked about it earlier in the week. And Warren
Goldman Sachs, nice little bounce here. You could probably take that back up to 418. But it's overdone. I think she's already overdone. I think Goldman Sachs is already overdone, in my opinion. That doesn't mean that it has to pull back. I can't fucking believe that, bro. I'm so pissed, bro. I'm so pissed about that.
We're getting ISM services in about 15, but first some PMIs. Let's get back to Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Yes, these are S&P Global. Now, this is the services and deposit. These are final reads. These will replace the readings of a couple of weeks ago. 51.7 was the mid-month read. It remains a at 51.7. What is noteworthy here, 14 consecutive months over 50. Obviously, the service side is humming along better than the...
Oh, there's our rejection on arm, too. 128.
Of the year. As a matter of fact, you have to go back to, well, December of last year to find a lower number, but
120.
still all above 50. Now, if you look at the composite, there was a subtle change.
Fucking piece of fucking shit, motherfucker, yo.
Consecutive readings above 50, and all of them are hovering right in the 52 range, January, February, and this March final. Yields, wow. Yields have zoom. Yesterday's close was technically significant. The highest yield close of the year for many of the treasuries outside of 2-year. 432-ish was the double top in 10s. We've taken that out. Looks like 4.5 is coming quickly. And we still have ISM services PMIs to come up at the top of the hour. Many traders like the annual look at those a bit better. Squawk on the street will return after a short break.
Did anything happen? Netflix with the bounce. Coin. So Coin did get its bounce. I liked that one. We said 155, 150, right? 245 long to 255. Let's go look at the fucking heat map real quick. This thing better be on.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Why does it look weird?
GoDaddy Arrow helps you get your business online in minutes with the power of AI. With the perfect name, a great logo.
Alright, so energy's pulling back a little bit. Gold and everything is still green. Came in with a gap up. It should probably pull back. This is your bounce back for the banks.
This sweet deal. I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival.
I knew it would.
Your guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market outlook plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
And give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track. If your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call.
Call 1-800-213-5317.
2-in-1 CoQ10 and healthy blood pressure support? We've got you covered. Thanks to the dual ingredients in Super Beats' most advanced heart chew yet. New Super Beats Advanced by Human. Now infused with CoQ10.
Make sure you got something there, man. You know, it's. I think you gotta wait for Apple to get up to that gap at 169.95. I would art.
Get a free month supply on all bundles at superbeatsadvanced.com.
Yeah, I would watch out. This, yeah, if you see it break, do it. You know, right now it's not my day. Today just isn't my day. I can instinctively feel it. I didn't have a good morning. Just I'm thrown off. I don't know if it's the storms coming through. I don't know what it is. It's just, maybe it's just that I'm human and it's just one of those days. Fucking balance here. I did not do any research on DraftKings yet. ARM, Coin. What else do we have? Datadog, still there. ABIO is going.
We're watching the developments of this earthquake in Taiwan overnight, the biggest earthquake there in about a quarter century. Several killed and others injured. Micron has said, and Taiwan 72, we're watching for signs of some chip making production being curtailed. Maybe better.
Look at Micron. I told you guys I should have bought the fucking dip. Fuck. This thing's a monster, man. The volume isn't that great right now. I would watch this level right here at 125 and see if it can break through it or not. It might be able to.
With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and
Piece of shit, motherfucker.
So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Introducing the core collection from Dior.
Do we fight it? Do we fight it and try to get short right here at 125? What do you guys think? Should we be stupid and do that? AMD? Oversold? Or overbought, I guess. That might be a nice little area for AMD.
Go commando in confidence with the core collection from Dior.
What's this?
I'm not playing around today, bro. I'm just going after it. I'm gonna go after it. I should have left that trade on yesterday with Palantir, guys, but it was so slow. It really was. You know, those contracts were 30 cents with a 29-cent ask. Literally, we got in at 15 cents, and it closed. They were at yesterday's at the close yesterday for 100% gain. It was just too slow for me. It was just moving way too slow.
Today's money mover, PIMCO economist Tiffany Wilding. Her take on the Fed's next move, market outlook, growth strategies for your money. Now, Carl Quintanilla, Sarah Eisen, Money Movers, 11 Eastern, CNBC.
Hey, do you have mattresses for people who lost theirs on the highway somewhere between their old house and the new house? Ooh, yeah.
Celebrate at American Freight as we mark 30 years. Save
Look, there you go. You got your pullback and your bounce.
$600 on this Queen mattress for $399.99 and get it home today with delivery options to meet your needs. Visit AmericanFreight.com to shop, find us
Arm
today,
sitting
and enter
still.
for your chance to win a $500 store credit.
Baba. Baidu.
When I was your age, we hadn't had anything like this. What, Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi that works all over the house.
Intel. How is Intel going down further? That's some pretty serious volume, too.
Dreams do come true. Xfinity gives you reliable Wi-Fi with wall-to-wall coverage on all your devices, even when
It's down a lot further. I figured Intel was done. Oh, shit.
fast, reliable speeds right where you need them. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 5G network.
I mean, you might have some room. You're already there at $40. You're already there.
SoFi, Needham comes out today with a piece saying, listen, $10 targets, that things are getting better there. It's Anthony Noto. That's a great relief to people who were concerned that perhaps there was a convert that was done that issued a lot of stock and really crushed it. So maybe this is the comeback. I hope.
Yesterday, you said that you thought we were at a pivotal moment.
Yeah, I just think
I don't know, Kramer. It looks like it's overbought. He's saying this might be what. Hopefully, this is where the rubber meets the road. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Let's see. What are the indexes doing? I could always rely on the S&Ps and the Qs to give me some to pay me.
Thinking about what Steve Cohen said in AI and hoping that people realize that you can stop selling NVIDIA. You can stop selling the ones that are related to AI. AI's been terrible so far in the last few days. But, you know, it's soggy. Market's soggy.
None of this is on the watch list, though.
We've been having an industrial sell-off, and maybe that's a good sign.
How about tonight?
All right, so I've got David's favorite.
So Tesla's still making new lows. I had a feeling I should have never rushed into that. It felt weak. I should have took it when I wanted to take it, 120 to 160 on those contracts, and then just took it off right up at that area. I should have just scalped it, but you know, I kind of want to wait for it to pull back, let it hold, and try to take a long on it. Maybe I need to wait for the sector like Ford. Ford is was pretty strong.
Jim, busy week. We'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. When we come back, more breaking economic data with some ISM services in a moment.
Trading at Schwab
Coming up, the ISM non-manufacturing PMI for March 52.8 to consensus.
Get an expanding library.
There we go. So the sector's a little red. Ford's green. We have Ford green. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's look at the indexes. So Amazon did not hold. Everything just seems to be weak. All right, Q's underneath 440. Just gonna use the big chart for right now. Dude, I want to see if we can get ourselves a bounce, man. We need some type of bounce and recovery. They're just gonna take it. And we said what? 438? That was the range? I thought I put a box. I guess I got rid of it. 438, 435. Yep, here she goes. Here she goes. Let's see if we can get a pullback into 538 real quick on the Qs. Volume's drying up a little bit, which is good. Let's go see what our friends are doing. So the Dow is up at yesterday's close. That's a good sign. Now, what do we say the IWM's doing? Is it hot? It's not good. It's not good. That's not good. That's really not good because now they're all leading us down. They're all leading us down. Unless they can bounce, but I don't see that happening right now. I think we let these markets pull back for a little bit. At least that's what I'm going to do. And then I'll look to try to catch a bounce. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go ahead with the short.
If you want to drive growth, Boulder is the place to be.
Facing soaring success and critical change.
I think our biggest challenge is managing the growth that's in place.
Championing profits, navigating perils in the new American West. Cities of Success, Denver and Boulder. Premieres April 11th, 10 Eastern, CNBC.
All right, here we go. 1 minute. You have some data from ISM services.
51.4 versus 52.8.
51. Oh my God. Oh my God. Get the fuck out of here. I knew it. Look at Tesla.
S&P futures now spiking on that.
Oh my God. And I was already long. And I was aiming long.
52.62 now.
Oh my God.
Turning positive following the
You gotta be fucking kidding me. I knew it, man. I need to trust myself. I fucking knew it, man. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
continuing here now.
Look at this. And Tesla's gonna go to 170. Well, I said it. I said it. I said it. I didn't think that this data was going to do that. That I did not say. I did not think ISM Services was going to do this. But I knew we were setting up to go long. Like, I felt it. I'm like, dude, this market's overdone. Like, in a big way. Like, it's saying that she wants to go higher. I tried to position myself long. I told you, bro. I told you, man. I mean, I don't know if I'm saying it or not. Like, I don't know what comes out of my mouth versus what's going on in here. But I'm like, yo, I feel like we need to let these markets just do what they do and go for a long. I knew it, man. I fucking knew it. Like, these kind of things you'll sense and be able to tell over time. It just, this stuff takes time. And I went long. I was going to stay in it for a little bit, but I never, but I ended up hitting, everything for a sell because I was trying to get a scalp. Motherfucker, yo. I fucking knew it. I don't know what to do now. Can I spend a little bit? You know, I just, see, here's the thing. Now you got to worry about buying too far out of the money. Man, those 170s, I entered those at low 100s. Now they're up 20. That's already 20% on an increase in volume. Oh my God. Give me a pullback to VWAP, please. I mean, Tesla can just remain weak. I just feel like, man, 170 is a really nice level for Tesla to bounce back to, and then decide whether or not it wants to move lower. I knew it, man. I just didn't think, man. I did not think that these were going to do that.
December that. Now let's go back to the headline number at 51.4. That was actually the weakest since December. We just went over prices paid on the employment side, considering we have an employment number on Friday, and today's ADP was a bit stronger than expected. Many saying it's responsible for yields, but really it's a lot of technical features in the Treasury complex. 48.5 unemployment, that's back-to-back readings under 50. And finally, on new orders, 54.4, that's the weakest read of the year. So these numbers aren't stellar, but the drop in prices paid trumps everything. And
yeah.
Right before that break, we were hovering over 200 basis points higher yield than the equivalent German 10-year maturity in the Eurozone. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, Rick, thank you very much. Rick Santelli, this is just the kind of number that the market is craving right now. It's weaker than expected on services, which is the hot part of the economy. But
it's Jordan Belfort.
So it's not recessionary,
fucking
but
dumbass.
it's weaker. And the prices paid, as Rick pointed out, which is an inflation metric, is a bit weaker. That's why the market likes it and is rallying off these kind of numbers.
Here.
Look, the other big story of the day is jobs, because we're going to get a jobs report on Friday. The expectation is around
Spotify to increase prices, introduce new pricing options.
The private sector read came in a bit firm.
Yeah, we're trying to go green now.
Jobs added in the month of March. That was more than expected. And it was actually the biggest jump in hiring in July, since last July, led by leisure and hospitality. Few things to pull out from here. Number one, it's coming from big firms. Big jobs are the big hirers right now. So maybe perhaps a sign of
Spotify might have a little bit of room. All right, Sarah. Sarah, I've had enough, bro. I've had enough, dude. I've had enough. Like a mouse. 299. Seems like a really nice area here for Spotify to get to. Just be careful because it's already up 7%. All right. Don't ask me what the hell goes on with the freaking mouse and the clicking. Like, I can't even breathe on this thing. It's freaking garbage. It's just one of those days. It's just one of those days. That's all it is. Just gotta let it be. Let it be. So let's go see the heat map and see what sectors are going higher or lower. Meta's doing pretty good. Spotify, so this sector for the most part. GE, Industrial's doing really well. Fuck that. I don't. Core Bridge Financial, go. CAT, so your Dow names that might help Goldman Sachs. Microsoft still poop. It's just garbage. Garbage of a company, or garbage of a stock, I mean. Intel obviously down. Semiconductors trying to go red or go green. Automotive, auto manufacturers in the slumps. That's what happens when they try to go EV. Eli Lilly having a nice day today. Eli Lilly having a really nice day today. We could look at TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors, going higher.
It was a pleasant surprise, and now the market is betting on a June cut from the ECB. They're more confident about a June cut than a Fed cut.
Like, I wouldn't mind trying to take ARM if semiconductors are going to rally. I gotta get ahead. We gotta get ahead of this move. A lot of volatility is here, though. We gotta get it now.
However, good to see the headline come down. Good to see the core go below 3% at 2.9% for Europe.
Like AMD.
For a central bank, and also I would say for the Fed, because these things have been correlated. And then I don't know.
That's some low volume.
0.72.
Still coming up into resistance. So this small square is going to be the 50-day moving average, which would be your resistance. So be careful. If we do get up there, I may try to take a short and leave it on for the rest of the week, because I feel like this is a low volume bounce on semiconductors, at least on AMD. Look for that rejection. 2. Man, I fucking knew it. I told you guys. I said it. Let the market pull back a little bit. I did not know it was going to be the data. I'm like, yo, we need to let it pull back. Go for the long. And I did not know it was going to be the data. I didn't. And look, here's our 165 attempt for Tesla. See if 165 holds. Watch for this 165. See this? It keeps getting overdone on a time frame. Like the 5 minute, 3 minute, 2 minute. It just gets overdone. It just has this powerful move, and it just takes everything and it gets overdone. So. And it's not going to hold. It's got to hold VWAP. It's got to hold VWAP. That's a double top. Clear double top. Doesn't get any more clearer than that. Not sure why I'm still fooling with my screens here, because I saved them. I saved everything, so it should just automatically save. But that would be too difficult. That would be too hard. I want to try to take Tesla to 170. I do. You see, like right here, Tesla only bounced a few dollars before it was overdone. Right? Like from here, this is like 170, 175. It just went $5. So it'll probably have an inside out type of day. And again, I got to apologize because this mouse is garbage and I got to buy a new one. They have what's her name on CNBC right now. All right, so low volume pullback. See if you get VWAP to hold. I think they're going to try and suck everybody back in on it.
So we increased our earnings forecast primarily on just the health of corporate margins. And I think it's kind of nice to see that corporate America has been able to navigate 9% inflation, then, 4%. I mean, this has been a wild roller coaster of CPI prints, but margins have been shockingly stable.
Looks like the S&Ps they were leading. All right, I'm going to look elsewhere. ARM, Palantir, Palantir. I think Palantir should pull back. ARM. What are some ideas, guys? What do you guys have? What kind of ideas do you guys have?
And you want to own the companies that are buying this stuff to do things better. And where we are in that trajectory, we might be early in some industries and later in others, but we've already seen
Amazon. Yeah, I might look at that too. The thing is like the volume was poop. The volume was poop for some reason, man. There's like no volume in this thing today.
Now you don't need a Python programmer because you have AI to program for you.
She said you don't need a Python programmer. Yeah, you do. Trust me. Yeah, you do.
That's already happened. Are you not afraid, Savita, of rising treasury yields and a stronger dollar, which is really starting to manifest itself? Yeah, no, I am. I think that's the risk.
Amazon's getting ready to be oversold.
The upside risk in rates is really on the long end. The short end, I think 5% is manageable. Even if we get no cuts this year, I think it'll
Be careful on Amazon.
But on the long end, I mean, if you think about it,
Just be careful.
demand for treasuries are gone. I mean, it used to be like who was buying
Microsoft
China, Japan.
might be able to take a little long. Man, it's already went though. You could take a long on Microsoft here. Maybe look to get to that gap up at like 424, but that's not really a trade that, you know, you want 426.
Starting to percolate with your average investor. The idea of a positive growth surprise, which wasn't on the table last year, is now becoming part of the conversation.
Finally, FT did a piece this week looking at corporate bond issuance, arguing that a lot of the frequent issuers are front-loading the year, hedging election risk. Does that mean that people will try to book gains ahead, or at least in the...
Ahead of the election? Yeah, I mean, so our rule of thumb, which has worked almost every election year, so it probably won't work this year, is that volatility in the VIX picks up from July to November ahead of an election.
Yeah, watch this resistance zone on Microsoft.
And then come November, regardless of
Looks like it's just going to chop back and forth.
rally just on that uncertainty removal. So I think that could be the sort of the playbook. You know, obviously we'll wait and see, and we know very little about the election.
Man, I am not letting fucking today go by without doing something.
Is that the two things that both sides agree on are moving IP out of China back to the U.S.
I fucking knew it. What an asshole. What a whole asshole, man.
Both of which are pro-cyclical.
It's got some volume.
You know, pro-U.S.
SPY does have volume, guys.
Those are basically
Yeah, man.
reasons that we're bullish on cyclicals and, you know, kind of the idea
I'd go with like 520. Yeah, 521.
it's whatever, you know, 11th, 12th, I don't know what year it is now, of the S&P just
521.
Savita, thanks. You remained closely. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Let's see what the leader is.
As we had to break, here is our roadmap for the rest of the hour. What hedge fund manager Stu Cohen is saying about
So industrials are leading you higher. You know, you are getting a bounce. Everything. Healthcare is bouncing back. Meta. Netflix is ripping, guys. That's one that was mentioned this morning. Mentioned Netflix this morning, and there she goes.
Estimated 70 million Americans. Now, a Texas-based NASDAQ company called Nexxen
And that's it.
NXL has developed
And that's about it.
solution to address this multi-billion-dollar sleep problem. Nexxen's neurostimulation
623.
could
That's
solve
it.
America's chronic
I'd be out of that trade.
and that would be worth a fortune. Sometimes small companies disrupt an entire industry. Nexxen, stock symbol NXL.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech.
Yeah, I think Tesla's getting ready to call it a day here.
Front and rear.
Man, it's so weird. It'll just end up consolidating and not paying you. Watch Coinbase also. There you go. Coinbase 255. We said it's at 255 right now.
Air and Electric is the area's most trusted choice for home services.
Nice job, buddy.
We're proud to offer a
Nice job.
If you purchase a new air conditioner, you will get a furnace free. That's right, a free furnace with the purchase of a new air conditioner. Don't miss this incredible offer. If you're in need of a new system, now is the perfect time to upgrade. To learn more about this great offer, contact the professionals at Harris Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric today.
You've got Xfinity Wi-Fi at home. Take it on the go with Xfinity Mobile. Customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speed up to a gig in millions of locations. Plus, buy one unlimited.
Everything worked out. You just had to be patient. Everything worked out this morning. Literally, everything. All of my stuff were longs. Right? Just about everything I had was a long, except ARM. ARM, I said 128. If it can get up to like 128, which would have been a long. You know, you got a little double bottom here. You still got a few dollars left. These spreads are just ass. Like they're freaking ass. Like look, somebody's sitting in there. The last fill, $1.26. The bid's at 112 and the ask is at 124. They already paid too much, like retards. Like that's crazy. That's. Yeah. I think it's coming. I think it's coming, but I would give it a little bit. Yeah, you could. It's close. Let's do it. Maybe we could play UVXY.
By every conceivable financial measure, the company is down. I don't know how a board.
You just have to watch because 519.50 could be support, and you're starting to get VWAP up there.
Betting on putting somebody in the boardroom that could potentially be highly disruptive and change the future
I
course
may.
of Walt Disney Company.
And look, the thing is, man, you guys got to remember, like, how important the volume is. And it's really on one today. Let's see. Let me do this real quick.
And to remind you, this did start back in January of last year. That was when you heard actually Pelt say, you know, the proxy fight is Willie Matt.
I don't know. I have no idea. This thing is okay. I guess it's going. TV's going to go out. I know. That's. I feel exactly the same way. I feel like I am a little burnt out. Yeah. Let's look for it. Let's see if we can get the rejection up here. At 120.75, 520. Not 120, but 520. I'm looking at the SPY.
Shareholders care about, which is a higher stock price, but of course the stock has gone up recently, and that may really be one key reason why, as we've been reporting, Disney does seem poised to emerge victorious from this battle.
That sounds good.
Has been the long-term underperformance against
And look, bro, if Tesla just grinds higher to 170 today, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be pissed. It's still at 120, so you haven't been getting paid unless you bought correctly.
And/or our company actually doesn't look so great either when you compare it to Comcast, even though a lot of different businesses there, but parts are one of them.
60.
And I think executive compensation also entered into the conversation.
Gotta
here.
watch that.
Disney is poised to win. It does. I am curious as to where that is coming from. Who's leaking it? Bill Ackman tweeted last night about the fact that, you know, he pointed the finger at Disney as far as leaking information about institutional shareholders voting in favor of Disney, why Disney would do that, and whether that's even allowed by SEC rules for them to do that.
Yeah, I know Ackman always has to be a part of the conversation, but
that is a good point.
Well, it's not clear to me that he's right, that Disney is behind the leaking. I think I'd leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. Could be the shareholders themselves.
Well, you got another activist in there as well. Blackwell's, they have access to all the information also. So, you know, and I think Disney does know very seriously that it's not necessarily a good look. All that being said,
I'm looking at 160 puts on Tesla. I'm thinking about it, man. If we can get some volume here, I just don't like how choppy it is. You had an up day yesterday. You have a higher low.
Right, that still is almost half of the shareholder base
conversation right here with Wolf Research Peter Supino. Peter, tomorrow it all starts over again, so to speak. Disney can move its attention to the future. What, in your opinion, is sort of key for the company as this year unfolds from here without the distraction of a proxy fight?
I like the way you started that conversation, and I appreciated in your video role before this.
All right.
James Gorman's comment that so much of this
You just gotta watch, man. This thing.
we're looking and it is time to look forward. I think this annual meeting
Let's do it.
and this proxy battle is based on real substance, and it's fascinating.
Let's do it. Let's see. So that's a fail hold. That's it's a hold VWAP.
The stock price is certainly
Held VWAP.
analytically we should too.
Kind of a cup and handle there.
Its stock price is saying what?
Low volume pullback.
Is a generous enough stock price that it's discounting a huge improvement in profitability at Disney, and that really was the primary bone of contention in this proxy fight. And so I'm making the case that the stock price has begun to look forward, and it's time for the conversation about Disney too as well.
Right, and so they're going to have to.
Time. It's already 10:30. Stupid fuck.
Being able to deliver on the promise of profitability, for example, in the direct-to-consumer business.
That's the number one.
Yeah, it's what I'm looking for on Tesla.
Succession issues are important.
Well, I need some volume though.
They won't be resolved in the next
Like I don't know.
They shouldn't be
I need to
resolved
just
in the
take it.
next few months. The streaming profitability and broadly the media segment.
I feel like I may have been correct the first time, and it needs a little bit of time
But demonstrated progress at Disney.
before it's ready.
Numbers in 2022, when Trian first took a position in Disney, Disney's operating profit was negative 3.4 billion.
So I had a feeling it was going to pop up there.
That number was actually worse or better than the underlying reality of the business because Disney's cash programming spend.
Sorry.
Money was spent on cash.
All right. What do we have? Let's go look at the basics.
So really the cash losses were great.
AMD
Today we're forecasting
ripping higher, coming up into resistance. Rivian, lower high, Palantir. Palantir's still going. Still going. That's wild.
The backdrop, of course, continues to be the continued decline.
Oh, she's laying down.
Legacy media business, so to speak. I hate to say that, of course, because it includes the likes of what you're hearing right now. What are your forecasts?
NASDAQ Composite, so MU. Man, I was right about Micron.
In terms of cord cutting, when many thought it would start to at least die down, does it get worse before there's any sort of plateauing?
Prior to this conversation, I was refreshing in our Disney model, and I observed that in the same time period, 2022 through
Coinbase.
2026, that I just mentioned, past the forecast.
Excuse me. All right, 255, 255, 255, 255. Coinbase is at 255. If you didn't hear. Let's see if we can get a rejection up here on man, that's a lot of volume. That's a lot of volume there. I'm going to sit here and watch Coinbase for a little bit because I feel like you have a reverse head and shoulders happening right here. And I'm kind of curious if I can take that short on Coinbase right here at 254.55. This thing should be overextended. Where are the Qs at? That's really the question. You have a double top on the daily.
For sure, and they will play out. The importance of governance will play out over the next few years. The most recent scuttlebutt is that the successor will come from within Disney, and there are several credible candidates.
Was that Tesla that just did that?
Will do so with a heightened sensitivity to what went wrong last time, and as they always say in life, the mistake you make next time is never the one you were afraid of. It's never repeating the last one. And so we were reasonably optimistic that Disney will choose a competent successor, and Bob Iger will step aside. And you know, there's an unresolved debate.
Might be this level here at 260. Let it go. You'll have Coinbase should have room to 260.
But the board still lacks an expansive amount of media credibility.
All right. Peter, appreciate your time. Thank you.
You too.
Quick programming note, of course, I'm going to have an interview with Bob Iger. That'll be tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Assuming I can get out of here with the high winds. Well, I mean, you're going to China, so that's nothing for me to go to L.A.
Oh, you're going to LA for it. That's exciting.
I think you guys will be all right.
Any travel plans you want to share?
Or to Denver. Three of us will be on the road. Yeah.
Cities for success. This is exciting.
Exactly right.
All right. When do you leave?
Tomorrow.
In case you're curious about our travel plans.
It's a long trip. She's going to China.
I'm going with the treasury.
Live, Beijing, with Janet Yellen. Janet Smelling Yellen. Well, we need to come up with a rich tax and charge all the poor $600 every time they transfer money. And we're gonna make them prove their innocence when we ask for the taxes. They gotta prove to us that they did not do something with the money that is considered capital gains. Fucking old retards. Get these mother flippers out of there, please. I swear to God, if you guys do not get this Biden administration out of here, I'm leaving. I promise. I promise. I will be gone. Alright, let's see here. SPY already up, pushing. We're still in a bull market in case anybody didn't know. Listen, this is all on low volume, guys. Let it go. Let it go. Let it run as far as she wants to go, and then just hop in at the top. It's all good. It probably has a little more room to run. UVXY, see if UVXY can break that low, and I promise we're gonna get on it. I said it this morning. All right, I said the Qs that this area up here at 444 was the area that I would look for a rejection. Like, look how low that volume is. You can't tell me that any of that is going to hold with that little volume. The sellers just stepped away right now. That's it. Nobody's getting short. Shorts are covering. You get a little bit of buying on top. We'll be down here. We'll be down at what is that? 435? We'll be down to the 50-day. Don't you worry. We'll get down there. All right, there's your 9 EMA. There's your 9 EMA.
When it comes to investing, we live in uncertain times. Some assets can evaporate at the click of a button.
Just climbing. That's insane. That's insane.
Investors know that gold has stood the test of time as a reliable, real asset. So how
Robinhood, what are you looking for that?
Gold Royalties is a publicly traded company offering a diversified portfolio of mining.
I mean, it is a financial.
Learn more about a brighter way to invest in gold at sandstormgold.com.
Shit. Do you see that, bro? You see that flat top resistance? Watch out for that failed breakout. That's a breakout, failed attempt to breakout. Now it's coming back up to retest that flat top resistance here. You could be right. Maybe it's just throwing people for a loop. Right there. I wouldn't trust this thing. To me, it looks like it doesn't know what it wants to do. Just be careful, that's all. Might have some room, I don't know.
My son is really into it, and so he had me like play around and try to figure out how to transact on Coinbase. So I brought it with. I think ultimately it's about use case. Will crypto develop use cases? So Bitcoin's interesting, but it's not. It's just a piece of that whole ecosystem.
I made a Bitcoin to make a difference between Bitcoin and the blockchain.
There she goes.
We talked about golf, talked about media, AI, that markets too.
All the crypto fans are excited to have him in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
In their corner. Still
It is a nice pullback for Robinhood. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I mean, obviously I know what it is, but
Stay with us.
yeah, it's a low volume bounce. Just like everything I'm looking at. Like, there's like no volume with it, so...
In our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option.
Yo, did Coinbase just fail
The obvious choice for me.
to hold 255?
Outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the trade desk. Our team
I wonder if Coinbase just failed.
will tackle anything from the most complex trading questions to a strategy gut check.
Bro, this is... Man, it doesn't look... It doesn't look like it, but at least the volume and everything... This to me looks like a head and shoulders here on Coinbase. And we're at the neckline right now. The volume there is drying up. You need an increase in volume here. And even then, you still have VWAP. I'm looking at the scanners and stuff.
Buchanan in a late-night filing over the Mar-a-Lago documents case against former President Trump. Smith writing that her understanding of key legal issues seems to be fundamentally flawed. The filing in response to the judge's order to draft instructions for the jury. He
I
asked the
forgot
judge to
about
clarify
Reddit.
her
Sorry, that
rules
was
so he
loud.
can decide whether to appeal. And 27 million people are now under risk of severe storms after tornadoes, flooding, rain, snow swept across multiple states Tuesday, destroying buildings and downing power lines. The destructive storm system is moving east and is forecasted to bring heavy rains and high winds and winter weather from Maine to Florida. David, back to you.
Seema, thank you. Treasury yields are hovering at fresh highs. This is investors continue to work through a host of new Fed commentary. Let's go over to Steve Leisman. He has the latest.
So this is what I said this morning. That Reddit could sit right here in this channel today between 650 and 48. I said that this morning. Make sure you cover your ground, because it don't mean it has to sell off right now. It could do it later tonight, like after hours, or late in the afternoon. And is that like the selling pressure? Is it? Are those orders getting filled?
You know, it's one vote to rule them all in a sense. That what the chair thinks tends to be the most important. But I tend to
Sorry, guys. Not sure what happened. Not sure what happened. My bad, guys. Not sure what happened there. But yeah, congrats. Congrats on that. I mean, that's a nice. Just everything that we talked about this morning was spot on. You know, I was a little frustrated because I just wasn't fully with it. I was kind of tired. But that was it, man. Everything so far worked out. Now I'm thinking about that's a decent pullback for Coinbase. I'm kind of curious. I don't know why we're not getting volume. Like, that would be a really nice pullback zone there. Let's see here. See, they're talking about 2009, Obama. You seen how Obama and Biden been getting together and shit, right? It only took one time to be reminded on how much we do not need them. And the sad part about it is a lot of people don't fully understand some of the shit that they do that they shouldn't be doing. They shouldn't be worried about. You know, it's just, you know, the government wasn't made for this shit, and they're over tightening and they overstep their boundaries. They do. Biden and crew should not be able to go out and tell people and ban Newport cigarettes and menthol cigarettes. Ben Malla been smoking them for 40, 50 years and he's still kicking and doing just fine. You shouldn't be, you know, having your IRS go after people for anything less than $10,000. All right, like there's a lot, and it goes on. It's just the point that they think they can just do whatever they want, and then in the same breath sit there and say, I fight for your rights. This, that. No, you don't. You pick and choose. Like, that's the one I'm trying to get at, is the picking and the choosing of what you can and can't do. That's not how it works, folks. It's not how it should work. It's not up to the government whether you have an abortion or not. You want to keep abortions, but you want to take people's cigarettes away because they're menthol. Like, get the fuck out of here. Somebody needs to end them. It don't matter if it's bad for you. It don't matter if it's good for you. It still does not give you guys a decision on whether to make it. Whether to make it legal or illegal. I can't stand them. I really can't. Let's see. I might have to look at small caps because I think, you know, I don't know what happened to the stream. I do apologize. It's been a rough day for me. It's been a rough day for the stream today. I need to be able to come up with a better show, but everything worked, guys. Tesla 164 long. That's what I have written down. Coinbase 245. Target 255. I mean, everything just... Okay, 243. 256. ARM 125 short. Or 125 to 128. Let's go see where ARM's at.
It doesn't matter to him that our technology helps rebalance his portfolio.
122. Rejection at 124.75. 125 126. Let it pull back, and I still think you'll be able to get it. I think we're lining up to get that 128 short, guys. I'm telling y'all, I think we're lining up to get the 128. Oh shit, let me not forget about Reddit. I keep forgetting about Reddit. Oh, never mind. I'm not forgetting about Reddit because it's not going to move today. I literally drew the candles for this. I literally said we were going to stay between 48 and 50. I don't know if we could go higher. We might be able to. You guys think we can? We don't have the volume though. It's low volume day. It's low volume. I think we could go higher tomorrow or at the end of the day. You know, this would be the target, 56. If we get a pullback back to 48, I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll try a long on Reddit. You know what? This week has really given me the confidence. Like, everything has done what I said. So it's really going to help me. You know, like I said, trading is, and I didn't say this, but like, trading is more than just levels. Like, you know, people say like, and even just like waiting. Sometimes you can't wait. Like trust your levels and read and react. I like read and react. I think that's a good one. There's more than trust your levels. What are the other ones? I forget. I know, Chris. I didn't know. When going through the futures, it messed up. It just, well, it hit the hotkeys. I don't know what happened there. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how long it was on there for, but this is why I always say things like break and retest, like unless you have like a pattern, like an inverse head and shoulders, like a nice cup and handle, like you really have those things and with volume. I don't know. Like yesterday, I did the same thing. Today, again, the same thing. Everything we said, and it was funny because as I'm writing everything down, Tesla, Coinbase, ARM, like everything off the bell was a long. You know, and it's just what it is. You know, it's not me, it's the market. That's what I was reading. I'm reading longs, and everything we're going higher. And I think like being able to do that, like I think it would help other people have like really good conviction. But then when you see what we're seeing right now, like right now, I'm looking at everything low volume. To me, this rally is not going to hold, and I don't expect it to hold. Maybe we get like maybe the half a day tomorrow, but it to me it feels like, you know what? Again, we do have initial jobless claims tomorrow, so that could also help bring that last little extension in the market in before CPI. So I think maybe we're climbing, just trying to get into CPI to reject. I think so. I really do. And I'm going to get into UVXY. Man, Tesla's short taking its time to get to 170. I'm so mad I didn't. Are you kidding me? Bro. No, it's still at 150 because I paid 120 or something like that. I should have never got rid of it. I had a feeling though it was going to like pull back. Like I was second guessing it because I had a feeling it was going to do that, where it was just going to like just do this nonsense like shake and bake and sell off and then go right back to the upside. And that's exactly what it did. And I had my hands there and I ended up hitting the orders because of exactly what it did. And it did exactly what I had a feeling it was going to do. And it was going to just try to get people to sell on that sell off. I don't know. It's just, once you've been in the markets for a long time, you can really just kind of, at the end of the day, you can kind of just, you'll have a nice probability where things are, what the next direction is going to be. And really the only time that changes is when you have news or something comes out. I don't know, man. Just, I'm frustrated with today. I really am. I don't know if it's because it's been raining for like 2 weeks. I got storms coming. I don't know what it is. But
our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly. The fate of Disney.
Let's go through. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Let's go look at the small caps real quick. Yeah, financials look good, man. Coinbase, PayPal, Hood. I tell you what, GGAL is really is up 5%. That could be a nice trade that you put on, Chris. I would look at like DLO. Like this is Robinhood, right? This is the sector that Robinhood's in. Coinbase is up almost 3%. So Robinhood is lagging that sector that it's in. B. Riley is up nice. I think the real sector that's winning right now is come on, man. Is information technology. And that's what I think is going to help the Qs lead us to the upside. That's going to be CrowdStrike, Microsoft. Yep, look at the Qs. They're just going to keep going and going. Qs are strong as all hell right now. The fucking volume is trash, though. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of work real quick. Write down some options, the price of options and volume, and just take notes real quick, so I can start eating. Look at look at whatchamacallit.
Have an impact. I think probably the biggest impact, and one of the areas where Pell's got the
Shit.
most traction was over the succession issue.
Shit.
Someone has acknowledged that Iger
Shit.
was only here for a
Grogen, Kron. All right, Grogen. GRWG doing really well.
This board does not have a good track record of succession. So with him,
This is, I think, a Canadian name.
he'll sell or not at this point.
Kron should be Canopy Growth, I think.
I think the board is going to be very aware of the fact that the succession
Surprise.
process is going to be scrutinized. It's going to make it very hard for Iger to say, as he has many times in the past, that well,
Grogen, OCEA.
okay, I was going to leave it a year, maybe now it'll be 2 years, or well, I'll get a contract for 4 years. I think that's going to be tough for him to do.
Oh, look, ENPH too.
We're going to see a DuPont situation. Pell's got a new DuPont. He lost the
Look,
PROXY 5, but
new
nevertheless,
highs.
he did so well.
There it goes, man. That little asshole. She went. Man, that sucks, bro. 200. Damn near 100%. Now, that thing be off, but man, that sucks. That sucks. If I want to get a new watch, I needed to just stay in that thing. Unbelievable. And when you look at that, Micron is up the most. Micron is up the most. I said it yesterday that I should have took that long on the lows yesterday. I think Micron's still got a ways to go. I think it's still early. Personally, I think it's still early. I just think it wasn't... People just don't know about it, and I think she's still got more to go. Man, I'm so frustrated, bro. I'm tired. I should have just put this Tesla trade on. I should have never... I accidentally got out. I didn't mean to. Because I knew that we would get this little fake out. And I just said, fuck it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hopefully everything's okay. I'm not sure.
Let Witten's gemologist tell you what it's really worth.
How about your uncle's fancy watch?
Witten's Fine Jewelry knows the true value of your fine jewelry and luxury watches.
Let Witten's find a new home for your unwanted gold, diamonds, and watches.
And we'll pay you hundreds, even thousands of dollars for it.
Fucking 170.
Why not take it out of the drawer? Save the
164 long. 170 on Tesla. That was the trade. Motherfucker. Yeah, that might actually be the trade to go. I haven't looked at it, but that might be your gold opportunity. You might be able to, you know, pull off a little slick move. I still kick myself in the ass just about every day. I brought it up on this stream like a few times, and like, okay, I should take the gold now. Take it now. Take it now, and I never did. And that's what I get, man. That's what I get. I should have just went and bought it outright. Bro, what the fuck is going on here? Looks like my monitor is shifted. Oh my god.
The breadth of markets, whether it's domestically or internationally, is still lagging behind. I think there's a significant catch-up.
I'm fucking frustrated this morning. Now my keyboard's not...
I think that's being led by a very narrow group of stocks, not by a broad group of stocks. Big difference between the market average and the average stock.
Oh, that's why, because of my I'm on the back end of my book for my watch list. Yeah, that is a big move. Oh yeah, never mind. Oh wait, that's GLD. Yeah, SLV. Yeah, we're all right in here. When we sat here and consolidated on those lows right there, I literally said, guys, that we should probably take a long. Guys, we should probably take a long. It pulled back here. Guys, we should probably take a long. We should probably take a long. We should probably take a long. Bang. Why didn't we take a long? Guys, why didn't we take a long? No, I should have just bought it outright, but I brought it up right back here off of this 50-day. Once we gapped up off of that 50-day right there, that was when we should have been on it. But whatever. It is, dude, this is its second. This is the second leg. It's already went past our 210 level, so I don't care. Let it go. It'll be another one I miss. But SLV could be the trade, like you said. SLV, that could be your... If you missed gold, you better get on it. I don't know. I haven't looked at it lately, but... Yeah, it's starting to. Yeah, what if maybe Nate, you have what's AG doing? How are the silver miners? Yeah, the miners are doing great. Just like gold, the miners are killing it in GDX. And that was the one thing I noticed on the days that GLD was not moving, GLD was ripping. Was moving higher. So that told you that you had a little bit, I mean, it's kind of a sign that there's a little bit of outperformance in the miners. Look at them moving AG today, guys. This thing's up 10%. This is the move of the day right here. Volume and everything. There it is. We finally found it, but it's a little bit too late. And in the market, there is a thing is better late than never. I'm at the never part. Fuck, man. This thing's up 10%. It's up 10%. Look at that. Look at that daily chart. This thing hasn't done a candle like that in years. Years. Think about where those options are today. That's wild. Let's go look at let's look at the $7.
Particularly in many of the great companies, solid balance sheets where you trust the financials and that are priced at a fraction of where Western.
Look at that. These things were 2 cents, 3 cents. They're 21 cents now. That's a 2,000%. That's a 2,000% gain on those $7 calls. It's crazy, isn't it? And CNBC is talking about financials. This is why they're garbage. I mean, yeah, I would get time on it. I don't think it's going to do anything today. You got every single market or every single index is in the green, and it's steady green. If you could get a few days on it, or get it for next week, or get it for Friday or something, or just get it for today. But I still think today it ain't happening. You ain't. I don't think you're going to make any money on puts today. Maybe I'm wrong, but Lordy. I don't know why I'm so tired. It's just been raining literally every day, guys. Like for the past 2 weeks. All weekend, all last weekend. It's been raining Monday, Tuesday. What's today? Wednesday? It's still raining outside. Like, it's crazy. Let's look at the SPY. Let's look at it. What would you just look at it? Doesn't want me to. Bro. You guys see why I get irritated? I just had to try 5 times. The 6. You guys see why I get like agitated and like irritable? What I'm saying is, UVXY. I think, because I'm thinking about it. I mean, I'm not thinking about it right now, but I'm thinking about it. But it does make me feel better that things can always change, but I had a lot of longs on today. And I don't just come in like opinionated on the day either. And it's a really good feeling to see that everything is up. Yesterday was the same way. I mean, usually it's always like that. I kind of have an idea always what the markets are going to do, but I have an idea. I gotta go to this chart. I can't see nothing with all these lines. That's another thing that's getting me frustrated is all these lines, all these levels I have. It's like really irritable looking at it all. Goldman Sachs pulled back. Let's see here. So here's the Dow. Let's look and see if we can get some downside. The Dow has a nice little rejection here. That could be nice. That would be nice. What's the IWM doing? The IWM is still climbing. That's not a good sign. This thing might get all the way up there. No, I don't know if it'll go up there. Could. Yep. That's probably where it's going. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit. It's going to be a little bit. So that's out of question. I wonder if Microsoft ever went. I'm going to put my mic over here because it's in the way. What the fuck, bro? Ford's got some nice volume. It's up 3%. I'm going to use the restroom and be right back. I can't turn CNBC on because Carl Quintanilla a little bitch. Guys, I'm so freaking tired. I hate it. I hate being tired.
They're essentially motion and control technologies.
Let's look for like DraftKings and like some of these small cap names. Let me see. DraftKings could be a nice little short. I take that back. It might not move. I'm so tired. I hate it. That looks really weird, like some like little like spider leg or something, like how this goes up the same way as down, up, down, big candle the same way as that one. Like it's just crazy looking. I just fed Abby, so give me 1 second to wash my hands and I'm not giving up. I ain't giving up. Alright. Oh, you jumped down? Yeah, the little one wanted to say hi.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The little one wanted to say hi. Come here. Come here, baby. Come here.
AI tools help you know what to say.
Shares of Sealed Air falling here to the low now, 33.86.
She can't resist every time. I'm sitting there calling her, and she's just like looking at me. Hold on, baby. Sit right here. Just sit on my lap. Just sit on my lap. Please, just sit on my lap. Just sit on my lap. Just sit right here. There you go. Just lay down. Frontier Airline News. Alright, but anyway, I got 3 days. Really 2. Tomorrow morning, I want this week to be killer. I want to start this month off good. The analysis this morning was spot on. I messed myself up on Tesla today. I got out of it because I wasn't sure, and then Chris, you reminded me about the data at 10 o'clock, and it was setting up that way. But everything here. One's Tesla 164 long. I think it went to 173.80. The bottom wick of that was 163.27. So we said, look, she just hit it. So 164 long on Tesla. I took the long, but I took it like up here, or was it on that? Yeah, it was bright and early in the morning. So I avoided that collapse. And I had a feeling it was I had a feeling it was coming. So like, you'll start to, after a while, you guys will start to see how stocks react. Like Tesla, when it was going off of this level. Okay, I clicked TS. Look, I just hit backspace and it never did it. TSLA. All right, you guys can see here on this 1 minute. This was a mean rejection. Up here, this rejection was mean. So we're sitting here waiting, and I'm looking. I'm like, man, what do you guys see here, right? This is also. I'm glad that I sold it, but I'm not glad I sold it because I would have sat through this down move. I would have sat through it because I was saying this is going to give you this is possibly going to give you a failed breakdown. I see 2 things here. I see a few things. But the 2 things that I'm really want to focus on is the volume, right? That volume is to the downside. These 2 volume bars up here are on my mind. All right, but this volume, you have this wick, wham, where it went from VWAP and then the rejection of that 166 level. But when you get here, look how we're underneath, not on top. You double bottom right here on VWAP. This pink line is VWAP. Look, resistance, resistance, resistance. And then it just can't. And then what does it do? It's dragging that 9 EMA. Now Look, the 9 EMA is below VWAP. Stock's below VWAP. That's an entry point to go short, and that's a failed breakdown right there. That's a nice scalp, and you've seen the volume get bigger on it, right? You've seen the volume get bigger on that. I want to say I took the long on the way back. No, I didn't. I took the long right here, just in case 165 held. Just in case 165 held. It's all good. I think I lost a few. I lost a few cents, and I lost a little bit more because I market ordered in and out. But I had a feeling like that we were going to pull back because my entry 164 long. We went just under it. So and you could just tell. My point is as I'm watching Tesla in the morning, you could tell that 165 was not going to hold. I said look for it. I said watch it. Watch to see if 165 does hold, because then that would tell us that that's a big major thing that it didn't break down from there. It wasn't able to hold. I knew it wasn't going to hold because it was just the downforce off of 166 on the way down to 165. The price action showed you that the strength was to the downside, but it also was. I don't know, I do know what I mean. I knew that we were going to head higher. I didn't know, but my game plan was to head higher. But it's like the data. I said it this morning, and I say it all the time. When you guys see setups and we get data points at 10 o'clock, look for them to suck you into a trade, and it reverse. It happens every time, just about every time. And I say it all the time at 10 o'clock. I'm like, yo, if it looks like you have a trade on your hands, wait and let the data set up if that trade sets up at 10 o'clock. Like Tesla, we're sitting here at 163, 164. What happens? The data comes out, bang. We go shooting right back to 166. You pulled right back to VWAP, gone. I could have taken that entry there. I don't know what I was doing. I was probably tired in no man's land. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. Only got a little bit of sleep yesterday. I had a bad morning show today. I think today's live stream was just awful. This morning, I was tired. I was groggy. But at least, none of that matters as long as, the ideas are right. As long as the ideas pay, that's all that matters. I have 3 written down. I have ARM. I did say ARM. I'd like to see 128 on ARM. I'd like to try and get a rejection at 128 on ARM. I don't know if we'll get all the way up there. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. And I'm going to look to finish out today strong. We'll see what news we have that comes out. If you guys could hit the like button. Sorry for I'll take that like away. Actually I'm not going to ask you guys to hit the like button because I felt like today's live stream was just it was my fault because I was just wore out. I guess I was tired. I didn't get enough sleep. I don't know, so I do apologize. But I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll look to see if the markets hold. Every sector that I've seen, for the most part, everything is green today. The overall index is very low volume on this bounce back, so chances are it's going to get taken back, whether it's with CPI or the job number tomorrow. I would expect some of this to get taken back. And there she goes, jumping from my desk over to the bed, and the freaking monitors are going like this. Man. Dude, this freaking yard is so soaked. Like, because it's been raining, I'm telling you guys, I'm not even joking, for like 2 weeks. And everything is soaked. So, the ground's so soft. Alright. Let's have a look. Alright, did ARM just break the level? AMD setting up the same way as it didn't pull back as much. Looks like ARM's a little bit weaker. So you guys can see here, same time frame, not the same time frame, but you can still see how ARM opened up at 123, bounced to 125, we'll say, pulled all the way back to the opening price, broke it, and then bounced. Pretty much put in a double bottom, but AMD, it held 180. It held its high. It held this area right there. Right? It held it and then rallied. This thing broke down and then reversed. So I would look at that as there's a bit of weakness hiding up and underneath of that. Some weakness hiding in there.
In again, he sees maybe in the fourth quarter.
You know, it's really interesting because when I take the market's temperature, one of the things that I really want to look at is just to get a sense of where RSIs are, where is the relative strength, what's overheating, and what is gaining momentum. When you look at the S&P 500, 7% of the S&P 500 components have advanced 3 days in a row. That's almost nothing. Like, the market is almost completely stalled out here. That's below the average reading, which is 12%. But keep in mind, as late as mid-March, that was at 45%. So we've had a huge move in the amount of stocks that are making highs, that are advancing, that are trading higher. The Russell is a different story, Judge. When you think about the Russell 2000 right now, you've got the average RSI at 52. That is a high that we haven't seen since February of 2023. So that rotation that a lot of people have been talking about.
That's sick, bro.
Coming,
nice job, man.
It did come.
Nice job.
Some names in your portfolio that are
nice
outside
job. My day's coming.
You're not
My day is coming. Nice job, though, man.
In a different area than what
I should have went with the indexes.
Keep teasing
I
wasn't sure.
The Fed chair is speaking, and we're going to have the headlines from that in a matter of minutes.
How they were.
So we'll see what that does to this market day. We'll see what it does to
we do have
rates.
some
so, Kerry,
Feds
you have Canaccord today looking at futures
talking. I just don't think the Fed can talk this market up or down. I feel like the market knows. Like, people think that the market is in a state of uncertainty. Now, I'm going to tell you guys right now, the market is not in a state of uncertainty. We know what's going on. So if anybody paid attention for the Fed meeting, Powell said balance sheet runoff, done. They're pretty much done with that. They're going to be cutting rates by the summertime. The markets know that. He said in June. June, July, whenever the hell the meetings are. I know one is in June. Where's my CME FedWatch tool? Come on, so I can refresh, bro. All right, so June or July, like I thought. It's either going to be June or July. Are they pricing in? Okay, so they're saying by May we're going to get a rate hike. Okay, so why is this? Why are they, instead of the June, now they're saying June is going to be 5.25 instead of 5.2550. Hold up, am I reading this wrong? Yeah, why is there no 5 on here? Why? Sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, the current target range is 5.25 to 5.50. This may be too long. That's why the market, we're probably pulling back because financial conditions are at their lows. This is important. I'm telling you guys right now. I've been preaching this for 3 weeks to a month. All right, and this is one of the last times I'm going to say it unless somebody comes on here and is new and asks me questions. All right, this is the SPY. Remember right here? You guys remember like right here in January going into like February? Remember 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, which was February, March? I was talking about how let's see if financial conditions start to rise and we see a pullback. But then we went lower. We put in a fresh new low. If this keeps grinding lower, we are not going to flush. You might have a pullback, but the pullback could be lagged to this bounce here, right? It could just be 2-3 weeks behind. You see financial conditions bounce, right? That's the pullback on the SPY. Let's just see what happens. Keep your eye on this. If financial conditions continue to go lower, okay, right now we're at minus 0.5. We're at 0.5, okay? If you continue to have these financial conditions go lower, and you see by the end of the month, middle of the month, we're still making new lows or kind of just flattening out, maybe we have a little bit more, 530 or so. But you have to understand, too, in the same point, if we are going to start turning this around, this could be the top in the market. When this starts to turn upwards, that could be the top in the market. All right? So as long as these are still going lower, as long as financial conditions are still going lower, and there's not banks talking about we need to raise money, the government doesn't have to pay bills and come to an agreement on signing a check, right? If none of those three things are happening, we're good. We already know what the Fed's doing. So there is certainty in the market. We know where financial conditions are. It's just the question is, do they start to tighten? The government, do they have anything that has to be passed to raise money to pay bills? No, they've already done it. I think they just passed some $1.25 trillion a couple weeks ago. All right. So we have that. And then, we know we have Powell saying balance sheet runoff, done. Adios. We're done. All right. Rates, June. We're aiming for June or July as long as the data continues to come in the way it is. Okay. So there is certainty. What would change that? Okay. High CPI. High PCE. Well, we're not really getting that. I mean, CPI has been, what has it been, like 2-3 months, like just on an increase. But they say they don't care about CPI. It's PCE. PCE is pretty much there. Like, yes, it goes up. It may come down. But as we go into next year, even as we go into the summer, from the summer to the winter, from the winter to next year, it's going to go down. Like, even if prices rise and continue to rise, which I don't think they will, eventually time will catch up that will bring it down. Prices would have to just go crazy. They might. I don't think that they will. We have some layoffs. So I think you have a bit of profit taking and not the market will get a little worried if it doesn't know what's going on. For instance, I said it all the way back in 2021. Everybody kept saying that the SPY and the market, it's because of Russia, Ukraine. Guys, this whole down move here, in my opinion, was two things. Financial conditions and the CPI, PPI numbers coming in way below. This is uncertainty here. Okay? This is uncertainty. And financial conditions tightening. Okay? Financial conditions tightening. So, when CPI, when the economists have it at 4.5% to 5%, and it comes in at 9%, the market doesn't know what to price in because the economist and the data that they're expecting to get is coming in wrong. That is uncertainty. The market's going to pull back. It doesn't know what to price in. The market's a discounting mechanism. So I think we have certainty right now. Unless you get a crazy high CPI number and unless financial conditions start to rise and start to go positive, unless you start to get banks start talking about needing to raise money, like a decent bank that's pretty big. We have Powell at 12. I did not know that. Here we go. Bro.
Diabetes, a silent market volatility, first inflation of magnitude in many years.
He's already
and somehow
starting to
we've
talk.
emerged with the U.S. economy continuing
What
to
happened?
create jobs and be the envy of the world. And that range of experience, as well as Chairman Powell's responsible
I'll see you, buddy.
make him a perfect
You have a go on, Chris. I promise, bro. Tomorrow's going to be a better day.
He is going
Tomorrow's
to
going to be a
share
better
some
day.
opening remarks,
We
and
have
he's gonna be
labor
joined
numbers,
on stage
or
by
not labor
Professor
numbers. We have,
Murphy.
yeah, we have
Irvin is
jobless
the John
claims and then
Oscar Weiss
CPI
Professor of Finance
Friday.
at
So,
USD, and he is himself an expert on asset markets.
did somebody
remediation,
try a
and monetary
Palestinian
policy.
type
So
of
with that,
fucking
it's a
thing
pleasure
again
to
or
welcome
something?
Chairman Powell to the stage.
No, it's just behind. Hold on. This is behind.
You know, part of what.
Thank you very much, Dean Levin. It's great to be here today. Thanks to everyone for coming out. It's a pleasure to be here.
This can be market moving, guys, by the way.
So I'm going to begin with some comments on the economy.
He's giving
Job of sustainably restoring 2% inflation is not yet done. Tight monetary policy continues to weigh on demand, particularly in interest-sensitive spending categories. Nonetheless, growth in economic activity.
If it's too loud, please let me know.
In 2023, as real GDP expanded by more than 3%, and 3 million jobs were created, even as inflation fell substantially. This combination of outcomes reflects significant improvements.
Come on,
in
I need a
supply
sponsor.
that offset to some extent the effects on demand of tighter financial conditions. The healing of global supply chains helped address pent-up demand for goods, particularly in sectors that had faced considerable shortages, such as autos. In addition, labor supply increased significantly thanks to rising participation among 25 to 54-year-olds, workers in their prime working years, as well as a strong pace of immigration. Recent readings on both job gains and inflation have come in higher than expected. The economy added in an average of 265,000 jobs per month in the 3 years through February, a faster pace than we have seen since last June. And the higher inflation data over January and February were above the low readings in the second half of last year. But these recent data do not, however, materially change the overall picture, which continues to be one of solid growth, a strong but rebalancing labor market, and inflation moving down toward 2% on a sometimes bumpy path. Labor market rebalancing is evident in many parts of the data, including quits, job openings, surveys of employers and workers. And
let's see if 519.50 is a good long.
On inflation, it is too soon to say whether the recent readings represent more than just a bump. We do not expect that it will be appropriate to lower our policy rate until we have greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down toward 2%. Given the strength of the economy and progress on inflation so far, we have time to let the incoming data guide our decisions on policy. We've held our policy rate at its current level since last July, as shown in the individual projections that the FOMC released just 2 weeks ago. My colleagues and I continue to believe that the policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle.
Told ya.
If the economy evolves broadly as we expect, most FOMC participants see it as likely to be appropriate to begin lowering the policy rate at some point this year. Of course, that outlook is still quite uncertain, and we face risks on
It's
both
not
sides.
uncertain, Powell. Stop lying.
Reducing rates too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we've seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%.
But easing policy too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity.
And that's why you're going to cut.
As progress on inflation continues and labor market tightness eases, these risks continue to move into better balance. As conditions evolve, monetary policy is well positioned to confront either of these risks. We are making decisions meeting by meeting, and we'll do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. And that brings me to my second topic. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. Our success in delivering on these goals matters a great deal to all Americans. To support our pursuit of these goals, Congress granted the Fed a substantial degree of independence in our conduct of monetary policy. Fed policymakers serve long terms that are not synchronized with election cycles. Our decisions are not subject to reversal by other parts of the government other than through legislation. This independence both enables and requires us to make our policy decisions without consideration of short-term political matters. Such independence for a federal agency is and should be rare. In the case of the Fed, independence is essential to our ability to serve the public. The record shows that independent central banks deliver better economic outcomes. We recognize that we need to continually earn this grant of independence, and we do so by carrying out our work with technical competence and objectivity in a transparent and accountable manner, and by sticking to our knitting. By technical competence, I mean that the Fed policymakers use the most up-to-date information and research to deepen our understanding of the ever-evolving economy and to reliably deliver on our assigned goals. We're supported by a highly capable staff. We also draw on the insights and experiences of a wide array of business, academic, community, and labor leaders, as well as others engaged in the economy. And by objective, I mean that our analysis is free from any personal or political bias in service to the public. We will not always get it right. No one does.
Can I just say that this is sad that he even has to do this right now because of the world we live in. He has to say this.
In the medium and longer term, and nothing else. Transparency and accountability are fundamental for any government agency in a democracy, but are especially important for one granted policy independence. The Fed has a special obligation to explain ourselves clearly, to describe what we're doing and why we're doing it. We're always striving to improve this communication, and it is a job that is never complete. But we've come a long way. Before 1994, the FOMC did not even announce monetary policy decisions. Today, we announce those decisions, and we explain the thinking behind them in our post-meeting statement and press conference.
I was going to say, they used to not even have meetings. You wouldn't find out until it came out in the papers or whatever.
We publish a monetary policy report twice a year, and the chair appears before Congress to present that report and to answer any and all questions that are on the minds of our oversight committee members. In 2020, we completed a year-long public review.
I'm going to watch and see if the cues can lead us higher.
Late this year, we will begin just such another review. My colleagues and I explain our views on the economic outlook and monetary policy in speeches like this one and in visits to communities around the country as part of an extensive outreach in which we seek input from individuals and groups throughout society. Transparency is an affirmative and proactive commitment to the public. Lastly, to maintain the public's trust, we also need to avoid mission creep. Our nation faces many challenges.
Yep, got to avoid the midget.
Some of which directly or indirectly involve the economy. Fed policymakers are often pressed to take a position on issues that are relevant to the economy, but are not
MSTR. I mean, I called out Coinbase was one of our trade ideas. But if you guys are trying to look at any type of longs, I would look at the information technology.
Change are the business of elected officials and those agencies that they have charged with this responsibility. The Fed has received no such charge. We do, however, have a narrow role that relates to our responsibilities as a bank supervisor. The public will expect that the institutions that we regulate and supervise
names like Fortinet, PayPal,
risks that they face,
really any tech name you could think of, semiconductors. Look, ENPH, the solar names are having a nice day today.
To expand that role over time, but we are not, nor do we seek to be, climate policymakers. In short, doing our job well requires that we respect the limits of our mandate. Thank you. I'll stop there and look forward to our discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell, for those remarks and for taking some time to be with us and talk to us today. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world today. I think we have a lot of stuff to talk about, so I'm going to get right into it. Before I get started, I just want to also thank you to the audience for sending questions over. What I've done is I've tried to organize the conversation around two themes. One, we'll start by talking about the macroeconomy, and then you have been shared through a very tumultuous period over the last 5 years, and I want to talk about the leadership challenges around that. So let me just dive right into it, pick up on something you started talking about, which is inflation. 2 years ago, we had inflation readings close to 6-7%. We've come down to 3%. Last Friday, the PCE inflation index, the personal consumption expenditure inflation index, which is something the Fed often speaks about, came in at 2.8%. We've had a conversation about this. There's so many factors that have been play in the economy over the last couple of years. I wonder if you can just
Powell doesn't seem like he's feeling well today. I feel,
what
brother.
you think are the key factors that have brought inflation down over the last 2 years.
Sure. So I think I'll start with where we think the inflation came from. So what is actually different this time, at the risk of making that statement, is that this inflation wasn't strictly just a question of demand overheating and the Fed coming in and having to suppress demand. That's been the more typical pattern, perhaps on the back of a shock, such as an oil price shock and that kind of thing. This episode actually also involved, as everyone will recall, the collapse of the supply side in a lot of ways. So supply chains stopped working. There were shortages of critical things like semiconductors, which turned out you couldn't make cars. I think many of us might not have realized how many semiconductors go into a car. In addition, there was a major labor force shock. So we lost several million people out of the labor market. So we had a very severe labor shortage. So it was a supply side issue, as well as overheated demand from the closing and then reopening of the economy at a time when rates were low and fiscal policy was very supportive of demand. So we had both of those things. And therefore, if those were the causes, what we needed to see was both the unwinding of the pandemic-related distortions to both the supply and demand in the economy, and also the effects of tight monetary policy. So today, what we think we're seeing as inflation has come down sharply over the last year is those two factors working together. And they do work together. We think that tight monetary policy weighing on demand actually gives the supply side a better chance to recover. And 2023, of course, was a year, as I mentioned, of very significant supply side recovery and expansion.
And what are the factors that you're keeping an eye on, say, over the next few years, maybe the next year or two, that might play out in the inflation picture?
I should also mention inflation expectations, which in our framework and in the thinking of most monetary economists, people think that having the public expect inflation to return to 2% despite it moving up, that's a very important factor in bringing inflation back down. In a sense, if people believe it, that price setters and wage setters in the economy, if they believe that inflation will be 2%, then that'll actually happen. So
I wonder if we're going to put in a big bull flag right here and
how
rip
much
out of
more juice is there to come out of the supply side recovery. We got a very large increase in population last year, which may have helped with inflation. It certainly helped with output, and it increased the potential output. At the same time, the economy is growing 3.1% last year. Around that, we also had inflation coming down sharply. So there may be more supply side gains to be had. Surveys of businesses still show difficulties in hiring people, different difficulties in getting the inputs that they need for their businesses. So there's some more benefit there. We also think that monetary policy is tight. It's weighing on interest-sensitive spending in the economy. So, for example, durable goods, surveys of consumers will say that it's a tough time to buy durable goods because rates are high. You also see the labor market rebalancing because you can look at demand in the labor market as well as supply, but you see demand reflected in lower job openings, a very small increase in unemployment, in wages moving back down toward more sustainable levels. So we think those two forces that I mentioned will be the ones we'll be looking for. And the thing we'll be looking at, of course, is the incoming data on inflation as those affect the outlook. And the same thing about the labor market. What's happening in the labor market? Does it suggest that the labor market is continuing its progress, and it's made substantial progress, to get back to a sustainable level of wage growth and balance between supply and demand?
Can I just dig into the inflation expectations point you mentioned? An analogy that people drew a couple of years ago was to the high inflation episode of the 70s, where we had a high inflation period that then ended up shifting expectations, then through the wage price mechanism ended up leading to a sustained period of high inflation. In the current situation, I guess I have two questions. How concerned are you about maybe inflation getting stuck in the upper twos, around 3? Could that last mile be very hard because inflation expectations getting stuck? And then relatedly, are there things you're looking at to tell you, to signal to you that that is an issue or isn't an issue?
Right. So as I mentioned, inflation expectations, we think, are an important part of driving actually inflation. And we want them to be at levels that are consistent with 2% inflation over time. Not 3%, but 2%, not 2.5%. The good news is that that's where they are right now and pretty much have been for some time. And we look at surveys of businesses, households, forecasters. We look at other kinds of measures of inflation expectations, and model-based and things like that. We also look at market-based. The market is always buying and selling inflation protection, and you can get from that expectation of or assessment of what markets expect. And all of those are pretty consistently saying that the public does believe, and it's a good thing because it's true, that inflation will go back down to 2%. So that's very assuring, but that's partly because of the very strong action that we took and also because of our ongoing commitment to actually return inflation to 2% over time. So, and that is our commitment, by the way. But over time, so I would say it would be a concern if inflation expectations were not to be consistent with the outcome that we seek. But the good news is they're not, and I think our commitment is understood and respected and believed by the public, and that's as it should be.
Let me flip to the other side of the equation. We've had employment, economic activity that remained quite strong. The unemployment rate it's remained below 4% for the last 2 years. And this is during a period in which you've took the funds rate from 0% to 5.3% in about as fast a rate hike cycle as we've seen in history. A year ago, many people were talking about possibility of recession. That hasn't happened. Again, you made some remarks about this, but I wonder if you can just go a little bit more into this. Why hasn't this happened? Why have we achieved what looks like a soft landing, which is inflation coming down, unemployment remaining low? What are the factors that have played out? And then the related question, do we think this will continue to happen over the next year or two?
Yeah, so I guess I've always had the view and always said that because of the unusual origins of this inflation and its differences from other prior episodes, there was a path to getting inflation back down, restoring price stability, getting inflation back down sustainably to 2% without the kind of large job losses and increases in unemployment that have been typical of prior tightening cycles. And the reason, again, was that some part of this was independent of demand. If you have to get all of the inflation reduction gains from suppressing demand, the chances are that will involve that will weigh on employment and economic activity pretty significantly. But here we had the situation for again semiconductors. You couldn't buy a car at the very time when people wanted cars because they were moving to the suburbs, because they didn't want to ride on public transportation because of COVID. At that precise time, the supply of cars went down dramatically because of the shortage. So what happened is the prices went way up. That's how the market clears in our economy. So on the other side of that, though, without respect to demand, once the semiconductor supply comes back, you should come right back down that curve, and you could, in principle, get inflation down significantly without just ignoring demand for a second. So I always thought that was possible, and I would say something like that appears to be happening. Sorry. So then your question is, how did that happen? So more recently, we expected that to happen at the very beginning, and that's why we thought the inflation was transitory, meaning it would go away quickly without much effort from us. That turned out not to be the case. And we thought then that was in 2021. In 2022, we thought the supply side would recover more. It really didn't, and I certainly began to wonder whether that was going to happen. And then it really happened in 2023. Right about the time we were almost ready to give up on supply side recovery, you got this significant increase in labor force participation, accompanied by a significant move up in immigration, and you also got the unwinding of the supply side problem. So what's happening is when that happens, potential output is going up significantly, the economy's productive capacity. So you have a situation where productive capacity is going up even more than actual output. And so the economy actually isn't becoming tighter, which it ordinarily would. It's actually becoming a little looser, and you're seeing inflation come down. Very unusual situation. The pandemic has been, a textbook of unusual, unexpected developments and situations. But that really is the story. And then Arvind, the question is, how much more are we going to get out of the supply side recovery, and how much will fall to demand? And we just don't know the answer to that. We're not going to prematurely assume that there's no more progress to be made on the supply side. Indeed, the evidence is that there probably is more gain to be had there.
You had mentioned immigration has been a big part of the last year or two in terms of the supply side. Can you just expand on that? Is that how important is that relative to supply chain? Where do you see that playing out in the next year or two?
So I need to start by saying that the Fed is not an immigration policymaker, and don't comment on those who do have that assignment or the policies that they make. It's really we're just calling the balls and strikes on the economy as we see them. And so from that standpoint, our economy's been short labor, and probably still is. If you talk to, and we do talk to a lot of business people, it's still difficult to hire for many, many companies. So we've needed more people. But what happened over the course of last year is, to a much greater extent than had been thought, immigration moved up quite a bit over the last 2 years. And this is typically the Census Bureau does all this estimating. The Congressional Budget Office actually went and took a different path and talked to the people who work at the border and that kind of thing, and got a much higher estimate, which now many groups have gone out to validate. And I would say it's clear there's something there. The numbers are actually higher. And that actually explains what we've been asking ourselves, which is how can the economy have grown over 3% in a year where almost every outside economist was forecasting a recession? An overwhelming majority anyway were forecasting a recession for 2023. Not only did that not happen, we had better than 3% growth. So really a remarkable performance, and some part of that is that there are significantly more people working in the country, but then how does inflation come down? It's because the capacity of the economy has actually moved up perhaps more than the actual output. So it's a bigger economy, but not a tighter one. Really an unexpected and unusual thing. Again, we don't make judgment calls, but that's what we're seeing.
So it's interesting in this discussion we've had about inflation and unemployment, we have talked about real factors, immigration, supply chain healing. That's the stuff that seems to have played out. We haven't really talked about interest rates per se, which is, of course, the primary tool of the Federal Reserve. It looks from the outside like the interest rate sensitivity of the economy in this cycle has been very muted, very different than in the past. There's also, you look at the economy, that look like there's very differential impacts across different parts of the economy. The housing market, people have long-term fixed-rate mortgages, so interest rate pass-through there is very low. Here in Silicon Valley, we have early-stage growth businesses where the cost of capital is affected by the higher rates, and there it looks like we have a much bigger impact. So I wonder if you can speak about the interest rate sensitivity of the economy in this cycle. And then another question, a related question, which is we have differential impact across the economy. How do you think about balancing the impact of interest rate hikes in different sectors?
So I guess the headline for me would be that I do think monetary policy is working and working broadly as expected. I think you can point to sectors of the economy, and you mentioned a couple. So if you're a household that has a low interest mortgage, you're not feeling the effect of higher mortgage rates. And many companies as well took the opportunity to term out their debt before rates went up. So you have a lot of companies that have longer term fixed rate debt at pretty low rates, and they're not as affected by it. That's all true. At the same time, again, if you look at interest sensitive spending, either in housing or durable goods, you're seeing very significant effects there. And I do think you see the economy rebalancing. So I think it's not right and maybe too soon to conclude that there's some significant disconnect there in terms of monetary policy transmission. But it still leaves the question of how the economy can have grown over 3% during a year in which the federal funds rate is at a quarter-century high. Why wouldn't growth have been lower? And to me, the answer to that is the supply side recovery. I think that's what people need to understand, is that you have this force from outside. It's not just interest rates and demand. You've got a supply side recovery that is creating new demand and new supply. And that's why you get a number like 3.1% at the same time inflation is coming down. One of the reasons why. So I think that's really the story. It's not that the policy isn't restrictive, and it's not that the economy is not responsive to rates. It's that we've had this outside force that is temporarily affecting that.
So if I benchmark Fed policy right now, we have rates at 5.3%. Inflation is running a little bit under 3%. That's like a 2.5% real interest rate. That's really the real cost of borrowing. Compare this to pre-pandemic. We had real rates of close to 0, maybe 0.5%, sometimes negative. So we've gone from a very low rate environment to a very high rate environment. Policy looks tight right now.
That's obviously what I'm expecting.
I don't know if my colleague John Taylor is here, but the
kind
Taylor
of just
rule
sit
is
here, put in a
typical
pennant.
benchmark we use for thinking
We either
about
break
a central bank
up
policy,
out and higher,
the Taylor rule,
later in the day, after
policy
hours,
rates right now should be
and or
around
we
4.
break
So
down.
Policy does look
I'd be
quite
able to tell you
restrictive
if you give me a second what I think.
I think in talking about where policy is right now, you've said that the risks are balanced. Why continue to have tight policy in an environment in which the risks are balanced?
So we do think that policy is restricted. We think it's doing its job. I would go back to what I said in my remarks to start, which is we think the risks are two-sided. So there's a risk of if you cut too soon, the risk is that the progress on inflation will stop, or that even it will reverse. And we've seen that in some historical, particularly in the 70s. We don't think that's what's happening here at all, but that's a risk that we have to manage. The other risk is that we wait too long or move too slowly. Once we do move, and in that case you have weakening in the labor market and economic output. So we're trying to steer between those two risks. Obviously, we're trying to be in the middle and get the timing right. It's very challenging. There is no risk-free path, but and I think we're in a position to address the economy moving in either of those directions. So the risk, though, of moving too soon really is that the economy, really does, the inflation does move up, and then it really would be quite disruptive if we were to have to then come back in. We will do what we have to do to get inflation down to 2%, but again, it's about balancing those risks. It's never the case that you can confidently look at the baseline and say, this is what we're going to do. It's always about having a baseline understanding, but then knowing what the risks are and having the committee be in a position to be able to address those should they materialize. And I think we're very much in that position now.
Maybe I can just follow up on that. So I'm going to ask a question. Is there a signal or a data point that you're paying particular attention to over the next year? And I'm going to ask it this way. So if you had a crystal ball that you knew could perfectly answer one question about the next 12 months, what question would you ask it? What's the thing you really want to know?
Sorry, there's no one thing. It really is.
What's
we have
up,
a
bro?
dual mandate. You're asking me to be single-minded about the dual mandate.
No, just kind of a data point that you think will guide you.
What up, man?
Can't do that. No, I mean, we have to.
Dude, it's still
I
raining.
would say this. In our framework, the two goals, price stability and maximum
2
employment,
weeks.
are equal under the law. But our framework literally
It's been
says
raining
that,
since-
that
oh, shit,
if you're
guys.
very far
Hold
from
up.
achieving one
All
of the
right,
goals
that
and the other one
pennant
is pretty
didn't
much
happen.
at goal or even better than goal,
All right, what
then you
happened
focus
there?
on the
What'd he
one
say?
that's far from
What'd
goal.
this dumbass
This is
say?
obvious, right? So, and that's what we did.
What
after
Papa Pal
inflation
say?
came
Look at
up
that
in
volume
March
that
of
just came in there.
21, and then we really had a very tight focus, and you heard us talking about, getting inflation under control. But
Oh,
as,
nah,
as
he didn't say
inflation has
nothing.
come
It was
down,
just overdone.
the two things are moving back
That's
into
it.
balance.
That's all it
And,
is.
we're not a single
It's just
mandate
time.
bank.
Look, we had the hourly chart.
The key thing
Bang.
I'll end with, though, is
It's time to get short.
price
Low
stability
volume bounce.
it gives us the ability to achieve both goals.
Tesla
if we
long,
don't have price stability, then we're not going to have
but,
these long periods of tight labor
I
markets,
got out
which
by
benefit
accident
everyone.
very early.
What we saw in the 10-year,
Everything
8-month
was spot on
expansion
today.
that ended with the pandemic.
I had
was, for
all
the
my
last 2 or 3
trades
years,
were
people at the lower end of
all
the
my
income
trades were
spectrum
longs
getting
for the
the
most
largest
part,
wage
outside of
increases.
ARM.
And you saw
I think
the
ARM
gaps
was the only
between
one
black and
on the
white
list for the
unemployment
short
at
side.
historic
125.
lows. So a tight labor market
125
over
to
a long period of
128.
time
Those two
does
levels
enormous
short.
social good, and that's what
Let's
we
see
all
what
want
she's
to do. Is
doing.
we want to get back to that.
I was
For
really
that,
happy
you need price
yesterday and today.
but they were, so the two of them actually are quite complementary.
Coinbase long, like everything would have worked out. Everything did
near
work
term
out.
to the
but I
thinking about
accidentally
the longer term for the U.S. economy. We've had a pretty big shift in growth
pressed
expectations
the
for
sell button
longer
on
run growth.
Tesla.
This comes out from
and
the Fed's own projections
was a little
as well
bitch
as
and
from
didn't get
economic
back in. I
forecaster
was
projections.
scared.
15 years ago, long-term growth forecasts were 2.8%,
170.
3%.
170 was our target.
Pre-pandemic,
Tesla,
they've been below 2. That's
164
kind of where
long.
they've been for long-term growth
168 to
forecasts. That's where
170
long-term
was our
forecasts
targets.
have been.
168, 167.
Why do you think that is? Why long-term growth at 2%? We're sitting in Silicon Valley. AI is all the buzz here. We've had high growth over the last few years. Is 2 a
How about
reasonable number?
yourself?
Is it possible we could go back to the?
I was also
2.8, 3%
looking at
that
some
we had,
small caps this morning and
in the early
yesterday
2000s?
and after hours.
So let me start by saying that sort of every bit of the economy is difficult to forecast. There isn't one that's more difficult to forecast than productivity, for example, which is one of the key elements of longer-term growth. So very, very, very uncertain. I mean, basically, what longer-term growth is a function of growth in hours worked and of output per hour. And hours worked is really a function of demographics and more than anything else. And productivity, output per hour, is highly unpredictable. So I think people lowered their longer run growth expectations to around, I guess, 1.8%.
We need to stop
is the
worrying
median,
about hours.
something below 2%.
We need to just do whatever
That's
it does
given
to
our
get the
very-
job
what had
done so
been our
people
very
can go
low
on and live their
population growth,
lives.
and expectations of productivity might be
do what they
1.5%,
got to do and have
1%,
more free
1.5%
time.
kind of thing, productivity
Like,
growth.
just
and
because
output per
you
hour.
want
That's
people
a
at
pretty
work
good
for
place to
8
be.
hours, like,
we've had
just
higher
do the job
productivity than that
and go home.
recently, And the question is it going to be a sustained thing? Are we going to enter
I always
into a
I
new
always never
period of
understood
higher
that.
productivity? That would be great.
I would work
it is productivity growth
like
that lifts
construction
all
and
boats,
stuff.
Generation upon
Like,
generation.
not really construction,
And,
but
so
like,
people argue AI can be that effect.
stuff for
Some
like the
people are
city and
arguing that
shit.
there were a lot of business
Like,
starts
what do we got to do?
at the
Can I
beginning
just
of
do
the,
it and
pandemic
fucking
and
knock
during
it
the
out in
pandemic,
48
as
hours and we
Americans went
stay
out and
here
started businesses at that
day,
time.
night, and day and just
also
knock it
that
out and
you've
go
seen
home
a real,
and be done
you've
for
seen
the
a lot
rest of the
change
week?
in the labor force.
Can
So
we do
people
that?
moving, quitting, going to
Nah,
other
you
jobs that
gotta
might be
come
better
in
suited to
Monday,
their
Tuesday,
skills.
Wednesday, Thursday,
But
Friday.
all of those
Y'all
things,
need to slow down
they can-
because you need
they
to do
could
more time. No, motherfucker, I
become
got shit
a
to
longer
do.
run productivity
I don't have time to
increase
sit here and
or
wait.
not. Those
Let's
might just
do
be
the
things
job
that we
and
need
keep
to
it
get
moving.
1.5% productivity.
I got money I want to
They
make,
might-
and
it's
I ain't
just-
making it
is
sitting here.
unknowable. And particularly with AI, the range of
I
potential.
never understood that.
outcomes,
Never understood.
It should increase
What's the
productivity.
job? Let's
Everyone
do
sees
it
that.
and get out.
But that's not what we're seeing in the numbers now. It's too soon for AI to be
Yeah,
effective.
rallied on weed.
The productivity
ACB
numbers,
took
but
off.
the logic
I
of it
seen
is
that.
it could actually.
I said the same thing.
Increase productivity, and then
I
the question will be,
GrowGen.
what does it do to labor? Is it going to replace
GrowGen,
labor or augment
nice
labor?
rally Rally
both,
today
and
still
who
going.
So in what proportion?
Cron.
So hard to say about
Chronic.
long-run growth, but you know,
Chronic
of course,
disease.
It would be great if that were
What
the case.
is
And then just to follow up, we talked about this before.
Curaleaf
Do you
doing?
feel like
I
you
like
need to expand
Curaleaf.
on this? in
I don't know if it's still
making it current.
okay or
No,
not.
I mean, so
Terrasan,
our focus, the things that are really important to the
Pure
U.S.
Leaf.
economy over time are
Bro,
productivity.
is it really like trading like
immigration,
this?
Even trade policy.
How is
industrial-
Pure Leaf
the things
trading
that
like
we're
this?
doing,
That's crazy.
Industrial policy that
They don't trade this thing
now a
anymore?
thing. Those are
Man, I'm gonna have
important
to
the
hit my man
longer
up
run
and do
growth
some
and
promoting.
economic well-being of America.
Like,
So
yo, can you
what we
sponsor
do-
me for?
we can
give me
what we do is
just
we
for a
try to
month.
move the economy
Pure
towards
Leaf. I
stable
need your
prices and
sponsor.
maximum
You know what?
employment
I'm actually
through the
gonna call
business
them.
cycle. That's what we can do with
See if I
business-
can't come up with a
with,
sponsorship.
with monetary policy. We are also a crisis responder. We're a really important crisis responder.
Responder.
We can get there quickly. We have
Meet
great
Powell,
tools for it.
the
So that's a
crisis
key thing that we
responder.
do. We also regulate and supervise the banks, and it's
When
important.
you need
and
some
we look after
regulate,
financial
when you
stability.
need
So
to
all those are
call the
very important
regulators.
things, but they're not things
never
that
mind.
affect the longer run
When you
potential
need to
output of the
regulate.
United States. So
Powell
honestly,
is
though,
the first on
the
the
question
scene.
of what will be the,
Terrasan,
equilibrium interest rate, the neutral interest rate going forward, doesn't really matter for policy today. We're really asking about
TRSSF,
once
I
the
think is
pandemic
Terrasan.
is well and truly behind us, and we're well into the AI
Waiting
investment
for
boom,
data.
the effects of AI. What will that look like? And it doesn't really matter that much for getting
Dude,
inflation
is
down to 2%
Terrasan, like,
while
not even
keeping the
trading
economy
anymore?
growing and the labor market strong.
Can I shift tax and talk about some of the challenges of leading the Fed through the
Are
last
you
5 years?
serious?
So,
It stopped trading? What did
just in our discussion, and it's clear from looking at the world, you've had so
True
many
Leave,
different
what is
shocks.
that?
Economies behaved in so much unusual ways over the last few years. You were appointed Fed chair in 2018. I remember pre-pandemic, the dominant concern of the Fed was low inflation, not high inflation. It was having inflation below target, below the 2% target.
TC.
COVID happened.
There
We've
we
gone
go.
in a completely different direction. So, can you just speak about the challenges of taking an
ACB,
organization
that
was focused on
is-
one thing to focusing on something completely
Aurora.
different?
That's right.
Yes, it's certainly
So
been
is this
a
all the
turbulent
Canadian
time, I will
names?
say,
Is
to-
what it
to,
seems
Dean
like?
Levin's points. It's been really.
I had this
a lot
in
of
my
things
notes
and
to
things
start
that weren't
watching
expected.
for
for 20
for
plus
this.
years around the world, economies suffered from lower interest rates, lower inflation, slow growth, low productivity, bad demographics, and
Was there any
a
news
lot
or
of,
anything?
monetary economists were working on how do you make your tools work at a time when you're going to be bounded by zero, and you won't be able to cut. And make,
Silver
and,
went
and
crazy
support the
too.
economy. So this
Like
was a big.
AG.
And that was a big
It's
thing.
up
And then, so
13%
then the
today.
inflation that came, it really arrived in the first quarter of 2021. Was a
SNDX.
surprise to most people. And again, the macroeconomists generally thought that it would go away over time. Not everyone. There were some concerns expressed, and ultimately it is coming down significantly. So that was, we had to pivot on that, and we did. When it became clear, really in the fall of 2021, it became clear through the labor market data, the inflation data, the growth data, that the economy was not moving back toward price stability. And we pivoted, and when we pivoted, we really moved. So because, that was the right thing to do. So the good news about monetary policy is it can move quickly. The emergency tools we have, as I mentioned, are agile compared to other government policies, and they have a significant effect on the economy. So I think we've gotten to what is, knock on wood, a pretty good place. We're using our tools now to try to bring inflation down the rest of the way to 2% while keeping the economy strong and the labor market strong as well.
I mean, the other side of this tumultuous period that we've been through is the external pressure from the Fed, from outside, over where to set interest rates. And you have faced this pressure over the last 6 years, including from the former president. So how do you navigate the decision-making of the Fed in the larger scheme of pressures coming in from the outside?
So the thing is, internally we have peace of mind on this because everybody who works at the Fed knows that we're going to do what we're
here I
going to
was
do.
talking
We're
the
gonna do
whole
it
time.
for
and
economic reasons. And
so I
that's-
was
that's
saying
it,
that
as I mentioned in my
Coinbase
remarks.
might have a
And I mean,
little
I think
room
you can go
higher,
back and look-
guys.
anybody
Might.
can read the verbatim transcripts.
A little bit. Like maybe we get a double top up there at 255.
It doesn't matter what the election calendar is
So
saying. Whatever,
that was our
whatever's happening
target
in the
today.
economy, those are the
Coinbase.
decisions. We make decisions
I'm reading
based
it
on
right
the
off the
analysis
paper.
that I'm
Long
describing by
245.
So I think we
target's
know that.
255.
So it becomes, but it's a communication issue that people need to
Did just
understand
that.
that's what we do. It's always what we do. If you look at the modern historical
and
record,
again, this
you'll
morning's
see that
live
the Fed has
show,
been prepared
or
to
live
move or
stream
not move
was awful,
and
guys.
do what it thinks is the right thing
was just
for the
awful. I
economy
was
in the
tired.
medium and longer term, without regard to
My
kind
cat
of
was
outside
messing with me.
considerations. And it's important to
So
just
I
have
do
people know
apologize for that.
which is why I brought it up. I don't have concerns.
I wish I could fucking spice this
that-
thing up
that
a little
it's going to
bit.
be a problem for us because
I
we're
need to
going to
get
do
some people
what the
on
right
here.
thing is for the economy
Do
over
some
time, and
challenges
my
or
colleagues and I
something.
are tightly focused on that.
Maybe you can just say a little bit more about that. I mean, you're praised by many people in your ability to build consensus. You've
If
served in different White House
if
administrations,
Coinbase does get to
with
255,
different,
I will
political
look to see
ideologies.
if I can possibly
How-
take the short up there.
How do you do that in practice?
On that double
do you
top
have
up
any
at like 254,
advice for all of us?
255?
And
So it boils down to two things. One is
Just
you
two,
know,
Powell?
we have a specific mandate.
That's
Stick
it.
to that mandate. Focus on that mandate, and don't be dragged into partisan political fights around. I mean, when I testify, people are always trying to get me and my colleagues to support their perspective on fiscal issues or
That's not
immigration
true.
issues, and they think of an economic hook.
Or they might, I'm sure.
But
Oh, they-
we just
yeah,
don't
politics
do it.
do.
That's part of it. The other part of it just is I spend a lot of time in our system of government, oversight comes through Congress. In a parliamentary system, it's through the elected government, but because that's the same people who are in the parliament. But for us, it's not the administration that has legal oversight responsibility. It's the Congress, it's the House and the Senate, and particularly the two oversight committees, one in the House, one in the Senate. And so my colleagues and I spend a lot of time, and we don't go up there to blast talking points at people. We want to hear what they're thinking, and we want to listen carefully and respectfully and tell them what we're thinking. And I think people appreciate that. That's the thing. Same thing internally. I think when you listen
we do,
respectfully and understand what people are saying and try to think about how to incorporate that thinking into what
I'm
you're
so
doing.
tired. It's
For
been
most
raining
people,
for
most
every
of the time,
every
that's gonna be
single
enough.
day for 2 weeks.
And so they can go along with things that they don't 100% support, but they feel like they were heard, or they're not going to, maybe criticize quite as harshly as they would, because they realize that you're doing this in good faith to the absolute best of your ability and based on the actual facts and what we know about the ever-evolving economy.
And can I just ask about how your own background has helped in this process? So you are a person who has shifted between the public and the private sector over the course of your career. And you're a lawyer by training. You don't have an economics PhD. You're running an organization which is mostly PhD or many PhD economists. So can you just speak about how your background has helped you navigate this?
Sure. So when I graduated from college, I had no plan other than
That
this
QQQ
idea
reversal
that I
was
liked
concerning.
what
I mean, it
saw
wasn't
of the careers of
concerning, but
people
it's
like George Shultz,
don't forget about it.
or Cyrus Vance, for example. And that the idea
Don't
was
forget
these
about
are people who had a mainly private sector.
I told you
career,
guys this is
but
a
served
rally
in the
on low
government
volume.
at intervals,
and
we're
I
able to do
think we
public
take it
service.
back.
I grew up in Washington,
I think it gets
DC.
taken
My family
back.
was not involved in any of this really, but this is what I observed, and I thought I would like to do that. And by some miracle, that's kind of what happened. It wasn't careful planning. So I always wanted to do public service, and I wound up doing that. I served as an aide on the Hill. I was all these different things that I've done. So that's how that happened.
And then I'll ask one last question for this. Do you have any advice for the students in this room whose interests are?
He asked the one last question. It
move
looks
between
like the
public and
spy is
private
trying to
sector?
rally.
So I think that's a great plan for people. People have different tolerance levels for volatility.
getting real volatile
I
there.
quit the law and went into investment banking. Quit investment banking and went into private equity. Quit private equity and went into.
I wanted
public
to go.
service,
I wanted to get
if
into
you're willing
investment
to tolerate
banking,
volatility
but
and steep
it's
learning
kind of
curves,
boring. You think I sleep a lot now?
Then that's a great way to go.
Shit.
The other thing I'll say though is I have really found that.
Can you get us
when I was a partner in a private equity firm, I asked the
10,000 at the 20-year bonds at
area,
245
what do you
spread?
look for? I mean, it's all about picking good CEOs and good business models.
I wouldn't get
What do you
halfway
look for
through
in a
that
good
order
CEO?
before I
And the
was
answer was,
knocked.
you know, there's no one model.
I'm just
and
kidding,
that's really
obviously.
important.
I'm just
There
joking.
I have seen very different people be successful in leadership roles. Very, very different people. And it's in, I don't know if it's in every person, but it's in a lot of people to find your own way to lead. And you don't have to be one way or another. You know, I can think of one person at the Fed she had a way of being a very soft talker, and by the end of the meeting, everyone was leaving there thinking, how do I do what she said? You know, it's like, I want to do that. It's in everybody, and you should have the self-confidence. What I experienced when I first had to lead things was complete lack of self-confidence. Oh my God, I'm not ready to do this. And I think that's very common for people. I think people get more coaching now, but I would just say, be confident in your own abilities to lead and take things on and take risk, because that will, if I could say that to something to my younger self, I think that would be it.
Jay, we're running on time here. And
that's a good one, pal.
There's lots more
Appreciate
stuff
it,
we
bro.
could talk about, but I'm mindful of time, so let me just
go
first of all
for it.
thank you on behalf of Stanford
That's
for
what he's saying.
being here, engaging us in this conversation. It's been very stimulating. I know I learned a lot, and I hope we all learned a lot. And again, so thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Audrey. Thank you. Thank you.
Boo this man. Maybe it's because I'm sitting here talking in the mic and the mic is off. I don't know. I think that pullback right there was let's just burn the shit out of that premium, because we're going to extend higher off of this bull flag. And whoever never took profit, they just got robbed. They just got robbed on that downside. That's why you guys got to take profits, man. That's why it's important to do that. You know, pay yourself. It's what you're here to do. You're here to get paid. It's what we're all here for. Like, I would like to take a long right back to 255, but I just feel like I can't do it on Coinbase. Why is Intel up at the top?
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at
That was weird. That was really weird. Alright, so if we go to a 15-minute chart, I know you guys can barely see it, but you can see this level right there. We're making that level support again, trying to. Watch if we break it. Are we breaking it right now? Nah, we're not breaking it right now. That was the tail. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock already, y'all. Today is flying. Flying. Holy heck. Okay. Give me just a minute and we will go through some charts. If you guys could, spam the chat with tickers. Give me a middle finger, something. I don't care. Spam the chat. Tickers, questions, anything. Look how low this volume is here. Look how low it is. Can't even hide that. If we are able to break above 521 and hold it, I'm going to be really surprised, because that might change the game right there. If you're able to hold 521, a break and hold above that 521 level, I think the script might get flipped. So, final trades: Thermo Fisher, GXO Logistics, and the NASDAQ, NDAX. Or NDAQ. One is, yeah, NDAQ.
About the markets too, but let's do final trades in the
There
30
you go.
seconds or so that we have left. Steve Weiss.
GXO, you haven't heard me talk about it. It has done particularly well, but they do well each quarter, and I think a lot of outsourcing, it should work.
XPO's done great though, right?
XPO's done phenomenally well.
Just talking about that yesterday. Carrie.
Thermo Fisher, Timo, it's retraced a big move somewhat, so you've got a good buying opportunity. Healthcare, services, technology, great place to be.
I got Josh Brown.
NASDAQ, NDAQ held up really well this week, going higher.
All right, guys, good stuff. Good to have you here at Zone. I'll see you with Einhorn in just a little bit. The exchange is now.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Deirdre Bosa, and we have a very big hour on deck for you. There's Disney shareholder meeting that is just kicking off. The battle over the boardroom, that's about to be decided, and we will bring you all of the twists, the turns, the final tally when it is in, and of course, what the results mean for Disney's future. Plus, we've got Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai speaking this hour. We are monitoring that event for any stock-moving headlines. And then, Greenlight Capital's David Einhorn takes the stage live at the Sohn Investment Conference. You just heard Scott Wapner. He will give his best idea. You will see it right here. We begin with today's markets. Dom Chu has those numbers over at the Telestrator. Dom, good news is good news after those ADP numbers?
Maybe some good news over here, Deirdre. So take a look at this, because the markets are green across the board for all the major indices. The Dow Industrial is currently up just about 0.2%. 39,229 the last trade there. It's modest, but it's green. The S&P 500's at 5223, up about 18 points, 1/3% gains there. Tilting towards the higher levels of the session. We were up 23 points at the intraday highs and down 11 points at the low. So there's your range in context for the S&P. The NASDAQ Composite, the tech-heavier index, up 0.5%, and pacing the advance. 16,322 for the NASDAQ Composite trade, up about 82 points. One of the key stocks in focus helping to some of that tech upside is a bounce back that we're seeing in Tesla stock. It's up about 2/3% right now, $168 and change. Remember, trying to bounce back from those disappointing delivery and product production numbers from yesterday. A number of analysts out there with some negative commentary today, even some price target cuts. Nonetheless, shrugging that off, you can see those shares trying to get some kind of footing here just above that $165 mark. We'll keep an eye on Tesla. The other thing to watch is another record in gold prices. COMEX gold 23.13. We had 23.16 earlier in the session, so we'll put a star right up here. Another record high. This is going to be, if it does finish positive, the 7th straight day worth of gains for COMEX gold. So again, watch those precious metals. It seems to be that big momentum trade for right now. And then speaking of momentum, we've lost a little bit so far in terms of yields right now, but the 10-year note yield's at 4.36%. We got as high as 4.43 almost at one point today. That would put you again at the highest levels going all the way back to roughly November 27th of this past year. So interest rates a big focus there as well. We'll see whether or not there's stabilization there and whether or not equity valuations might be able to find some solid footing as well. I'll send things back over to you, Dee.
And equity is a little more resilient today. Dom, thanks very much. The other big speaker today, that's Fed Chair Powell, who just wrapped up his speech at a Stanford event. He emphasized the need for more evidence that inflation is easing before cutting rates. But What will higher for longer mean for the economy and consumers? We're going to talk all about it with Mark Zandi, chief economist at Moody's Analytics. We've also got Ted Rossman, senior industry analyst at Bankrate, on set with me. But let's start with CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman. Steve, what do we hear? Not a whole lot new. Markets are holding on to their gains, largely unchanged.
Yeah, they seem to be. Powell's saying in a speech today that if the economy evolves as expected, Deirdre, it will be appropriate to lower rates at some point this year. But he did introduce some doubt, I'd say, as to the amount and timing, saying about inflation, here's a few bullet points, that it's come down significantly, but it's still above target. The job of reducing inflation to 2%, quote, is not yet done, and he still needs greater confidence in those inflation numbers and its trajectory in order to cut interest rates. Speaking at the Stanford Graduate School of Business, Powell said recent reports on jobs and inflation have indeed come in higher than expected, but have not, quote, materially changed the overall picture, and that is of declining inflation. Still, he said he wasn't clear whether the recent firmer inflation reports were just bumps along the road towards that 2% inflation or start of something a little bit more worrisome. So what happened? The probability of a June hike did drift a bit higher, as in more of a chance of a cut, now trading at 61%. Earlier this week, it had been in the low 50s, a few points higher than it's been, with greater confidence of a cut in the market, though. You can see there for the July and the September meetings. Powell said there could still be inflation reduction coming from improved supply chains, and he said immigration had helped the economy grow without inflation by providing more labor supply. And he said on the big question on the economy, the jury's still out on whether the recent productivity surge is part of a longer-term trend or just a temporary spike. And Deirdre, as you know, nothing matters more than the answer to that question, or uncertain than the answer to that question.
Steve, well laid out. Thank you very much. Stick around. Let's bring in Mark Zandi and Ted Rossman. Ted, thanks for being on set with me. Mark, let's start with you. Anything new that sticks out to you in what Powell said? As Steve noted, those expectations for a June hike have ticked slightly higher.
Well, he stuck to script. He's still beating the drum that he's got time because the economy is strong and inflation's still above target. I think the key words for me in the speech was they're looking at this meeting by meeting. So it feels like he's saying, look, every meeting is live. We could make a change at the next meeting or the one after that. So it feels, like a rate cut is coming. He did mention January, February inflation data. I think that's really critical. The inflation data is really critical here. Jobs less important at this point. It's all about inflation. And we've got to make sure that the bump in January, February inflation was just, measurement, seasonal adjustment, which I think it is. So we'll get better inflation numbers, but we've got to see that. And once they do see it, I think we'll get a cut.
Ted, break down the consumer impact. What matters more for them, a looser policy or a stronger economy?
I think people right now are looking for a stronger economy and actually feeling that in the form of lower inflation, basically. Because right now, by many measures, we have a strong economy. I mean, we have strong GDP growth. We have the lowest stretch below 4% unemployment since the 1960s. But you say a lot of this to people and they say, well, I don't feel it. I don't feel that secure in my job, or my costs are up, or I'm not getting ahead. So I think that whole sentiment versus reality is really important. Depends where you are on the spectrum, too. I mean, if you have credit card debt, those rates and balances have never been higher. If you're a homeowner, that's good, but you're probably not in the mood to move. You don't want to trade your 3 or 4% rate for a 7% rate, and plus the house is going to cost more. It's especially hard for young people looking to enter the housing market and pay down debt.
Right, we're going to talk more about the housing market. But Steve, I want to come back to you on this matter of inflation. And you mentioned that Powell said that there was not a material change. But what about the move that we've been talking about, especially this week, in commodities? Price of oil back near $90. Is that going to trickle through and make those numbers especially stickier?
Deirdre, that's a great point. I'm becoming a little concerned about what the March inflation report is going to say when we get it later this month. You've had oil prices higher, you've had commodity prices higher, and you've had, I've been following this Cleveland Fed nowcasting on inflation. It remains kind of sticky. So I don't know that I'm confident we're going to get the relief that everybody wants from those January, February numbers. We talked to Bostic this morning. He said he's settling in for a slower progress.
This thing came out literally yesterday, right as soon as the market closed.
It's only come down,
and they said that they were down like 4
And in the months before
7
that, it
million,
came down 44
400
basis points.
million,
So it has
something
slowed.
crazy.
Loretta Mester said she's not surprised by the slowing of inflation progress.
You know,
because she had
they pretty
forecasted.
much,
So
they still
we're all
suck.
going to have to, I think, take a deep breath and maybe just be a little bit more patient. Hope that inflation is moving in the right direction and not
Yeah, I
be
seen that. They
frustrated
pretty
that
much
it's not
took that
moving
whole move
faster,
away
because I
from
think
us.
it might be that the easy parts.
In February of last year, and that's the highest level in a decade. Not only does cash make buyers more competitive in a tight market, but it also saves them money.
Oh, man, I'm so tired, bro. Just fucking rainy, tired, just sitting here
Diana Olick is
watching
here with the
these
latest. Diana, maybe you
squares.
could pick up on what
I
Ted
might
was
go
saying
walk
for
outside
especially
real
first-time
quick
home
and,
buyers. This is
Yeah, I mean,
kind of wake
it's
up a
definitely
little
rough
bit.
out there.
But I
We
won't
see it
really
in
be
the
doing
mortgage
anything until
applications
2. I
to
was just
purchase a home,
listening
which
to
dropped again last week.
the
They're now
girl
13%
from
lower
the
than they
Biden
were a year ago
administration
and
talking.
47% below where they
But they're
were
not going to say
pre-pandemic in
anything,
2019.
you know, to
Much
move
of
the
that is
markets,
due to
but they
today's higher
could.
interest rates, but
Something
it's
could
also because a
happen.
larger share of buyers are choosing not to use a mortgage. All cash made up 33% of existing home
So-
sales in February, up from 28% in February
If
of
you
last
guys
year,
see me
and
getting
that's the
groggy,
highest
don't
level in a
mind.
decade.
Just waiting
Not
until
only
2
does
o'clock,
cash
3
make
o'clock.
buyers more
Hopefully I can
competitive in
put
a
up,
tight market, but it also saves them
maybe
money
we can
over
try to put on
mortgage-dependent
some
buyers.
type of
Both
short
the
or
convenience
long,
and certainty
not really
of
a
all
long,
cash
but a
offers
short.
appeals to sellers so much that they're willing to take 10%
Yo, you're so
less
right about
money
that's
if
hilarious,
that money
bro.
comes in cash. And this is
You're right.
according to a
You need a
new
boat
study
to go
just released
outside.
from
You
UC
damn
San
right
Diego.
about that, bro.
The study also found that about
You are right
10%
about
of
that.
sales transactions fail
still
when the
raining.
buyer
It's
is
been
paying
raining
with
since
a
last
mortgage,
week.
and that's because the lender needs to approve the loan based on appraisal and inspection, either or both of which can fall through. Sellers just don't want to take that risk. Now, of course, it's hard to get enough cash to buy a home, so what some buyers are doing now is either
have
borrowing
to
money
go
from
take this.
family or friends
The
for
ground
the
is so
initial purchase,
soft.
and then taking out a mortgage to
The
pay them
concrete
back once the deal is done.
that
Some are
is
also
in the
doing what's
pole
called
for the
proof of
flag that I
cash,
have out
where
front,
they reserve the right
it's starting to
get
lean over and the
financing
wind's
prior
getting
to
ready to
closing,
pick
but they
up. I might
show the
have to go
seller
take
that
it.
they
I don't
do
want to
have
put the
cash
flag on the ground.
if
I'm
it
going to
ends
have
up
to throw the
being
flag away
necessary.
or
So
get
it's a
rid
rough
of it or
market out there, Deirdre.
Yeah,
do
you just
something
painted a
with
pretty
it.
rough picture. Diana, stick
Fuck.
around. Ted, what's your reaction to that? I mean, we
It's
kind of
leaning
know
over like
this.
because
This
the
is
ground's
the
so
trajectory that
soaked
we've
with
seen.
water.
Cash
It
would be
just
nice.
it's not
Leaning on family and
filtering
friends would be nice as well, but what if those
through
aren't
fast
options?
enough. Because it just keeps raining and raining and raining, and it just the ground is really soft. Oh, I'm sure, man. That's like, oh, I'm in Delaware, man. That's like, yeah, man. The flag out front, it's so soft. The ground's soft because it's been raining. It's like this. It's like leaning like this. I might have to just go get it. I don't know if I should just let it fall. I don't know what to do. I might go ahead and go get it because it is really nasty out there. I just don't want to put the flag on the ground. It's like, what? I don't know.
Well, I'll take you one up on that. It's actually 90% of mortgage holders have rates below 6%, so you really have to give them incentive to want
It'll be okay for a little bit. I'll just say that. Then I'll figure it out. I'm gonna have to throw in some more concrete or do something.
and that's actually 60% more.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna save the flag. It's just ripped up.
Over 130% to buy a home that's just 25% more expensive. So in order to get buyers to move
Yeah, that sucks. Well, I can't say I did too.
you're really going to have
Yeah, I can't say I did too. I messed myself up by accident. I was watching Tesla close, and I took a 170 call, and I accidentally like I market ordered in, and I had a market order to get out, and I kind of just have it up so that if it goes, I can, I'll take some profits. That trade I wasn't going to piece because I said in the morning, like I wanted to be able to put a trade on, get green, stuff some nice money in my pocket, and push on for tomorrow's non-farm payrolls and Friday CPI. And I fucking sold by accident. I ended up touching the screen. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I thought about trading. I also thought about doing that too, bro. About trading the, MSOs and some of the weed names. They've been kind of like low key pushing higher. At least like steady and flat. Like they're up at their highs. Like if you look at like MSO, Aurora, all those names, even though they're junk. Like all these things are junk. I mean, these companies. I think Aurora is Canadian, isn't it? It's just they have you know institutional capital that they have access to, unlike American MSOs.
Yeah, I don't think we have seen a boost in productivity growth
Toom, 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 toom.
prior to this past year.
Dude, this thing ain't over.
Prior to the pandemic,
This thing probably ain't even over yet. Let's look at the daily chart, because you have you have 20. What was it? 2020. Yeah, wait, hold on. Did they really? Oh my God, bro, this thing is trash. Are you serious? They really did this? Oh, so this thing did not pop on or did it? Was this November? So I'm trying to think of when. So yeah, probably like right here. Like all that year. It wasn't 2019. Maybe it was. You guys remember like how like for when back in 2020 presidential election, how weed stocks had like some nice runs. Dude, this thing is just, bro, I wouldn't touch this with y'all's money, guys. I mean, I would trade it, obviously trade it and make money, but dude, this thing is a garbage of a stock, bro. I can't believe how bad it is. I'm surprised there's even anything left. Like, can they even do any more offerings? Like, that's insane. Like, I've seen worse, but look at that. Look, a penny. That's hilarious. A penny. They're going to start doing par value. They keep this up. They're going to start offering shit at par value. Like 3/10 of a penny. That's crazy. I think the winner today, guys, was AG. I think AG was the winner today, man. This thing is up 13% today. Look at that daily candle. That's a huge breakout.
That when we find a productivity change that's positive, we don't lose it. It doesn't necessarily increase productivity all the time, but I think this AI stuff is yet to come. It may be even dragging on productivity.
Yo,
right
my
now.
guy has not mentioned productivity at all for fucking 3-4 years.
And I don't think
until he just heard Powell talk about production.
A very important call to not raise interest rates, because he did make a call.
Production. Now you're going to start hearing him talk about it a lot more.
That. He kept the economy from having to suffer through higher interest rates than it otherwise would.
He is funny.
And at some point, Powell or
don't get me wrong, I like him.
Make a call on productivity,
I'm just
an
kind of like, you know what I mean,
policy.
messing with him.
Deidre, really quick, what really matters now isn't productivity growth, it's labor force growth. I mean, that's extraordinary, and that goes back to...
So I don't know what this man's talking about.
Really, much more important than that is the surge.
He's just trying to sound good.
And that's why we've been able to grow so fast and generate so many jobs. And still, wage growth is moderating. Inflation is coming in. So the real story here isn't the productivity gains are nice, and maybe
inflation's coming in because of time.
It's really about labor force growth.
It's not because
that has more legs.
On that note,
we just did a whole bunch of things correct.
ADP number led Goldman to actually up its forecast for this Friday's jobs report. Steve, do you see that as in line with what you're thinking?
Yeah. Let me just point out that this.
According to my numbers, yeah, that's
correct.
correct.
Diana better figure out a place for
that's
all these
correct,
people to
Sarah.
live if we're going to have this labor force growth.
Yeah. Rental apartments.
I do think
lots of supply.
I do think that we're going to have stronger payroll growth. It's going to remain strong. A great story in the Journal today about immigration, something we've been talking about.
I'm gonna step
for a while
outside. I'll be
here,
right back.
and that does seem to have created an upward shift. Look, you cannot have 100,000 ghosts filling jobs. There has to be actual bodies in those jobs. And it appears as if we're finding actual people for the payroll jobs that are out there. It's been too consistent and too high for too long, and it doesn't appear to be inflationary at this point. And what's really interesting, Deirdre, and again, from your neck of the woods, still lots of talk about the inability to find workers, even at the higher rates that are out there. I am not sure, and I'll get some hate mail from some small business owners who I know it does affect, but I'm not sure that these minimum wage increases have these huge effects. I think so much of the working population is above that minimum wage that it has only a de minimis impact.
Well, and something that I see down there too is you called it ghost jobs. There's also robot jobs, right? A lot of the jobs are being automated or outsourced to generative AI.
Those too.
Last word for you, Mark. I know you're trying to get in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we ignored the second part of Powell's speech, which is really important. I mean, he was saying, look, the Fed is independent. This is really critical.
Yeah.
And he's speaking to the election process. So, you know, he felt it necessary to have this talk with us about Fed independence. And I
Yeah,
think
but that
that's
was
really
stupid.
something we should
We
take to heart. It's really
should
critical.
already know. We shouldn't live in this world. It's not a good point, Deidre. Shut the hell up, because you're part of the problem. Because you have these kids in this fucking fairyland talking about Powell doing shit for, you know what I'm saying, for elections. Oh, he's only going to cut rates to make Biden look good, to get like free Palestine, blah blah blah. Bro, suck my you know what. He shouldn't have to say that shit. He really shouldn't. He should not have to say that shit. But we live in a world where you have to be like, I don't know. I just miss the old days. I'm gonna just keep it at that. Like, Powell shouldn't have had to have said any of that shit. It's like, yo, we know, dude. Like, who are you telling? This is not Harvard. You don't have to like reiterate like some of this like common sense stuff. But you know, I know times have gotten a little weird, but
.com today.
The bitter battle over Disney's boardroom is about to be decided as shareholders vote whether the company's board deserves another year together or if candidates nominated by activist investors, including Trine Partners, Nelson Peltz, should replace certain directors. The shareholder meeting is underway right now. While we wait for the results, let's take a quick look back at this bitter back and forth and how we got to this moment.
If there is a shareholder of Disney that's happy with what's going on, that guy's been short the stock.
I feel great about where the company is today and where I believe we'll be able to take it.
We will be watching, we will be rooting, and the proxy fight is over.
In some cases, the challenges are greater than I had anticipated.
They promised they were going to improve things. I took them at their word. Things got worse.
A lot of this fight seems to be looking backwards. I'm more interested in why I joined the board is looking forwards.
By every conceivable financial measure, the company is down. I don't know how a board can allow that to happen.
I have not spoken to Mr. Peltz in a while. I have no plans to speak to him.
I am not betting on putting somebody in the boardroom that could potentially be highly disruptive and change the future course of the Walt Disney Company.
We're not going to lose, okay? Let's get that straight.
And look, there it goes, because it came out. Look, I was waiting for it. There it goes, guys. Disney.
David Faber, let's get to him
There
right
it goes.
now.
It came out.
Yeah, well,
it's getting really volatile
they
right
lost.
now.
Sorry, Nelson. In fact, the entire board of Disney has been reelected by what they're calling a substantial margin. That just called out by General Counsel Horacio Gutierrez at the annual meeting of the company. So all 12 Disney directors have been reelected. Obviously, it is a victory for Disney, a defeat for Trian, which had been seeking 2 seats
Why
on
is
the
it a
board of
win for
directors.
Disney?
They haven't gone through numbers as of yet, but there are some that I can provide via sources in terms of Deirdre, overall votes and how many were allocated to various directors. First of all, roughly, I'm told, 70 or so percent, perhaps a bit more than that, voted. So roughly 70% of the outstanding shares were voted. And of those, for example, 94% of the votes or those shares voted were voted in favor of Bob Iger, the company's CEO. The universal proxy, it's different than what we used to see, you know, sort of more like an election it used to be. Basically, it's just the top 12 vote getters are on the board. And in this case, they were all Disney directors. Peltz was targeting Mary Elena Lagomasino, who goes by Mel. Sources tell me she received 63% of the votes that were voted, the shares that were voted, and Peltz received 31%. So she more than doubled his total. Obviously,
Yeah,
defeat
this
not
is only
something that Trian has
because
seen that often in its proxy fights. The last one that I can
they
recall was when
got
lost to
BlackRock and
DuPont.
shit
Of
to
course,
buy
they came back not that
to
long after
have a
and
major
declared
say in
victory,
all this.
when
So
Alan Coleman left the company.
don't think
But in
this
that
was
case, the
retail,
margin
because
of
I
victory
guarantee you
was
retail would have
far,
probably
far
had
closer,
him,
for
you
DuPont
know,
than is the case
win
here.
this and be able to
Again,
go on and
Iger
try to
gets
help Disney
94%,
actually
and there's
become a
sort of the
good
important one because, again,
company
Peltz
for
was
people to
challenging
own
for that
and actually
particular
start making
seat,
some
saying,
damn
hey,
money.
vote the first 10 and then vote me and vote Jay Rasulo, and he was going after Lagomasino.
And look, the stock
He didn't
price is
win.
kind of showing you this.
63%, 31% for
Now, I'll
Peltz.
cover it more
And
later
finally,
on,
you know,
but-
retail we've talked about because they do comprise a fairly substantial number of the overall shares, but my understanding is here they didn't show up that much. 7 or 8% of the total vote was retail shareholders. Of those retail shareholders who voted, D, again, numbers I'm hearing are as many as 75% went with management or with all the Disney directors. So a significant victory for Disney over Trian.
It sounds like a landslide, David. I mean, 94% of votes were in favor of Iger. Did we expect it to be that big of a gap?
Well, you know, it wasn't like Peltz was challenging Iger and saying it's either him or me. So the votes he didn't get were withheld, but that's a significant number saying, yes, hello, we're happy with your performance. I think, you know, the key one, though, really is the lady at the bottom there, Mary Elena Lagomasino, who goes by Mel. The fact that she more than doubled Peltz's number, at least in these numbers that I'm getting right now. So again, that, you know, it's over and done with, and they move on. I move on to go to Los Angeles so I can sit down with Bob Iger tomorrow morning. Hopefully get there.
Can't wait for that. That'll be a good one. You know, David, you say we all get to move on, but you also said that Nelson Peltz isn't used to this kind of defeat. And I remember when he called in to your show live and spoke to you and Jim and Carl and said that, you know, he was in favor, that Bob Iger was successfully turning the company around only to go back again. Is this truly? Could he come back?
I imagine he could come back after losing a proxy fight and losing it definitively. And we should point out we've got a statement from Trian saying they're disappointed with the outcome. They greatly appreciate all the support and dialogue they've had with Disney stakeholders. and proud of the impact they've had in refocusing, they say, the company on value creation and good governance. And to your point, of course, they had engaged with the company right after Iger had come back. It was brief in terms of how long that fight lasted, because to your point, it was when I interviewed Iger last February, I believe it was, and then Peltz literally followed up minutes later by saying, we're done, but we're going to hang around and watch, and then only to come back, of course.
Yeah.
This was a much more bitter and hard-fought struggle, as you well know, Dee, but Disney ends up victorious.
We might have a play here on Disney.
David Faber, thank you very much. We will be watching very closely tomorrow. So
I'm running
David
a step
will be
outside so I can wake up a
exclusively
little
with
bit. I'm
Disney
just
CEO
getting
Bob
tired
Iger
here. I've
tomorrow
been sitting
at 9
here
a.m.
since
Eastern
5 o'clock
on
this
Squawk
morning.
On the street. You definitely don't want to miss that. Joining me now to discuss is CNBC.com reporter Alex Sherman and Disney shareholder Nancy Tengler. Nancy, let's get to you first. You said it didn't really matter because Nelson Peltz was an accelerant. Is this over 1 and 2? Are you satisfied with the results?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think, Deirdre, that the shareholders won in this whole transaction. I mean, you couldn't have picked a better central casting villain versus, CEO, with Bob Iger, very measured and always calm and presentable, and Nelson, kind of throwing darts. But the fact is, the stock's up 35% year to date, as many have pointed out, and about 50% since Trian got involved. So, they control $3.5 billion. They spent $25 million. I think it was a victory for them, and I think it was a victory for Disney shareholders. And so let's move forward with the succession planning, because I think that's really what is bothering shareholders at the core.
Alex Sherman, let me turn to you. Does Bob Iger and his team get to breathe a little bit now, or is the pressure still on to perform? I mean, Nelson Peltz wasn't the only activist circling.
Yeah, what fun we all had, right? I mean, Trian wins, Ike Perlmutter wins, the Disney board wins. Like, this was just a blast for everybody. No, look, there's some real concerns with Disney, and the main argument that Nelson Peltz had to join the board was that Disney has flubbed succession for years now. And Disney has retooled its board a little bit. James Gorman is on now, Jeremy Duroch. So they have a couple new board members. And I think more than anything, they have sort of an eyes wide open approach that they need to get succession right. And in fact, that's kind of why Bob Iger came back in many ways. It wasn't only to sort of re-steer Disney's strategy and culture, but also to make up for the fact that he picked Bob Chapek as CEO. That didn't work. And now he and the board need to get back to work and do it right this time, which will be very meaningful for Bob Iger's legacy. So that, I think, that's really where the focus is now. It's got to be, and we've heard it on our air, that Disney is doing a robust succession process. I just reported on Monday, Dana Walden, an internal candidate for that job. There are several others, Jimmy Pitaro, Josh D'Amaro, Alan Bergman. Maybe there are some external candidates we don't even know about. But over the next few months here, certainly the investment world is going to be focused on, okay, who is it that's going to be taking over for Bob Iger, and what is that transition process going to look like?
Right. And Nancy, talk about those succession plans. Are you pleased with how they're progressing? Alex just named a bunch of internal names. Are any of them equipped? I know that Disney put out this statement that they're going through a rigorous preparation process. You know what, Nancy? Hold that thought. I'm going to come back to you on this. Let's get over to David Einhorn at the Stone Conference.
However, value investing and the value investing industry are two different things. The value investing industry is the thousands of people that used to be employed to analyze and pick stocks by trying to figure out which ones were undervalued. Trillions moving from active management to passive have caused these people to be fired, and they're not coming back. This is what I mean by the value investing industry is dead. The cartoon says, good news, remember all those growth stocks I sold you? They are now value stocks. With all these unemployed people and their AUM gone, it's actually a great time to be a value investor. There's much less competition. There are cheap stocks that are just much cheaper than they would otherwise be if there were lots of professionals with capital to deploy trying to identify them. I will talk about one of those in a couple of minutes. When I started in this business, everyone said Warren Buffett benefited by starting his investment business when few people even read annual reports and few were good at valuing stocks. It was a shame that there was so much competition for me.
Let's
there
go,
were thousands
Micro.
of experienced
Micro,
professionals trying
MU.
to do the same thing.
Going
Well,
a
guess
lot
what?
higher.
That's how it feels right now.
On the
For
back
the
of
few
what
of
he
us who are
said.
left, it's a great time to be
I
a
think
value
it's
investor.
really undervalued.
There's so little competition that the opportunities to buy fine companies with double-digit cash-on-cash returns are more abundant than at any time in my career other than at the bottom of a bear market. This may be how Mr. Buffett felt in the 1950s. So here's an example I'll share with you today. The cartoon says, Mrs. Rothman, will any of this be relevant once AI takes over? We find ourselves asking the same thing. I know everyone is talking about AI, and the title of my talk today is Solve AI. At Greenlight, we have always thought of ourselves as being flexible investors, willing to learn new things. AI has been the rage for the last year, and we have found a great idea. Our idea today is Solve AI.
This joke is about to be a corny. Wait for it.
I'm very excited to tell you about it. It's most commonly known as Solve, whose motto is mastering the elements essential to our world. Solve is an essential chemical company that holds the #1 position across all of its markets. Everyone wants a lesson in computer science. Instead, today we will study chemistry. I'm sure that thought excites all of you. Who besides my dad had chemistry as his favorite class? All right, so first chemistry joke of the day. Do you know why you can never trust an atom? They make up literally everything. Solve is a 160-year-old Belgian enterprise that trades under the ticker SOLB in Belgium. The company just went through a corporate restructuring. The old Solve was a chemical conglomerate that in December spun off its specialty chemicals business into a new company called ScienceCo. The remaining essential chemicals business became the new Solve. The new Solve has 9,000 employees in over 40 countries globally. It has 7 major research and innovation centers and over 90 different branded products across 5 different business segments. In 2023, Solve had revenues of 4.9 billion euros and a 26% EBITDA margin. Solve is best known for soda ash, which makes up around 40% of sales. It has 4 other business segments, all of which have #1 positions in their market. While these are all thought of as commodity businesses, they are higher margin and much more stable than most commodity chemical companies. All right, next chemistry joke. I know you all love compound interest. Today, we are interested in compounds. There are a few basic facts about soda ash, or sodium carbonate, that I will share with you. Solve's soda ash and derivatives business segment is diversified. 20% is used for flat glass applications, 15% is used in container glass, 10% is used in detergents and cleaning agents, and 30% is used in industrial applications to produce sodium silicates and lithium carbonate for EV batteries. Finally, a quarter of this segment is not soda ash, but a derivative called bicar, which is sodium bicarbonate. It's used in highly value-added pharmaceutical-grade food applications. Bicar can sell for much more than soda ash, particularly for pharmaceutical grade, and its market is growing twice as fast. Soda ash is quite an essential and versatile commodity chemical. The cartoon says it's a great all-purpose cleaner, and it makes nice flavoring for gum. That's actually true. Soda ash can be produced naturally or synthetically. Natural production, which is around 30% of the market, comes from mining and purifying trona ore. The problem is that trona is found in remote locations like Mongolia and Turkey and Wyoming, which individually accounts for over 80% of the global reserves. Like most of us, before this, I thought Wyoming was mostly for skiing and rodeos. Who knew? Synthetic production, which is around 70% of the market, is more expensive, uses ammonia, and consumes 2 to 3 times more energy. Solve today is 43% natural production and 57% synthetic production. Next chemistry cartoon, to make sure you haven't fallen asleep, although there's no shame if you're fighting it after lunch. The cartoon says, wait, before you mix them,
That
you have to
was
say,
David Einhorn at the Sohn conference talking about the death of value investing in his pick, which is a European company called Solvay. We're going to hear much more from David Einhorn and this pick when he sits down with our own Scott Wapner from the Sohn conference. That's coming up at 2:15 p.m. Don't miss it. Let's bring back Nancy Tangler on the markets. Nancy, I'm not going to ask you about his pick in particular, but he was kind of poking fun here at growth investment and all the hype that we're seeing around artificial intelligence, valuations that got out of hand, and essentially talking about commodities. Where are you in the markets? Obviously, this week, we've seen the tech trade take a little bit of a breather, and things like commodities continue to move higher.
Yeah, well, hopefully we're positioned well for all of that. We are value investors. I would say we're relative value investors, and that's kept us alive and allowed us to outperform pretty materially relative to the peer group. So you do have to be nimble in this business, but we also have a clean energy infrastructure strategy that's long on many of the commodities that have perked up this year. So I think as investors, you have to look at the sort of secular environment that you have been given and the narrative behind that. So I don't necessarily disagree that there is some AI hype, but I do believe it's real and it's driving productivity faster than many thought. Use cases are exploding. So we're focused on old economy companies that are embracing digitization and generative AI, and then the suppliers of the picks and shovels.
What are some of those old economy companies? This morning, I was talking on another hour about AT&T using generative AI to upgrade legacy software code. Is that the kind of thing that you're looking at?
Yeah, like American Express using it for fraud detection, and it has improved 6% just since they began. Medtronic using generative AI in product development for diabetes and heart. Walmart is a classic example of a company that's embracing all the technologies, robotics, digitization, generative AI in their ad business. They just raised the dividend 9%. We haven't seen that in a very long time. It reflects their confidence in the company's future earnings growth prospects. So those are some of the kinds of things we're looking at. Xylem, a water treatment company that is controlling much of their manufacturing and repair work on water systems digitally. So there's a lot of opportunities.
Nancy, on the flip side of that, I know you're an investor in Tesla. It's been a very rough few months for the company. Where are you on that name?
Yeah, Deirdre, I think some of it disappointed to some extent, but also I think we're very optimistic for the long term. It matters where you got in. We bought in last time the stock got pummeled around $104 a share in January. We sold some when it hit 250, and then we bought some back a little too early around 180 just a few weeks or months ago. And we will add to it if it continues to decline. I'm surprised it's not down more, but our focus is on the other businesses as well. And the stock does not trade on that at the moment. Look at the mega battery business. It's probably going to dwarf cars or EVs in the future. And they are the low cost producer with 15% market share in a total addressable market of $600 billion. So we think that's a really interesting part of the business. It's fastest growing, most profitable business at Tesla.
Nancy, thanks for your insights. Tesla getting a little bit of respite today, up 0.6%. Thank you.
Thanks,
Still
Deirdre.
ahead on the show, we've got Slack, snacks, and software. We've got the trade on Levi's, Conagra, and BlackBerry ahead of earnings. That's next.
at night.
Welcome back. Believe it or not, it's that time. Earnings season is ramping up yet again. Levi Strauss, Conagra Brands, BlackBerry, they all have results on deck. Let's get to the trades ahead of the print and earnings exchange and bring in Delano Sapporo, New Street CEO and a CNBC contributor. Starting off with Levi. Shares hitting a 52-week high on Monday. Consumer demand in focus as UBS notes the company has retaken the top market share spot. Jeans. The firm, though, also tempering expectations due to increased promotion. Delano, you don't.
Yeah, I don't. I'm looking at the trends, and the trends, as the company mentioned last year, weren't great, and a lot of that is the consumer, and they did a little bit to combat and offset it with the price lowerings and reductions, but it wasn't enough. And I think one thing that I think that could be a positive is growing the direct to consumer channel to improve margins, because if you look at what's going on with sales now and how the price reductions could hamper effect on the company. So I think those are things that are interesting, and also looking at the consumer last value-based brands weren't doing as well. So that speaks a lot of what's how it's affecting the company going forward, Deidre.
Well, don't miss Courtney Reagan's exclusive interview with Levi Strauss CEO Michelle Gass. Interview since assuming that role. That's tonight on Last Call. Got Conagra Brands down more than 20% this year. Deutsche Bank says sales volumes remain under pressure. They're expecting gross margin declines as inflation lingers. Delano, you see some opportunity here?
Yeah, it would be a buy or hold for me. So there are obviously some things for the company that are struggling, and I think one of the things that probably is strong for the company is you look at the reported 6.6 volume, the benefit for the brands that was consistent, beat earnings consistently, and those projections for earnings have been pretty tough. But on the other side, on the flip side, you do have inflation continued. You do have, as we mentioned with Levi, a consumer that is struggling. So I think if you look at the groceries and snack side of the brand, that brand has actually consistently done well. And I think that holds here. I also think geographically, they have some things that are benefit for them. International sales were strong. So I look at the value here, if we're talking about value investing, I look at the value with Conagra, and I think there's strong value for investors here.
Finally, let's talk BlackBerry. The phone turned software company down nearly 40% in a year. RBC attributing this to the EV slowdown, where BlackBerry provides software as part of its Internet of Things offerings. Cybersecurity revenues also expected to be weak atop lower enterprise demand. Delano, how would you trade this name?
Yo, literally.
This is interesting. The business
I'm gonna
has a lot
start
of room for
recording this
improvement,
stuff.
and they know that. That's why they're doing a lot of shakeup.
Put it on the watch list and send this out for us.
Cybersecurity.
Yeah, we were just gonna sit here.
Focused, for the two
And we
business
weren't gonna
segments.
move.
So I think it's also a growth story. And
I'm
a story
wondering-
that have relative value here. So if you look at what they're doing to cut expenses,
I would like to know if this thing's gonna pull back at all in a decent way. I would like to know. Who wants to know? I do. Let's see. Got a little more upside, man. That's crazy. Let's see here. Let's look at this real quick. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing like a little pullback and then another bounce higher. It's just, you know, do we have enough in us to pull it back to 518? What do y'all think? Can you guys let me know in the chat? Kali, what up, gang? I've been doing all right. I'm just ready to put on a nice trade this week. You know, got 2 more days left, 2.5 more days. We got 2 hours today and Thursday and Friday. It's going to get real fun here with the labor market and CPI. I've been doing good though. You know why it's good? Because everything I said this morning has played out. All right, Tesla 164 long, target was 168, 170. Coinbase 245 long, target was 255. ARM, I said 125 to 128 short. We haven't even got there yet. We'll see how that does. We had a few more too, though. I also said Reddit was going to trade sideways today. What's it doing? Not doing jack. Actually, it is trading down. It did break that level, guys. That's actually that is actually pretty key here. So let's see. Wait, that was. I'd have to go back to this morning to see what I said. I know what I said. I know for Reddit I said that this thing may trade sideways today to watch out. So, but everything's good, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to figure out right now what am I going to do? Am I going to go ahead and like try to get like a little short, like just like a little scalp short? Do we have enough juice to pull it back? Not in not in a big way, but like let's just say like the Qs, right? Like going back here. Like, do we have enough in us? Like, yeah, we could probably pull it back to like 442, but is it going to pay? Is it going to do it in a manner that's going to pay? That's the question. 441. Could we get to a 441? Could we test yesterday's close? This is what I'm asking myself right now. I don't have boogies. I just... just like I can't explain it because I was just outside. So that's what I want to know right now. I want to know if we're going to be able to pull it back here and then possibly, hop on along on the Qs at like 442 and see if we can't get ourselves up a little bit higher here and test the top end of the range. I honestly think we can. So if we get a pullback, I will take a call into tomorrow, and then maybe I'll back it up with a UVXY short. So this will be a position that I have covered both ways. Maybe that might not be the best way to play, but it should be better than paying. Because look, my thesis is I think we go to the upside. So I want the access to the upside to be greater than the one to the downside. So the downside, I want to pay a cheaper price because, I'm more so sold on the upside move. Now, if it goes to the downside, I'll still, like, at worst, like, try to break even. All right, this is what we do during these down markets. This is what allows us to be able to hedge. That's why I like down markets. They move down faster. Oh, my God, Paramount. I get it. I know. PAR. I know. I gotta fix the damn thing. I can't even understand what you're saying. Alright. So yeah, that's what I'm going through right now. I thought I wrote down Paramount Global. Oh shit, Paramount Global really headed to the downside right now.
Breaking news on Paramount. Alex Sherman is back with the story. What's the latest, Alex?
So the Wall Street Journal advancing their reporting from the New York Times a day ago, now saying that Paramount Global has actually entered exclusive talks with Skydance Media. This is David Ellison's media and entertainment company. These two parties have now been reported for, I would say, almost 6 months now as sort of dancing around each other. So no surprise that there's interest from Skydance in doing a potential merger with Paramount. The advancement is the exclusivity of those talks, which suggests that Paramount has now at least lasered in on a potential partner. We know that Apollo had bid $11 billion for the studio. Warner Brothers Discovery had been interested in preliminary talks with Paramount. I reported about a month ago that those talks broke down. So this has always been the most interested, logical buyer. The question is, how will this deal be structured? Paramount or Skydance Media has wanted to do sort of a two-step deal, where first they acquired National Amusements and then potentially merged in the film studio with the Paramount studio. But the Paramount board had always pushed back on that, saying, hey, look, we're only interested if you guys buy the whole thing. So you need to come up with excess capital if you want to do this deal for all of us. So that's what we still don't know. What is the structure of this deal going to look like? And will there be enough of a premium paid so that Paramount Global shareholders are okay with it?
And that sort of the deciding factor, Alex, that they'd rather sell the company as a whole. Apollo, you mentioned, for example, was just looking for the movie studio. By the way, we did reach out to Paramount. They said they issued a no comment.
Yeah, so look, I think we have known that there was heavy interest from the Skydance side. Skydance, by the way, backed by several private equity firms, KKR, Redbird. Redbird has some old media executives that now work for it. Jeff Zucker, Jeff Shell, who used to run our parent company, NBC Universal. So theoretically, if those guys got involved here, maybe even one of them could take on some sort of leadership role operationally within Paramount to some degree. At least those things have been floated out there as people have speculated about what a deal like this might look like if it gets done.
Yeah.
We're obviously still not to the finish line yet, but at least we can, with exclusive talks, we can say, okay, this may be the buyer of choice for Paramount. Now let's see the structure of the deal and if the shareholders will be happy with one.
What about the price of it? Any indication there? We know that Apollo submitted an $11 billion offer, right, for the movie studio alone. What are we looking at here?
So no indication yet on what the price is, but I do think that that's going to be the determining factor here.
EIGR.
Paramount Global has said, we have great assets. They're undervalued in the public market. Investors have sort of turned away from the broader legacy media space because of all the losses associated with streaming. But Paramount Pictures is valuable. And look, Apollo just priced Paramount Pictures at $11 billion. That doesn't even count the value of CBS or the streaming assets or everything else that Paramount owns. So I do think price is going to be a major factor, and it's going to be a big enough number if Paramount Global shareholders say, you know what, this is the bid that we want to go with. We won't even look at anything else down the road.
Right. And I know that there's a lot that still has to happen, but let's say that it does move forward and Skydance acquires Paramount. What do you think it does with the company?
Right. Great question. So you'd have to think that it probably doesn't run the company as it's being run for the past several years. So the next step would probably be looking for divestitures. You know, one thing that I've reported in the past is that when Starz and Lionsgate, when that transaction actually happens and those two entities trade separately, Starz would potentially be looking for linear cable networks to bulk up. So maybe they become a buyer here and start picking off some of these Paramount Global networks. Private equity firms might be interested in doing it. But the interesting thing with this transaction, if that does happen, it may finally be the gateway that the media industry has been looking for years to sort of have a
Alex, I got to cut you off here.
reconfiguration
I'm
of
sorry.
legacy
These
media.
are all great points that you bring up. We're hitting up the end of the show, so we're going to do it for the exchange now. Thank you, Alex Sherman. I'll join Tyler Matheson for Power Lunch on the other side of this quick break.
Cellular.com.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Deirdre Bosa, I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us. Well, the vote is in, and Bob Iger wins his board battle with Nelson Peltz. But the challenges from Disney are far from over. We will discuss how the company moves on from here.
Plus, we will hear from Greenlight Capital's David Einhorn. We'll get his take on the markets, the Fed, and much more. But before we get to all of that, let's check the markets. They're bouncing back slightly following yesterday's losses. You see right now the S&P 500 is up about 1/3%, but the NASDAQ is the outperformer, up 0.5%. Intel is falling 7% after saying its foundry business lost $7 billion in 2023, Tyler.
All right, let's start, though, with Disney and the high-stakes board vote there. The results, we've just gotten them in the last hour. The media giant winning its proxy fight against Nelson Peltz, long-running fight there. The shares are down about 2% on the day and sliding since those results came out. For more here, let's bring in TD Cowen's Doug Kreutz. Doug, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
What does Disney need to do now?
Well, what they don't need to do is deal with this anymore, which I'm sure is a relief for management and the board. This has been, I've been a bit surprised at how much time they've spent responding to this, because I didn't think that Peltz had much of a chance of gaining traction, and it doesn't appear that he did. But now they're back to running the business, and they still have the same problems they have had before, which are really industry problems. That direct-to-consumer streaming is just economically inferior to the old linear bundle model, which is going away, and they have to try to figure out how to manage through that.
Did Peltz win even as he lost?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Disney did some things that they would have done anyway. I mean, Iger was going to come back and cut costs no matter what activists were saying, and he did that. I don't think that what Peltz did changed the way they're thinking about the business.
Do you think he had anything to do, though, with the rise recently in the stock price of, I think it's 58% since the lows last October and 30-some% so far this year? Do you attribute any of that to the possibility that Peltz was going to prevail here and hasten whatever transformation is going on?
No, I don't think so. I've talked to a lot of investors. Nobody expected he was going to win. Disney announced a lot of news on their last earnings call, which mostly was good to very good across a whole range of things, right? There was the sports JV. There was some updates on their animated film slate. There was the JV with Epic. The announcement they gave guidance for the first time in I don't know how long, right? Like there was a lot of good news on that call. And to the degree that they had an incentive to jam as much good news in there as possible because of the Peltz proxy fight, that may have helped the stock a bit, but all that stuff was going to happen one way or the other.
And they still have to deliver, right, Doug? I mean, you talked about some of the industry problems, but there's a problem that's very unique to Disney here, which was a major reason Peltz and even other activists were going after the company. Succession. Are we any closer to a plan?
Not apparently. And I think Peltz had some legitimate criticisms of Disney.
Okay, for anybody that doesn't know anything about that.
But, the problem
is he gets in his feelings when I call him Little Jordan Belfort.
Not least of which is bringing someone in from the outside into Disney, which has a very, very strong, unique culture, is risky. And so then you're sort of down to internal candidates, and if there isn't anyone internally you think can step in the role,
So my plan.
you've got a bit of a problem.
Right. Well, there's been some more developments, at least for
IWM is leading to the
internal
upside.
Candidates, at least some names
Qs are
bandied
next.
around, Alan Bergman,
All right.
Dana
Yeah, I seen
Walden,
CXAI.
Josh DeMario, Jimmy
Well, there was a
Pitaro.
few.
Are you encouraged by any of
mentioned
those
it
names?
over.
Do you think that they could be another Bob Chapek?
Over to
or
John.
they could
Here's what I'm gonna
do
do.
what he wasn't able to.
I would expect a
They could be
pullback
another Bob, right?
coming here
Well,
in
it won't
just
be
a
a
few
Bob, I
minutes.
guess.
Hopefully.
Look, Pitaro
Actually, that may
has
not be the
run
case. We might end up
ESPN,
just
which is
rallying.
sort of its own unit, separate from
we would need a little
content
rally
creator
to,
side of Disney,
like
I would have
test
a
this
hard time
444
seeing him step
again.
into that role. Nothing against Pitaro, it's just not his
What I'm gonna do,
somebody like Dana Walden,
as long as we can get this 3-minute, yo, I
possibly,
literally drew this bull flag.
she hasn't
Drew it
been
for
at
you
Disney
guys.
for that long,
Don't worry, it's all
right?
fully recorded.
But even there, it seems
Let's see
like
if we
a
can
bit
get
of a
this
stretch.
3-minute, 5-minute to like
There's
rally
nobody
back up
that
to
sort
like
of rises to mind, obviously,
440,
the way that,
444,
Tom
right?
Staggs did back in the day.
Shit, I meant
Let's
to
talk
go.
a little bit about the stock and where you see it heading.
Excuse
You have
me,
a market
sorry.
perform rating, I understand, on it, but a price
Here's the
target
thing.
below where it is today,
I'm gonna go
$100
ahead
a share. Can you untangle that one for me?
Yeah, look, I think, in the
I'm gonna
low
go ahead, and what
range,
I'm
the
gonna
stock
do
is
is
probably trading about.
I want to
where it
see
ought
if we
be,
can get a little
given
pullback.
All the sort of
what I might do right
developments
now
that
would be the
happen,
time.
The secular challenges that they face.
If
in
we
some
can
of their
just get this
businesses,
pop,
but also
I'm
some of
gonna
the good news they've
grab.
had
I'm gonna grab
recently,
some
of the cost
UVXY
cutting.
calls, very small.
I think that
Okay, I'm gonna grab some UVXY calls. Shit, hold on. Sorry, I forgot that this guy was sitting there talking about nothing. I'm gonna grab some UVXY calls for tomorrow or Friday, whichever. And then if we can get the dip, I'll take half of those UVXY calls off. But I do want to load up on like QQQ calls for tomorrow. I do. I want to have access to some, and I still would like to have like at least a little bit of access to UVXY puts or calls, UVXY calls for tomorrow, along with some QQQ calls. But I'm gonna go a little bit smaller on the UVXY calls for tomorrow. What my hopes are is if I grab the UVXY calls, if we can just get a little bounce here, I'll be able to take like half of it off on the pullback, and then grab the QQQ calls. Okay, grab calls for the QQQ for tomorrow. That is my plan. And here we go. What did I say? I'm looking for a little bounce right now. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab UVXY calls right now. They will probably go to zero. They probably will not amount to anything, and that's okay. That's their job. Their job is to save me. All right, so it's going to come down to timing right now. All right, UVXY. Let's go to UVXY. UVXY. All right. Let's go to UVXY. Let's go to this chart. No. Yeah, let's go here. Let's go here. Let's do this. Oh, did it die? All right. Man, that shit ain't risky. That shit ain't risky nothing. Watch me do what I do. Listen, I don't want to get all confident because I might be wrong, but I'm covered both ways. I'm covered both ways. We have whatchamacallit tomorrow. We have labor market, or not labor market, but we have our initial jobless claims. So last week they came in a little lower. If we get a low initial jobless claims, the market should pull back. And I'll be able to take it, and then maybe CPI, the Qs rally. We'll see. I got this. I'll be all right. You just got to put them on correctly. What I'll do is I'm going to do this. UVXY. I'm telling y'all right now. Look, if you guys are a little worried that the market's not going to go a little higher, I love it even more. And that's exactly why I think we could cash out. I'm only grabbing UVXY calls, even though the little... What would be the best option for the downside? Because I'm not buying... I think... Here's the thing. Because even if I lose money on this, I should still be able to only lose a little bit. But the upside is great. The whole point of this is UVXY is going to be a lot cheaper and I should be able to get paid a a nice percentage. But if I'm correct, then I get to. Hold on. Hold up. Here's what I'm getting at. I can pretty much take half of what I would take for the Qs, right? And this UVXY will give me double the whatchamacallit, and I'm doing puts, which I'll get for Friday. I will only have to put half of the position on, if not a quarter of the position, to collect on a whole position. Let's just see what happens here. Let's see if oh shit. Yeah, oh, I thought you were talking about this. Okay. Bro, I appreciate that, man. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. All right, so right now, I need to be taking these UVXY jaunts. So what I'll do is I'm going to go to what's Friday? Okay, that's the 12th. Today's the third. Hold on one second. Damn it. Sorry, guys. I have to fix. I want you guys to be able to hear it if you guys want. Let me make sure that's good. Battery's good. Okay, good. Okay, so today is the 3rd. Okay, so I'll go with like a 650. I'll go with like a 650 call. Yes. Let's see, 16 cents versus a 6 cent $7 call, and I am. Damn, that's 7%. Ah, no. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell in the mic. Yeah, give me the 650. Give me the 650. Give me the 650. Yeah, I'm almost at that right now. All right, 650, 16 cents, Delta 48. Let's do it. Give me the 650s. All right, guys, so I'm in a 650. I'll probably grab 10 of them. Or how about this? Maybe I'll just grab 5 and I'll just keep it really small for like throwaway. Boeing news. All right, so we're in that. I'm in the UVXY calls right now. I just market ordered, guys. Ooh, ugh. They got me. Yeah, that's me sitting on a bid. Or that's me paying to ask. And I could have just got it for 16 cents if I was a little quicker. Yeah, they bumped it up. Yeah, they got me. I bet. All right, so I'm in UVXY calls for Friday. Damn. All right. All right, so I have downside. I have access to the downside. All right. But again, I'm looking for a pullback. Like, I want to see if we can get like 442. Like, maybe test this 20-day one more time. It looked like it put it on a double bottom there. And now I'm a little nervous that not nervous, but I feel like I should be, now that I'm seeing this, I should be in a call. Basic, how windy is it where you're at, roughly? Is it like 30-mile-an-hour winds? 40? Fuck, I gotta check the radar. We still got 2 hours, guys, so be, be patient. Let's see here. Let's see.
Trading SCIG is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders, ready to help tackle anything from the most complex trading questions.
Sundial's going now. SNDL. I haven't heard that ticker in God knows how long. Holy cow. Holy cow. All the Canadians are up. Canadians are having a day today, boy. All right. Radar. That's what I was doing. The radar.
NTAP NetApp hearing it's at 5 for the business daily swing trade.
Let me check the radar real quick, gang.
Share is up about 2% now on NetApp NTAP.
Championing profits, navigating perils in the new American West. Cities of success.
All right. Radar.
10 Eastern, CNBC.
Ba-dum. Is it already Wendy where you're at, Basic? And if so, is anybody tuning in? Is it windy at your place? Like windy, like 20, 30, 15, a little mild, just starting. If you don't have any, that's cool too. I'm kind of just wondering in case I should. I was trying to hope for the market to close. I keep myself on watch. Yeah, I got a little bit. It looks like I got a minute or two. Damn, I'm so lucky. Like, it's all around me from what it looks like. Let's see.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started for $49.99 a month. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card. Don't wait. Call today.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. Let's get
Yeah, you can see how it's rotating. Like, it looks like it's going north, but as it goes north, the back end of it gets pushed back down. So that's why you were getting all those tornadoes in the Midwest yesterday. The whole. Yeah, we'll see. Yo, man, I might be in the clear. This thing literally might get pushed north for me, and I might be right in the middle. We'll see what New York does. See if they sell. Well, they have generators and shit. I don't know. I'm kind of just wanting my UVXY calls to print. Feel free to put out a limit order at like 22, 25 cents. You never know. All right. All right. So let me like really hone in on where it is that I want to start taking half of this off at. So let me go here. So the daily chart. Bang. All right, so that pullback at 519.30. So look, you guys see that 519.50? That was your prior support that you bounced off of to put in that double top. Man, if we pull back to 519.50, then I might have to take. I don't know, man. I should just hold it for tomorrow. Let's see here. I don't know where Abby went. I don't know where my cat went.
Spent their time researching stocks and trying to identify undervalued companies to buy. Many of them operated in long-only institutions. Like
Damn, it's already 2:30 and I'm already out of crackers? Shit. That's a double pop. rating my shit. It's a half hour. Oh shit! I thought I was watching the Qs. I thought I was watching the Qs. Come on, bro. Yeah. So the IWM and the Qs are leading. So really, you want to watch the IWM? I'm just hoping. I'm really hoping that I'll get another opportunity. You know what? Maybe I should say everything that I don't want to say. Or send mixed messages, because you never know who's watching, right? Because they'll be like, well, it's not just because of him, but if he's thinking this way, how many other people are thinking this way? Can we come on, trying to catch them all? You ain't catching me slipping. Can we get another try at this 20-day moving average? We came up, we filled the gap. Now it's going to be up to, you know, did we bring in enough buyers on top of that 20-day to run this thing back up and test? You know, these prior opens, and we never closed up there, other than that one time. Well, a few times. I'm really wondering if tomorrow you get like this mild red candle and we kind of just stay right here in between the 20-day and the and that gap. Listen, I hope that's not the case. I do. I hope that's not the case, but I said it this morning. We're in an area that's not good. It ain't good because it's nothing but chop. Nothing but chop. Look, yep, right there. That's what I think. A little wick. A little wick. That's what she said. A little wick. I'm just kidding. She actually didn't say that. She actually didn't. Actually, she didn't say that. She brought your boy confidence up. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, that's gonna BLOW. If we sit here between 444 and this 20-day 441 would be cool if we could get a pullback into there. See, that's why I'm not really digging these UVXY calls now, because now I'm starting to think like, hey, you might have just messed yourself up. But I mean, we have CPI on Friday, but that these contracts are going to get ate up if we don't do something. Like, look at the candles that literally we just started putting in now. They're so small. DNA.
One of the ideas that you have is sort of this change has reverberated through the whole market structure. OGI. Yes, absolutely.
OGI.
When I say that the market is broken, what I'm saying is there's not
let's see here.
that is being dedicated to investing, trying to identify undervalued companies and reward companies with new capital that have.
Yeah, I want to get back down to 441. I want to try to get back down to like yesterday's close. That would be cool. That would be really nice.
And so the main problem that comes from that is you just wind up where index funds or other strategies, they're going to buy whatever's the most overvalued thing because they get the biggest weight in the index. So new money comes and overvaluation becomes more overvalued, undervalued becomes even more undervalued, and values actually diverge from fair value rather than come to fair value. But there's other ramifications of that. Once you have the largest shareholder in every major important company,
when I say that the market is broken, what I'm saying is there's not a to investify under and to that don't have such good situations because the professional industry of figuring this stuff out has largely been eradicated. And so the main problem that comes from that is you just wind up where index funds or other strategies, they're going to buy whatever's the most overvalued thing because they get the biggest weight in the index. So new money comes and overvaluation becomes more overvalued, undervalued becomes even more undervalued, and values actually diverge from fair value rather than come to fair value. But there's other ramifications of that. Once you have the largest shareholder in every major important company be a passive fund, shareholder activism becomes nearly impossible to improve corporate governance. Because if you go to one of these index funds and you say, I have an idea for how this company could improve that will make the stock price go up, they just kind of look at you and go, well, we want all the stock prices to go up. They don't and they don't have anybody on those proxy departments that even know how to value a company, let alone vote index shares in that kind of way. Another thing that's come, obviously, is the IPO market. The S&P is making highs. Right? We're in a favorable economic environment, and yet where's the IPO market? Why aren't companies able to come public? And the reason is companies used to do these things called roadshows, and they would come to these managers, these long-only managers, and they'd say, hi, I'm the mid-cap manager of the such and such fund. Would you like to buy my new stock? And if that person isn't there or they don't have any new money, there's no one to buy that stock. And so you have a closed IPO market, even in the face of really, really favorable market conditions otherwise.
I want to talk about some other positions that you have within the market, because one of them, frankly, surprised me when I read one of your letters, which suggested that you, quote, stayed committed to the turbulent regional banking industry, and you bought more New York Community Bank in the fourth quarter. So I guess I sat back and said, wait a minute, Einhorn's supposed to be the guy who's saying, no, the regional banks are the ones with all the problems because of commercial real estate, but then you buy New York Community Bank. Why?
Right. Our theory was when they did the acquisition of the failed banks, that happened roughly last March, we bought all of the regional banks that were the purchasers of the failed banks because we thought that they would get really good discounts. And we did it several times, and all of them except New York Community Bank worked. But when New York Community Bank came out with their result and took their charge, we immediately just sold all of the stock, and we exited at actually a very small loss.
Oh, you did? Okay,
yes.
So you're gone from those stocks. In terms of the market overall, you've spoken before about bubble baskets of names and names that have gone, parabolic because of various trends that happen to be going on at that particular time. Now, obviously, the focus is on AI. You made jokes about AI during your presentation today. Steve Cohen was on our network today, said this is not like 1999, that there's no bubble in the market. AI is durable, that's the word he used, and would lead to greater productivity and efficiency. Do you agree with that? Do you think we're in a bubble? What's your view?
No, I don't particularly think we're in a bubble. We covered our bubble basket stocks in the first quarter of last year. And right now, all of our shorts are idiosyncratic ideas based on situations with the particular companies that are involved. We don't have any basket short positions right now.
Interesting. You're still willing to short stocks, too, because that's been a meaningful change in the industry, too. Why?
We do. I think it adds a lot to our risk-return profile. Shorting provides cash for you when the market goes down, because everything goes down, and now you have new money to invest in other things. And I think we add value also by creating alpha in our shorts, shorting things that actually just go down.
I think I saw as well that you have a position in the GLD. Is that still current?
Yeah, gold is a large
You talked about gold for many years. You were talking about gold before it was fashionable to be talking about gold, and now we are, we keep going up.
Yeah, and we own a lot more gold than just the GLD. We own physical bars as well.
Why so?
So gold is a very large position for us.
Why have you made it so large?
Well, because I think that there's a problem with the overall monetary and fiscal policies of the country, and that both policies are systemically too loose. I think the deficits are ultimately a real problem, and I think that this is a way to hedge the risk of something, not so good happening.
You think the chances are high of something good, not happening?
Well, I think it's a question of when. And when, we don't know, but in terms of the idea that the fiscal situation is not sustainable and the monetary policy is low in order to support the fiscal situation, I think these are self-evident, and it's clear to me that this is just a math thing. Knowing when this is, I don't know, because it's a reflexivity. As long as the market is confident in what's going on, everything is fine, but the minute that changes, then there's a real problem.
So lastly, let's talk about rates real quick and what you think the Fed's going to do. How many times are they going to cut this year?
I think fewer than are priced in right now.
So fewer than 3?
Sure.
Do you think they cut? Do you think there's a chance they don't do anything?
There's a chance. I think inflation is reaccelerating. I think there's a lot of indication of that.
So you think there's a chance they could do nothing? You think there's a chance they hike?
seems unlikely. I don't think they're going to want to do that before the election. They seem very politically motivated to try to keep the president in power.
It's a rare opportunity to sit down with you. I appreciate your time very much.
And
Thanks
I
for being
don't
with us.
have the whatchamacallit on.
David Einhorn
Is it
exclusively
Wendy
here
at
the
anybody's
Cell
place?
Conference. Tyler, I'll send it back
Yeah.
to you.
Fascinating conversation, particularly for me, that part where you talked about index funds and how they are, in and of themselves, sort of changing the market structure. Scott Watmer, thanks. All right, to watch Scott's entire exclusive interview with Mr. Einhorn, you can head over to cnbc.com/pro. Watch the whole thing there.
And another famed investor
Don't nobody
joining
wanna watch
CNBC today. They mentioned him. Point72 Chairman Steve Cohen weighing in on AI details in today's Tech Check.
Dude, there are so many levels here. Like, it's ridiculous.
Rich is living life your way and having someone who can help you get there.
Okay, so again,
Is knowing what counts. NGD.
In our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks have made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
that candle there is what I drew for yesterday, or for tomorrow. Unless we can get ourselves, you know, kind of like back down to the 50-day. It might take a couple days though.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just
Come on, gang. I need you to pull it back. Let us get a couple calls, Q. Come on, gang. Pull it back. Get them scared to get long. Let them load up on the short side. And then we'll just get long. Come on, gang. Stop fucking around. Pull it back, Jack. 442. We want that 442. If you don't give us that 442, gang, it's gonna be a bad day. Look how the candles have gotten really small now. They just said, yeah, we don't feel like doing anything today. They're gonna wait until the very last second till the market closes. I'm talking 3:59, 42 and 40, or like 3:59 and 12 seconds left. 3 o'clock or 3:59.48. 12 seconds left, we'll say. And then they'll just rip it to one side or the other. I feel like that's what's about to go down. They're going to eat the shit out of the premium. They're going to collect on that. And then they'll make the move. I want to see if we get any type of movement going into the labor number tomorrow. Do we have CGC's going? Do we have a whatchamacallit, a 30-year bond auction or anything today? Out of curiosity. ACB moving again. Yeah, here a couple of things going on. I just want to be able to get like a little nice pullback. I'm trying to stay with the indexes, but looks like I'm just going to get boinked on the head.
Watching the yield on the 10-year closely, it hit its
But you
highest
gotta
level
put
of
it on.
2024
It is what it
following the
is.
ADP report this morning and ahead of Friday's big government jobs report. Let's get over to Rick Santelli in Chicago for more on today's action. Rick.
Yes, Deirdre, a big wild day in treasuries. It started out as you pointed out, at 8:15 Eastern, 184,000 jobs. But maybe the biggest move was prices paid in the ISM report on services. As you see on that chart, that is the lowest level at 53.4 on prices paid since March of 2020.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And if we
CBC.
look at the intraday of 10-year note yields, you can see the three big moves. At 8:15, ADP jobs come out and up goes interest rates, especially on 10s. Then right around 10 o'clock Eastern prices paid, rates go down. A little afternoon, Powell speaking, sounded awful dovish to me. Rates move down again.
I
But maybe
miss
the
this
most
breakout,
important aspect is,
I'm gonna
if
be
you look
hot.
at pre-Good Friday, before those PCE data points came out, we are still significantly higher.
CGC.
And I still contend it's all about
Man,
inflation
CGC's
and
been
how it's
going
not
for
moving
like
down fast enough. And
I
if you
could have
look at
swore
year
this
to
thing
date of
started
10s,
started
we got
rallying in
closed
like
yesterday above
2021
the
and it just
breakout
hasn't
levels
stopped.
of 4.2,
No, I'm just playing.
4.33%. We could retest
It's actually
that. If we
garbage.
stay above it on a
Look at that.
weekly close, look for rates to most likely
It's
move
so
higher.
funny.
Tyler, back to you.
This is
Rick
Canada
Santelli,
for
thank
you right
Let's,
here.
Meantime, get over to
Right
Christina
there.
Parson-Evelis for a
No
CNBC News
offense.
update. Christina.
No offense.
Thank you, Tyler. Well, the
Just saying,
world's
look at
biggest
that.
chip maker, that would be TSMC,
Instead of being a real
Taiwan
company
Semiconductor, has
and not
suspended
doing
work at its
offerings all the
construction
time,
sites in Taiwan
why don't
after
you
the
run it
largest
to,
earthquake in
why don't you run it
25
up,
years
make some
rocked the
money,
island early
and
Wednesday
actually
morning,
provide
killing
some
9
value
people
for
and
your
sending about
shareholders
70
instead of
miles
flushing them down the
to
toilet.
wrong parties. Israeli Minister
You hear
Benny
me, Canopy
Gantz is
Grove?
calling for new elections
Hope you
in
hear me.
September amid widespread protests in the country.
I know
Gantz
ain't none of
says
y'all
the election
listening.
will serve to renew public trust in the
Well,
government.
don't let me get
A
on
longtime
here
rival of the
and
Prime
talk about
Minister,
how you
Gantz
just
joined Netanyahu's government
how you
after the
just
October
rinsing
7th
them for
terrorist
money.
attacks just last year.
You
And
wouldn't
star
want
wide
that.
receiver Stephon Diggs is reportedly on the move. A trade is being finalized to send the 4-time Pro Bowler from the Buffalo Bills to the Houston Texans in a deal that could also include draft picks for both teams. Diggs will now catch passes from reigning Rookie of the Year, C.J. Stroud.
Look,
for
they're
the
going to
upstart
cash
Texans.
in on this too.
I'll
Watch.
pretend as if I knew all of these names, but I don't.
You did well with them. You did very well with them. Christina, thank you. As we had to break, a quick power check on the positive side. GE
I swear she's
Aerospace
a-
trading
never mind,
higher
nothing to
following
say.
its spin-off from the broader GE. On the negative, Ulta
What's
Beauty
that man doing
tumbling
on my
disappointing
television?
sales forecast. That's your power check. We'll be right back.
Indeed instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Yeah, it needs to do a lot. It needs to just jump off a cliff is what it needs to do. It fucking thing ain't worth shit. Here's the thing, man. Canada had a really good thing happen to them, and they fucked it up. They did. Like, you understand that they could be going abroad, Germany, right now. There's like so many different things that they could be doing. They could be tapping into the U.S. market, but instead, once we start getting some of, you know, if they can ever pass some type of legislation for the U.S., we're going to be selling our shit in Canada and around the world. Oh yeah, for sure, day trade only. I'm just, you know, I just talking shit. It's just funny, man. It's just funny that leave it to them to just sit there and just, you know, just offering after offering after offering, and just run their company into the ground and their equity into the ground. It's kind of funny. UVXY popping back up right along with the markets. There's your sign. Man, that thing's a high price at 25 cents. That thing is garbage. Can't it be? All of them are garbage. I don't know why. I mean, the only thing I can think of is why they pop is maybe institutional prop firms that are trading, shorting them. It's probably because they're shorting them and they're covering. I don't know. Like, they haven't even been mentioning anything about legislation or anything. I'm sure something was said, but I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Stocks are trying to shake off second quarter struggles as higher rates continue to weigh on the
MSOS, that's what I put.
inflation linker. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic telling CNBC he sees only one rate cut this year, and he doesn't think that will happen until the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, billionaire hedge fund manager Steve Cohen saying he thinks it will be difficult for the Fed to get inflation back down to its 2% goal. He's expecting 3 cuts. Take a listen.
I think the market expects 3 cuts. I think that's the number. I don't disagree with that. I think inflation's been, somewhat contained. And I think, ultimately what it'll come down to is that a true statement or not. We think the Fed thinks that.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Stocks are trying to shake off second quarter struggles
I didn't
as
know
higher rates
Steve Cohen
continue to
was
weigh
so-
on the market and
was so
concerns about
short.
inflation linger.
At least he
Atlanta Fed
seemed it.
President Raphael Bostic telling CNBC he sees only one rate cut this year, and he doesn't think that will happen until the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, billionaire hedge fund manager Steve Cohen saying
Bostic
he thinks
isn't
it will
even
be
a
difficult
voting
for the
member.
Fed to get inflation back down to its 2% goal. He's expecting 3 cuts. Take a listen.
I think the market expects 3
I want to see this.
market
How
expects. I think that's the number. I don't
looks so
disagree
different
with
than
that. I think inflation's been, somewhat contained. And I think, ultimately what it'll come down to is that a true statement or not. We think, the Fed thinks they, eventually is going to come down to 2% inflation rate.
What do you think?
I think that's going to be hard.
Our next guest saying she thinks the market would be best served assuming 3 cuts is optimistic. Joining us now, Julie. So is 3 cuts optimistic then? Ask you, where are we on speak today as well? And he said that the recent data doesn't materially change the overall picture, but at the same time, we've been tracking commodity prices this week in particular. Is that going to have an impact at some point?
Yeah, I think that's commodities could really ruin the party for everyone in the sense that where we've seen the most stubborn inflation has really been on the services side. And that's actually pretty typical in normal economies where services tend to run a little bit hotter than goods. But if we're on top of that having commodity prices increasing, that really filters through the entire supply chain, and that causes problems in terms of being able to bring down pricing. So they're in a bit of a tricky spot where they have to keep an eye on that and maintain a strong focus on inflation, because I think that has the long-term impact that could really ruin it for everyone.
So is 3 cuts optimistic then? Yesterday we were at, I think, 2.5. Now we're back at 3. What are you expecting for this year?
Well, I think, it's hard to guess. It's really a factor of how data dependent the Fed is going to be. There's not a ton of consensus on the Fed board among the officials, right? They're only 10 of 19 think that we're going to have 3 cuts. You heard Bostic talking about only 1 this year. Next year for 2025, you have 4 members of the Fed who think we're going to be above 4% on the Fed funds rate by the end of 2025, right? So the consensus just isn't really there, and I think that's just a function of the data is kind of pointing in different directions. So I think for us as investors, the trick is focus on businesses that have low leverage and don't count on the Fed to save the day.
So that's interesting. I guess I'm hearing you slightly as though
man,
you're
I
in
might
the
just have to
Einhorn
grab
camp,
some
the Cohen
calls,
camp,
man.
which is that you're a little skeptical that inflation is going to get down
Look,
to 2%.
everything's already rained
anytime
down.
soon, which may stay the hand of the Fed a little bit. So
I should have waited for the pop. I should have did a little. I should have waited a
how do
little
you
bit
make
longer.
Money? You mentioned a couple of things.
I mean,
low
they haven't
leverage
really
is one.
changed.
But how do you make money in a market like this?
Well, I think what's really tricky is trying to figure out how valuation is going to be impacted by interest rates, right? And the place where valuation has been the most beat up is in the small cap stocks. And to me, that makes sense because earnings there are still not turning around and positive, right? Investors are flocking to where there's earnings growth. That just makes sense.
I think
that's
I'm gonna do it,
logical,
guys.
That's normal. What we do
I think I'm
see
gonna
is
put on
within
some
small
calls
cap,
right
it's
now.
not a space you really want to invest in passively. You want to pick stocks kind of one by one. And you can see businesses that have solid
I think I'm
growth
going to put some
behind them.
QQQ
Ollie's
calls on
OLI is the ticker, is a
and
great
hedge this
business
baby.
that has the earnings growth in front of it. Same thing with a company,
It's
Certara,
time.
which does biosimulation software. Again, low leverage levels, solid earnings growth. Those are the types of businesses that I think over the long term you can really be well positioned in.
I was hoping for like a
Julie,
20-day
we've seen
moving average or
a
something.
good year for longs so far, fantastic first quarter, and tech hasn't been sort of having the leadership that it did last year. Is that a good indication to you? And where would you be putting your money for the rest of the year, aside from those small caps?
Yeah, I think the trick is really focusing on where you have strong fundamentals, right? And I think part of where you're seeing that softness in tech is that people are kind of recognizing that AI has some positive near-term implications for some companies, but not for all. And so we are focused on businesses that can deliver near-term earnings growth as well as long-term earnings growth that's real and materializable. I think positioning too is thinking about what sectors are going to protect you if there is any kind of downturn. Healthcare is kind of a tricky one, right? Where pricing has been really under pressure. There's more government regulation, but you can find good pockets of healthcare that are less impacted by that. I think of a West Pharmaceutical that does drug delivery. I think of a company like Azenta that stores sample storage for large pharma companies doing their R&D. You know, you can find these kind of quirky, smaller businesses that have good earnings growth and a strong competitive position.
Julie, great to see you. Julie Beal, thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
Coming up, is a 4-day work week ahead. Steve Cohen seems to think
I haven't
so,
looked at
and
that
the
in a
billionaire
minute
says AI
since
will
the last
likely
time it
play a
rallied.
big role in that move. We will share the details when Power Lunch returns.
380. Why did...
businessmodel.com or call 800-991-1794. That's 800-991-1794. Call now.
Ooh, that's a lovely view, huh? What are you two looking at? Tip pick. What did you say? Tip pick. Tickets to the show with no hidden fees.
Is this your
Eastern.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Despite talks of a bubble brewing around AI,
IWM has a lot more room to go, so I might think about putting this QQQ call on, like, pretty quickly.
Think now it's straight line, right? I mean, it may take a while for this AI theme, you know, actually to really take hold within companies, and they're trying to figure out how to use it.
Now, nearly everyone I talked to in Silicon Valley, they agree with Cohen. They say that this isn't like the dot-com bubble of '99. It's more like '95. We're just getting started. But the problem this time around, Tyler, is that you can't invest in a lot of them. There's some big names like OpenAI and Anthropic. They're private. And then there's countless startups that are now just emerging. Y Combinator, they have this demo day of like the smallest, buzziest startup companies that graduate into this incubator program. They're kicking off today, and this year's batch, it includes 260 startups, and they say that more than half of them are building around AI in one form or another, which isn't surprising. I also thought that David Einhorn's comments on the IPO market were interesting. So are we going to be able to invest in the next Microsoft, Google?
That was what I...
This sucks, because the IWM has a freaking gap here. I might go ahead and do it. With the IWM up 0.83, we might be able to finish like 1% or so green, which I think we'll finish green. You know, other countries finished green today. I don't see why we can't.
In private than it is when you're kind of like a slave to the quarterly.
It's just my opinion. But you know, when we woke up this morning, we were green.
The roadshow is flawed now because you used to have all of these.
I'm gonna go ahead and probably try to put that on.
Ones, and they would be there
this
to
might
buy the
look
stocks,
the bid and ask went up now.
You don't have as many of them as
and now might be the time to try and get out of it.
Out of the active space. Well, it'll be very interesting to see exactly what happens with all of those companies. Alrighty, folks, still ahead. Spotify users better listen up. The music streaming platform. That's another one of my
subscription. You can't find it easily.
plans to raise some prices in some major markets by year end. Shares rising 7% on the news. Our three-stock most trader will tell us whether now is a good time for that name, plus a few others. That's next.
To learn more.
Time for today's three-stock lunch. Here with our trades is Brian Vendig, president of MJP Wealth Advisors. Up first, Intel. The stock is down about 7% today. Brian, what is your trade on Intel and that foundry business?
Thanks, Deirdre. Yeah, the news today was that the net operating loss was actually higher than expectation, Deirdre. So what I'm looking at here for me would be a sell on this stock, just because the news that's coming out of Intel is just that they're still going through this reorganization. They have some really lofty goals to get to by the end of the decade. And I think with earnings coming up at the end of April, it makes a little more sense just to wait, hear from management, learn a little bit more, and then evaluate things moving forward.
All right, let's move on to Lowe's. Got a downgrade from an analyst at Gordon Haskett, citing valuation. Your trade on Lowe's.
Tyler, yeah, we saw those comments today, and I think they're a little bit more macro because they're concerned about the consumer and spending relative to higher gasoline prices and interest rates. But I think we know that rates are telegraphed to potentially go down in the second half of the year into next year. That should really stimulate some things in the housing sector. And right now, as people are evaluating moves around their homes, we still see pretty good progress in spending from consumers and wanting to make home improvements, and also professionals trying to help. So I think from a valuation perspective, Lowe's looks attractive. And this would be one that I'd put a buy on for myself, and something that I'm looking at moving forward.
Finally, let's talk about Spotify raising prices. This is Tyler's favorite story. Shares are up more than 6% today. Brian, what is your trade?
I'd love to help Tyler out on this one, but I'm sorry, Tyler. We're going to have to put a sell on this one, just because the stock's moved pretty aggressively this year, up about 50%.
I don't know. You guys think it's time? Should I
Definitely has made
put
a nice recovery since its lows from a couple years ago.
or should I wait?
But we know
Should I
that
put
it's
it
a
on?
high forward PE,
Should I
and in
put
this
the other side
environment
to this
still, with
trade
rates
on?
being where they are, I'd like to look at something a little bit more attractive from a valuation perspective. And then secondly, we know that consumers are fickle as it relates to price. And so this jump that we're seeing today on the announcement that Spotify is going to raise prices, that might be good in the short term, but longer term, where the consumer is going to be when they look at their digital music choices. So again, something that I'll throw a little caution to and selling the news, so to speak.
Yeah, my issue with all these services, as they do raise prices, is I don't know how to cancel them. I mean, it's just hard. They make it hard. You just can't call somebody and say, I want to cancel. It's not like the newspapers.
Spotify especially. We'll talk after the
All
show.
right, good. Brian, thank you. Brian Vendick, appreciate it. More Power Lunch is next.
Stay with us.
She said, we'll talk after the show. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll talk after the show. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure what I want to do here. I kind of want to stick to the plan, but like, it's been holding VWAP. Can we get VWAP and I go ahead and sell half of this thing? But it's not that much. I was hoping for like a real pullback. It's getting tiring sitting here waiting. It's just a waiting game now. What's going to be our entry? What's it going to be? What's it going to be? What's it going to be?
Nice shot, Marcus.
Sweet. 10 simulation off.
Tisk, tisk, not so fast.
What? Why?
Did you forget, Marcus?
Forget what?
Your chem exam? Flashcard time.
The atomic weight of boron?
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. 100 innovative companies, one ETF. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
We've only got a minute left in the show. Amazon's cloud computing division laying off hundreds of employees in its sales.
They're not going to give it to us. The IWM. Oh, Matt, I didn't see you, man. Yeah, I'm in one right now. Well, I'm in a hedge. I'm getting ready to put the other side on. Look, there we go, 20 cents. I'm going to see if I can't throw out like a 21. It's not going to be enough. Let's see if we can't get a 20. Yeah, so
At Invesco.com.
yeah, fuck. I didn't know. I was falling asleep. I'm getting bored.
We've only got a minute left in the show.
All right,
Amazon's
so
cloud computing division laying off
I went through the
hundreds of
explanation.
employees in its sales and marketing unit.
I'm trying to put a hedge on and take half off. Pretty much a small a smaller UVXY put, right? That's double, triple leverage, whatever it is. Double leveraged. So you don't have to put that much to the downside. Now, I also think that we can get more room to the upside. So I put it on up at the top. Now I'd like to see, like, if we can get this pullback into the 20-day. If we could just get past past VWAP, which I don't think we will on the Qs, I want to get a QQQ long put on. Like right now, I'm gonna try and get long the Qs here. Like right now on this pullback. Fuck, man. Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't get long until tomorrow. Because here we go. We should start to pop. We should start to pop on the Qs. Hold on, guys. I can't see the comments right now. I don't even know if my limit order got hit yet either. No, my order's still there. So I got half of this UVXY sitting at 20 cents from a 16 cent entry. Come on, man. Oh, come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Nice job, buddy. Fuck, I gotta like try to get out of this. I'm trying to get into Qs. Fuck. Okay. I just want to make sure there's something that I'm not missing here.
How many times are they going to cut this year?
They're still not filling me yet. I'm still in it. I should be pretty close. I mean, I don't know how many 20-cent orders are there. But hold up. So yeah, 15-minute here. We should have a little room to the downside. We should have a little more room to the downside. We should, I would hope. You guys, if anybody's looking to get long or short or anything, I would look for your, look at the IWM. That's our leader today.
Yeah, so that pretty much sums up, you know, where the front lines of this debate are. So I guess that we go in sequence. You know, what is the Fed inclined to do? Is it doing it for good or bad reasons? And how much does it matter for the market?
Look, I think that the reasons matter. I do think the Fed is being patient.
Got a couple 21s there.
So I think at the end of the day, they're being data dependent. They're watching the data come in just like everybody else. They're being pretty transparent and honest right now. And I think those are all good things. And I think if inflation is getting out of hand, you know, holding back is probably the right decision.
They seem to believe, and you know, Powell's comments today, you know, he reiterated more or less that they think that the disinflationary trend is probably still in effect. But what do you actually think? Because you do have that difference of opinion that we've seen this sort of floor and a flare-up in inflation. At the same time, you're seeing things like ISM services today, still positive.
And then I took a Tesla, I don't know. Everything worked out really well today, man. Everything really worked out today. Just as we've seen it. So I'm kind of like cautious putting this trade on. I feel like I might want to wait a little bit.
I'm going to be really curious to see what companies are saying in this next reporting season. And somehow we're right on the cusp of another reporting season. It felt like the last one took forever. But I guess I wasn't totally...
Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Just on the basis that I was hearing companies still complaining a lot about costs in real time and really kind of begrudgingly loosening their grip on the pricing power element.
Fuck, man.
So I felt like you could sort of look back at that last report reporting season and see sort of seeds of,
Yeah, man, no problem. Like I said, let's see if I can get filled. I'm not really going to worry about it. We still got some time here. I'm going to try and look for the long on the Qs now. But yeah, nice trade on that too, man. It's what we do, bro. What's tomorrow? Let's look at the daily charts.
But is the economic picture right now supportive of where the consensus thinks earnings
I think so. I mean, the consensus numbers are a little bit.
I was hoping to get back to this 20-day move. If the Qs can get back to the 20-day moving average, then we should be able to squeak out at least 25 cents.
And it seemed again like this last reporting season, the revenue backdrop was fine. It's really just these cost complaints that at least were spooking me a little bit. I do think if you look back historically, 2 to 4% GDP, very strong environment for the stock market, up about 2% on average. I think
Let me go back to UVXY so I can keep it up, so I can see it as I'm looking at the screen and it's in front of my face.
Yeah, and that's hey, you have to actually dial back.
Okay, 6:15. Bang. Get this thing charged. All right, let me go back to the Qs.
Where do you come down here? I mean, we've been on this vigil. I know you have too, for when the economy might be starting to show a little bit more fatigue. The data don't really cooperate, but I guess you can slice it different ways, especially on the consumer side. So how are you viewing it?
Yeah, there's something for everybody in the data, right? There certainly are, when you look at the high frequency.
Man, I still feel like, for some reason, I still feel like
the employment trend for both services and manufacturing
it hasn't even started yet.
the last 6 months. That has not led through to the hard data.
I gotta look at the IWM for.
Continuing claims, certainly payrolls, which tend to be a bit of a lag to the high frequency.
I think we might have a little more room, and we might start to get it now. I'm gonna. What I'm trying to say is I feel like I want to wait on trying to get my calls on the Q. Like, I don't want to try to be perfect.
And the economy starts to really slow in the second half of the year, which I think is something that history would suggest has to happen given the length of the yield curve inversion and a number of other financial conditions.
See, I would like the IWM to pull back to like 205. Pull back to like this 205 area and find support. This was like decent volume. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either.
My concern is Fed is on hold, does very little for the first half, but is forced to cut aggressively in the second half of the year. We talked about reasons mattering. The reason being is that the economy actually is slow.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, if we get past.
I mean, this was this was definitely less volume to the upside this morning. That's for sure.
And I've been working on this potential analogy that what we are seeing right now is the exact inverse.
Is it dropping? Yeah, I would look at it unless you need me to put it on my screen. But I want to get this trade on. No, I appreciate you putting it out there though too. And if you want me to put anything on my monitor, just let me know, and I'll figure out a way to do it. I'm just trying to find my. I'm just trying to get my entry on this trade.
Yeah, that's interesting. The sort of mirror image to the GFC disinflation versus look, I think at the end of the day, what happened and what's been reframing that sort of purgatory we felt in
What time frame am I on? 15.
that happened in November. I've been calling
15.
pivot.
15. 15.
Sort of in that December meeting.
15.
And what that did was it really
So 5, 3.
quite a bit. And the price we're paying for those looser financial conditions is higher inflation because it wasn't all supply side. One of the things we have to recognize here is we are still running 6+% deficit to GDP, and that is unprecedented in a full employment environment with ISMs for the most part still above 50. And
Come on, man. They still haven't filled half of my runner or half of my order. They still haven't filled it.
So again, I think it's going to be very hard.
They still haven't filled it.
The impetus for markets to go higher just isn't there. Valuations are no longer favorable for ownership of equities. Spreads in the high yield market at 340 got as tight as 320 for CDX high yield. Just
All
don't
right,
make
5
for very
minutes.
good risk reward.
Gloria, on the valuation point, I know you kind of try to come at this from different angles in terms of a fair value for the market. Where does that leave you now? Because you're even looking at, even if you take...
I might have to market order out half of this thing. Fuck. At 18. No, I put on a UVXY put up there. And I'm trying to also get into a QQQ call. This was just a hedge. Here we go. Come on, flip it. Go, 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 go. Suck 'em in. Come on, man. Fill me, bro. Fill me. Yeah, so I'm in a small UVXY put up here off of that rejection. I'm trying to get half of this off at 20 cents. And I'm looking to get into a QQQ call on this dip. So I can have somewhat of a hedge here. Come on, man. Come on now. I knew it. I fucking knew it. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, they're going to fill me. I know they are. Wait, they never filled me? They never filled me. That's so funny. Bump it up, bump it up. Shit, let me go back. Hold on, guys. I got to work real quick. Wait.
History would say that's where it can go, if not will go. Lori, Peter, great to talk to you today. Appreciate the time. We are also keeping an eye on Disney shares moving lower after the company won its proxy fight against Triant's Nelson Peltz. Triant releasing a statement following the vote.
All right, let's see here. This is where we want to start in this 20-day. Wait. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should take half. Like, if I should... to do. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna let this thing go.
The company priorities, if it is a kind of more of the same, or is there something else to expect?
Yeah, I think there is hope. You know, he got 31% of the vote.
There we go. Come on, baby. Give me the 22. Give me the 22. All right. There's half off. 22 cents. 16 cents to 22 cents. It's already at 23. The asking price is. There we go. I knew it. This is what I was looking for. Now I want to look to get a long. Where do we want to put this long on at? Even though this thing was low volume. Dude, that was sick, bro. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, guys. Let's go. Fuck, should I just take the rest of it off? I feel like here we go. This is where we should be starting to get into a call. Dude, we're cranking, bro. I might just take the other half off here. Look, they're starting. I might let them go and get this UVXY. That's it. All right, that's it. I'm gonna get out of that. We're good. Let's go. All right, I'm just taking that UVXY call off. We'll get I'm all out of UVXY. That was a nice push, man. You got to take it. Now we got to look to see, do we want to get into a QQQ call? Do we want to get into these calls? Fuck, why is this thing? It is on, man. It's on. It is on. Like, cause look, tomorrow and Friday are the two trades, so we should start to see positioning a little bit for this. So that was a clear break of the 20-day there on the Qs and the IWM. Damn right, man, it feels good, bro. Back in the green. Let's look at the look. The reason I'm looking at the IWM because it's our leader. It held the 50-day. It didn't even get down to that level. Let's see. Maybe. All right, so I do when it's worth it. Like, if we get the VIX, when the VIX is up at like 20-30, I will. Yeah, I'll take advantage of it. But, unless the VIX isn't like in the high, like if the VIX isn't at like 28, 32, 36, I don't usually sell spreads. I'll usually buy them. Unless there's like a reason, like if I want to, like whether it's for a hedge and I just want to, I don't know. That's really the only time. Like I don't usually just sell spreads on individual options. Like I would just rather buy and play the movement because like I like to trade momentum. You know what I'm saying? So like right now I still think, even though that this is low volume, I still think we have another day or two like tomorrow of upside move in the overall markets. Not like a big move, but I still think that this isn't over with. So, but yeah, if we get a VIX that's at like 38, 46, right? Like 3 to 4 standard deviations, I will. I'll take advantage of it. I'll take advantage of it for sure. I think you got to. Okay, so, alright, something's going on with iRobot. They keep... Okay, so here you go. So look, the DOJ didn't let Amazon buy this. So what's going on here? I need to look. Is Amazon definitely going to buy it? iRobot, let's go look real quick. There's news on this. Speaking of momentum. Let's see here. So it is happening. So Apple explores home robots as next big thing after car fails out. So Apple's going to try and buy it? There's no way. Because Amazon just tried to buy it and they said no. You can't do it. That's the Biden administration saying no. And guess what? They laid off a bunch of people. Amazon was going to come in and save this company. But terrible volume. Oh, look, people were starting to say they must have been trying to buy this prior. Crazy action. So they knew, well, terrible volume. They're bringing up the Amazon stuff now, too. Okay, alright, let's, it's a nice bear flag here. Damn right. Let's see. I want to see... Yeah, CGC's still trying to go. I hear it. I'm hearing it. That's for sure.
Start the year. 314 Research's Warren Pies is back with how long he thinks this oil rally can really last. He joins us after this break. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Report now Redstone and Skydance is deal for Paramount stake that a line now PARA
Build America Mutual only insures U.S. municipal bonds, providing
that
an
from
added layer of
Bloomberg
security
now.
to improve any portfolio with guaranteed income that helps investors reach their goals. Be part of building America. Build a better portfolio. Invest in BAM insured bonds.
More than 1
Fuck a duck.
live with a mental illness, according to the CDC. Now there is new hope on the horizon.
So we got a lot of things going on, guys. Paramount, CGC, iRobot. It's a little bit going on right now.
The same drug is expected to become a
Man, is that a rejection of the 20-day? What do I do? I think it's all going to come down to the labor numbers, or, you know, the jobless claims tomorrow. You know, obviously, we could see a pullback into the 50-day.
Causing the worst recession in America since the Great Depression. I remember that year well. 5 months before.
Listen, as much as I wanted to hold on to them UVXY calls, man. You know, them throwing out 27, 26 cents. I'm like, fuck it. Fudge it. That's just under 100%. It's like 80, 75, 80%. I had to take it.
Except on a much, much larger scale.
So now I got to figure out, do I still want to put on a QQQ call for tomorrow? So if I...
Report
Another report.
Redstone and Skydance strike tentative deal for Paramount stake.
Oh, already...
Another headline now.
Yeah.
PARA.
Yeah.
Go to the website now to get the full details.
That from Bloomberg now.
Caitlin Clark, city planner.
Just like not all internet providers are the same. Don't settle. You want fast, get fast. You want reliable, get reliable. You want powerful, get powerful.
Shares of Paramount getting another pop here now, $11.74 PARA.
Shoots from here? That's kind of IRBT.
With over 50 years of loving kindness.
Those,
Who remind us every
22-cent bid, 26-cent ask. So you probably get around 25, 24 cents on those UVXY puts now.
Getting some news out of Apple. Pippa Stevens has that for us. Hi, Pippa. Hey, Michael.
Those would have in the Trading Monkey. I never heard of them. Were they on YouTube or anything? Yeah, I never, I don't know why I've never heard. I think that's the first time I ever heard of that. That's so crazy. I'll have to look it up.
All right, iRobot's already taken. Maybe iBot is going to be how they go. Thank you, Pippa. The energy sector outperforming with the XLE on pace for its 8th straight week of gains for the first time since 2007. Let's bring in Warren Pies with 314.
Bro, if these things go to 30 cents at 100%, I'm going to be a little mad. I'm going to be frustrated. You know, it is what it is. My job's not to catch the whole move. I got a really nice move there.
What about, though, the move in crude now that it gets up toward 90?
We got a really nice move, so I can't be mad at that at all.
When it comes to energy, as you said, I think we've advocated for years you need to have an overweight in your portfolio. That is a balanced equity portfolio. Energy should be an overweight because it's doing things that nothing else in this market is doing. So that's one issue. We like it for its diversification. It's working in recent weeks. But when you approach it on a standalone basis, or you're talking about crude
Man, I
oil,
can't believe that, man. So we really did just make that resistance. And we're holding here. I'm still curious if we're going to get stuck here, guys. If we're just going to get stuck right there. You said we don't have much price action? Like right in this area? You know what I mean? I think we could just sit there. It wouldn't surprise me if we start running to the top of that range now. Again.
It's not going to turn around tomorrow, but I think we're close to the end of this rally.
What are the signs you do see in the crude market, I wonder, at this point? Because we're at the stage where as it goes up, people say, well, geopolitical concerns, Saudis, trying to be a little stricter on supply. It's a familiar set of factors that don't always work, but right now that's where you're getting the attribution.
Yeah, it's kind of a story everyone just tells themselves at this point.
You know what? We might test yesterday's low, guys. If we get a bounce.
There are geopolitical concerns. We've had Ukraine hitting out at Russian refineries, and we have Israel striking out at Iran, and both of those.
Oh damn! What happened, bro?
Geopolitical events and uprisings. Unless there's a meaningful disruption of supply, these events get sold in the weeks following. And so I've never seen anybody who can trade oil based on geopolitics. So I think it's largely narrative. What really matters to me, what's mattered over the last 2 years in the oil market, is future positioning.
Yeah.
This has been like, if you get
that's a shame.
Indicator to call the market, this would be the indicator. We came into the year, hedge funds, CTAs were at like the
I kind of feel like.
short position. So peak pessimism that you want to fade.
Let's see here.
And they've wound those down. We don't get the report until Fridays, and then it goes back to Tuesday. But given everything that's happened in the sentiment, I would guess that when we get those numbers, you're going to see a very optimistic, and you want to fade that futures report coming out this Friday. So that's been the key tell. If you're going to give me one thing to look at in the oil market to tell you when these cycles are going to turn, and I think we're getting close to the end.
All right. I did want to get you on another portfolio diversifier on gold, but first listen to what David Einhorn, a big gold fan, had to say just a little while ago.
We own a lot more gold than just the GLD. We own physical bars as well. But gold is a very large position for us. Why have you made it so large? Well, because I think that there's a...
Like, for real, did he die? like OD, heart attack type of thing? Or he just got... The feds picked him up. Or he just got tired and lost too much money or something. Or like, he did. He did. Brutal, man.
Was articulating there, but what is your stance right now? I know you're favorable toward
Brutal.
gold, and I guess sort of why and how would you play it?
Yeah, so we came into the year.
I wonder. Did he have cancer? I kind of want to make a joke or anything about it.
Gold miners or gold directly. There's been some confusion over the gold rally this year because everyone wants to say.
All right, let's do it. Damn, that was nice, man. I guess nobody was able. You know what? I'll have to start putting it in the comment section or something. Yeah, that might be what it is. Who knows? Maybe he blew his account up. When I looked at it, I just saw penny stocks. I'm like, listen, you gotta learn. Listen, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm not gonna say that you have to, because you don't. A lot of people are different. Some people have more capital than others, but you should learn how to trade penny stocks. Because there's times when the market gets slow, and what happens? Where does that money go? Where do traders go? So you should be able to be, you should be versatile. You should be. You should want to learn how to trade small caps. So the days when the market ain't doing nothing, whether it's the summertime, whatever, and small caps go on a 2-3 week run, and you're like, where am I going to make my money? The VIX is down at $11, $12. I can't sell spreads, right? Fuck it. I think it's just wise to learn to trade small caps. I think it's wise. Because you want to be able to trade all kinds of... You want to be able to come into the markets and say, all right, if small caps are running today, I can make money in small caps. If it's the overall markets, large caps, I'm good. So, Man, I'm curious. Like, I'm thinking right. Let's go look. Let's just see what we got. I think I'm gonna try and go for it. You know, I got what I wanted. The markets have pulled back to yesterday's close. I just wish I still had half this UVXY trade on. I'm all out of it because I didn't expect that type of follow through right there, guys. I didn't expect all that. You know, I can't just not take freaking 25 cents. I got in at 16 cents. Damn near 30 cents is going to be my, 32 cents. Well, yeah, 32. Was it 32 or 34? 32. 32 cents would be 100%. Is it still going? You may get a day 2 runner out of that thing. It may come in with a gap up. I haven't looked at the chart yet. I don't know what commercial that is, but it always gets me every time that song comes on. Might be. No, it's View Oryx. Women Apparel. The song goes hard when it comes on though for some reason. I don't know what it is. All right, so Friday is the 5th. Friday's the 5th. Listen, I do not want to forget about the what is that, the solar eclipse next week. So don't forget, solar eclipse I think it's next week. It should be you should be able to see it from wherever you guys are at, depending if if you're like really up north or way down south. But I think it's next week. I'll have to look. I just don't want to miss it. It's supposed to be a good one. So what do I do? Do I just use the profits out of UVXY to grab some calls? What is this? Like 445. 445, 445, 445, 445, 445. 6.6%, 445. 445. 445. Okay, I'm gonna write down this volume and stuff, guys, also for tomorrow. I think I'm gonna grab some 445s for tomorrow. I don't know though. I don't know what I should do. Maybe what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get back in. See, I don't want to get back in at a higher price. Let's see, 38 cents. What time is it? It's 3:34.
All right, yes. So let's deal sort of handicap. We'll see what it might mean for the entirety of Paramount down the road. But thank you. The S&P 500
45s. I should write down these puts and calls.
rises to its highest level since last November. Joining me now to share where he sees markets headed from here is HSBC Global Research's chief multi-asset strategist, Max Kettner. Max, it's good to see you. Some familiar challenges to a market that had really been feeding off of a perfect backdrop for a few months here where, inflation was on the downside, people anticipating the Fed cutting rates into a strong economy and a record high stock market, maybe some complications. How do you see it playing out?
Yes, 4.8. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
We're still probably in for some further gains because when we look at some of the macro data, particularly in the US, also
Dude, they're already at 45 cents. Literally, I just brought it up. They were 37 to 38 cents. At least on here. Now they're 10 cents higher. You gotta be fucking shitting me, bro. You gotta be shitting me.
Or, when we look at other indicators as well, global central banks now moving from hikes to cuts. So perhaps us talking.
What the fuck? I can't pay 10 cents a contract now. Well, It's not really about how much I'm paying. It's about the percentage. And
reporting season in Q1, when we look at the S&P, actually consensus expectations are again.
you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. I think we're going down, down, baby. Oh, and then the rain's gone. Ready to let it go. I do. The more I think about it. Let's see, real quick.
Suppose that, all of those inputs, right? You see earnings going in the correct direction. The fact that we've at least hit peak rates and bond yields maybe are not yet threatening is working perhaps against things like the slower moving drivers such as sentiment.
Who thinks we open up down? Who thinks we open up flat? Who thinks we open up higher tomorrow?
Get more extreme, and yet they seem as if they could sort of have some bearing on returns down the road. Yeah, they could, but let's be honest, right? So those people who kind of give us this pushback, oh, you can't really buy an S&P at 21 times.
Come on, man. This volume needs to do something with itself. I think they just ripped these premiums up and nobody's going to buy the stock and or the options. Nobody's going to buy calls on the Qs or anything right now because they just ripped these premiums. Like literally, we could have just got these QQQ calls for 35 to 38, 35 to 37 cents. Even if you were late, you would have been able to get them at 37 cents, 38 cents, and you would have just gotten a dime a piece out of that. 30 into 40, what is that, 25%? If not 30 into, 50. 50 would be 30 into 60, so 45 would be 50%. These things are already up 50% now for tomorrow's 445s. Tomorrow, 445s are up 50% right now, just from the 10 minutes ago, when I was just thinking about getting in them. So think about that, guys. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't still another 2 to 3, 400% left on these. I just, what am I to do? What do I do?
For example, treasuries are hitting a ceiling here in yield, or is there the chance that we can, maybe get closer?
I mean, I guess I would be. I have some insurance because we just fucking smoked those UVXY calls. I wouldn't be surprised if there's UVXY calls if you didn't get damn near 100%. I mean, I know they went to 28 cents, so you at least got 15 to 28. You didn't get your 30, so you what, 85, 80%? At the least? I don't know what that would be. I had to do the math, but I know roughly about what it is. Come on, man. What an asshole, yo. I can't believe it just did that. I can't believe the Qs just did this. Fuck, man. I might just have to do it. I might just have to go for it. Or should I buy puts on UVXY? I could buy puts on it. I don't know. 204.5 on the IWM. Yeah, see, that's why I was watching the IWM, because it's been leading today. And the Qs have been following right behind it. So I've kind of, I try to tell people to, find out your leading indicator. Right? Whether it's the Dow. Like last week, 2 weeks ago, the damn SPY was in the lead. Like, the SPY was leading us. Usually that don't happen. And you just, run, do your thing. This thing's just a beast, bro. The volume's not quitting either. Damn. You should smack me for not bringing that up. You kept bringing it up. That's a nice move. It's $1.50. That's a put your feet up. Yeah, it is ripping. It definitely is. It's squeezing. You could start to get a pair. You know what? Tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if you get one of these like parabolic days with this long tail. You can see it's usually what 1, 2, 3, 4. That's up to the 200 day. Come on. Did you make it to the 200 day yet on this thing? Oh yeah, well past it. Oh wow. Oh yeah, it was about time. Oh yeah, this thing. The thing's on beast mode. It may not be done. You might come in with a gap up tomorrow. Because you don't have anything to stop it from going higher is the problem. I mean, unless you want to use a 300-day moving average. Like, look. Just about every other time, what did you have that stopped it? You had the 200-day moving average. That was the resistance. You don't have that right now. You don't have it. So you're getting an increase in volume. This thing might get halted. I mean, I don't know if they'll halt CGC. I don't think they will. They could if it could get bad. I don't know if this stock would get halted or not. Because it's kind of liquid. Like, you know, to an extent. It's CGC, you know, it's... There's the thunder. Just in time, right? There's the thunder. Just in time. I might just take my money and hold on a minute. Even though I do feel... Let's look at the IWM one more time. Because I know we only have a few minutes. We only have a few minutes here. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I could scalp the Qs into the close. Dude, when I've done that on this stream, I don't want to, like, ruin things, but I'm pretty much undefeated. So far, I'm undefeated on scalping the last 10 minutes of the SPY or the Qs. I haven't taken a loss yet. And I don't want to say, oh, damn, man. Now that thunder's loud. Fuck. It's here, man. Is it storming at your guys' place too, or now? Whereabouts roughly are you, son? Are you, south, north, east? You know, if you want to give out the state, it's up to you. If you don't want to give out anything, that's cool too. Okay, respect that. Alright. Northeast? Okay. Yeah, I take it, have you been dealing with storms all day? For the most part? Because that's the first I've heard thunder today, guys. I've gotten lucky. It just, like, went, like, right around me. And I was just, like, right in the middle. Yeah, it's been same. That's what it's been doing for me. It's been raining all day. It actually, like, I want to say, when I took notice at, like, lunchtime and I walked outside and it wasn't really, it was kind of raining, but, like, I noticed there was a period where it wasn't for a little while there. But, yeah, now, when I looked on the radar, I could see why it wasn't, because everything was, like, to the left and to the right of me and kind of just, like, was getting taken up north and, you know. So, but this one I'm going to get. And it's coming. Hopefully they came and got the trash, too, because I might run out there in a minute after the market closes. Man, that sucks, man. These QQQ calls, I just freaking... Alright, we're kind of struggling, and we didn't hold VWAP, like... I think we come in with, like, a little bit of a gap up tomorrow. You know, I'm not certain of this. I think we could come in with a little bit of a gap up, but then we get it taken back. I want to know where all that volume came in from. I want to know why that volume came in like that. Oh yeah, I'm about to get hit head on. And that's red too. You guys will probably be able to hear it. Like that thunder's hitting. I got some purple. It's getting ready to cut. It's coming right up to Chesapeake Bay, right on me. It's coming right across. Actually, the more severe part might... Nope, it's going right for me. Because it's going north... It's going northeast, and it's so sharp that, like, as soon as it gets in the bay, it just gets tossed north, and that's going right in... Like, I'm right by the bay. Like, my parents are not too far from where I'm at, and they have a house right on the water. So... Hopefully, you know, this doesn't bring... Hopefully they have the boat... they have a boat ramp, or a boat dock or whatever that the boat sits on, and they didn't have any problems with her. Hopefully they don't ever have any problems. Like with all this rain, it's been raining for 2 weeks and a high tide come in. Fuck, man. 410. Okay, so we got a couple minutes. I'm just trying to see how much time I have before I can, so I can.
You can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you. Stay tuned to get this set at $60.
Yeah, it's ripping. It's ripping out there.
This complete 9-piece set is guaranteed to beautify your kitchen like never before.
Gosh, what I love most about this design is this hammered copper look. It would just look so fantastic.
All right, let's finish the day out strong. See if we reject VWAP. See if we reject VWAP. Yeah, I can hear the rain. Nah, it's definitely getting nasty. It's getting nasty. All right, let's go here. Let's go here, here, and here. All right, let's do this. All right, so let's go through the time frames real quick and kind of get an idea. Okay, I'm fighting time. We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself, guys. Okay, so we're on a downtrend. Looks like we're going to hold the 20-day. Looks like the Thunder's going to... Dude, we haven't had negative MACD that whole time, really, except for, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Like, so 2 weeks ago? That's wild. Boom. I like that. I think I might do it, guys. Look, they're probably going to send it higher, too. Fuck, they're already up that high? Wait, did I mess myself up, guys? I think, oh my god, I could have been in them earlier. Guys, I hit the freaking thing down and was reading the bottom of the freaking time and level 2. I was reading the bottom. Like a fricktard. What a fucking idiot, bro. Dude, I could have already been in these Johns.
We can store it or ship it. How? When you want it. Don't want to lift a finger?
Let's go. You know what? I like to live dangerous. You know what? Give me the 446s. They're not as liquid. I'm going to pay... Can we get a pullback at the end of the day, please? Please, can you give me a pullback? Give me a pullback. Give me a pullback. Give me a pullback. Man, it's been so long since I've heard... It's been so long since I've heard thunder. 44, 43. Okay, again, these are for calls on the queues. I've already gotten into UVXY calls, and I've taken profits on those. So these calls and or puts, like if I'm down tomorrow and or if I'm up, like let's just say if somebody out there takes this, right? Understand that I have premium and insurance already built into these because I just took off just like a freaking 70% profit on UVXY calls on the downside move from today. So I need you to understand that. All right. April 4th. I don't want to be a fucking cheap ass, but I wouldn't mind doing... Let's go. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Don't do it. Don't go up. Don't go up. Bro, stop. It's going to reject VWAP. Watch. Can it reject VWAP? Nope. They're going to rip it. You can't make this stuff up, bro. Well, I have it sitting on my phone ready to go to market order in. I seen him flip it a few. So I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to just catch him off fucking deal. I already messed myself up down here because I had the I had level 2. I had the level 2 down at the bottom, so I was actually looking at the worst bid and ask. All right, what the hell's a penny or two? What the hell's a penny or two? Fuck it. I did not mean to get in, but I'm in. I took it. Watch him slam it down. 3 minute.
That Jim Farley and his team have made when it comes to hybrids in terms of production and EVs in terms of pricing. Take a look at the Q1 sales from Ford. The ICE, we know about the F-150, the traditional vehicles, up 2.6%. But look at hybrids, up 42% as they've been pushing production.
This is what I'm concerned about.
EVs up 86%.
Is if we come in lower. I feel like I should back this up with a UVXY call again, guys. What do we have here? 54 minutes. 15 minutes. Sales took off. Speaks to what the market is looking at right now in terms of pricing and EVs. And look at this chart. This is Ford versus Tesla. No comparison here, especially over the last couple of months in terms of the performance. I know there will be Tesla bulls out there who say, yeah, we'll look at it over the last 5 years. We're only looking at this quarter because that's what the Q1 sales numbers reflect. Mike, EVs, by the way, overall for the market, 7.1% market. I know. I told you guys they were going to send it down. Told you. Told you they were going to reject VWAP and stuff it right between VWAP and the 20-day moving average. All right, again, I'm going to back these up with a, I'm going to back this up, guys, with a call for Friday.
Yeah, I think we have a really favorable view of the fundamentals of the company here. As you noted, retail
has reaccelerated into this year. March is one of the best months
Come on
for
down.
retail trading.
So I'm looking at the 650 UVXY calls.
Which was obviously the meme stock frenzy of the first half of that year. And so we had a really favorable view of what's happening from a cyclical standpoint.
You know what?
But more so than that,
I don't want to hold anything. I'm not going to hold anything. Where's UV? Where are the Qs? I'm not going to hold anything. I'm going to change my mind on that, guys. I'm going to change my mind on that. If anything, I would hold like some UVXY calls because they're cheap. I don't want to hold anything. I don't want to hold anything. I take that back. I take that back. I take that back. I don't know though. Part of me is like, hey bro, you should definitely probably try to hold on to those calls.
we just feel like a lot of that initial value has been captured in the stock price.
And I was going to say, all of those initiatives you mentioned are obviously rounding out their...
You gotta be kidding me. You guys see what I'm talking about? Like right now, guys, I'm down fucking damn near, like, this is why I get picky with my shit.
Various types of other investing products. You know, the companies that dominate those areas, they trade at, 10 to 20 times earnings, not 50, as Robinhood does. So I just wonder what ultimately the opportunity set is for this company.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight that these are incremental to the core business. I don't think that any of these initiatives are going to be dominating the revenues or dominating the EBITDA.
Trading monkey. Oh, like I said, I already have premium built in them. I had a nice trade on UVXY. I may want to just, I don't know, I kind of feel like I also want to do the UVXY. He said trading monkey. That's so funny. That's so funny. I've never heard of them until you guys brought them up. Anyway.
Gotcha. Kyle, appreciate it. You got $20 price targets just about where Robinhood shares are. Thank you very much. Courtney, what should we expect out of Levi's?
Yeah, Mike, so it's the first quarter for Levi Strauss under CEO Michelle Goss.
I just still feel like, oh, the IWM. That's what I was going to look at.
And forecast at the time, weaker full-year sales forecast than the street had expected. Beyonce's country album and song Levi's Jeans, though, bringing some positive cachet to the brand and pop culture, even just here in recent days. Shares have well outperformed.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up going even a little bit higher. I mean, it's at the moment. I mean, I'd have to look at the chart and see.
As it seems the concern about consumers' ability continues to grow. Retail executives wondering if discretionary spend can continue.
Yeah, I see what you were saying about 205. See what you were saying about 205.
Strauss & Company CEO Michelle Goss on Last Call this evening. It is her first interview as CEO and a CNBC exclusive. Mike?
All right. Beyonce didn't expect that was going to be a factor
Bro.
here for the quarter. I guess maybe, helping Levi's counter the Wranglers and Lee franchise among country fans. Court, thanks very much.
Fuck, I'm going to have to hurry up. I'm going to have to limit order.
The S&P 500 is back in positive territory, up about 1/8 of 1%. It has been
That's a nice volume, guys.
just above 5,200 after 2 days.
All right, I got that off, baby. Let's go. Break even. Let's go. Break even. I knew it. Let's go. Thank God. Break even. There we go. Good shit. Good shit. Look, and now they rip it up higher like I thought they would too. They sucked it down just to yank it higher. Damn, just a few seconds late for like a few pennies worth. Man, I could have made a few pennies, bruh. No, I'm glad that I was... Look, it's already at fucking 50 cents. That's hilarious. Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I'm like, I don't have UVXY. Do I want to put it on? Do I not? I was like, I nailed UVXY on this move today. Let's wait until tomorrow. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I really think tomorrow we come in with a gap up. Now, I got in these at 40. What did I get in these real quick? So we can look and see what they're at tomorrow if we get a gap up. I know the UVXYs. I'm going to write it down. were 17 bid, 20-cent ask. Like, look, these things are already at 42 cents. So now we'd have been up 10 to 12%. Fuck. All right, here's my pen. So the UVXYs were a 17 cent. So UVXY. Now this was at the close. Like when I thought about getting in them, there was 17-cent bid and 20-cent ask. And then QQQs.
Well, I think it is important that we get 3 rate cuts. The futures market is nervously still pricing 3 rate cuts this year and pricing
44-cent bid, 47-cent ask. Well, I'm just gonna put what I got in. So 46. See, it's showing me with commissions too. So 46, 47. We could say 45 to 40, 48 cents because it all depends on. It might even be 50. Like some people will get, you know, people that have like Weeble and stuff. They'll pay. They get yanked on their fills. But anyway, we'll say 47 cents. That's pretty much what I paid. It's like 47.50. 46 cents, $1.50. 47 cents. I'm writing down 40. I wrote down 47 cents. 46, 47. All right. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Look at them, just yanking these things up. I had a feeling we could go higher. So we'll see. And you got 15 seconds, 10-year down 1 basis point today. It is a good sign. It is. And you know what's funny, Ann, is that when you mentioned the IWM, like to pull back and test this level, I agree with you. This would be a nice pullback. I would have felt real comfortable if it would have gotten down there, but it never did. But the Qs did, and the SPY did, and God did. See, look, the SPY got there, Qs got there, Qs got there. What about the Dow? The Dow dropped below it and is actually making it resistance. Ooh. Ooh. So the Dow's what's Goldman Sachs doing? Goldman Sachs is still up. Goldman Sachs is only up because of financials. If it wasn't for financials, I'm actually looking for Goldman Sachs, guys, to try and break out on a rally attempt here. This is a nice stage 1 rally consolidation, and to like any moment start this uptrend. I don't know if they're waiting for earnings or what, but I feel like this thing could start to break out soon. It has earnings, what, next week? That's why it hasn't done it yet. It has earnings next week. Well, I hope you guys have a good one. So I wrote down we'll see what happens tomorrow, man. We'll see if that trade would have worked. Long UVXY, long the Qs. Again, the UVXY is only put on to help diminish if the trade goes against you, right? So if the trade works, you know, then you're going to probably be down on that UVXY. But that's why it's also important to buy right. You guys saw earlier I bought them at like the high a day. I got into the UVXY calls really early. I know, you know, the majority of you guys don't need any explanation on that. But just in case there's somebody out there that's silent, you know, sitting behind the screen, that's, you know, so I like to say, like, why we do things. That's it, man. Fuck. That was a fun ending. I'm glad I was able to get a part of that. And here they go. They're going to start taking profits. You have, it's either the last 15 minutes, I think. From like 410, it's like 410, 415. You can still, you know, sell your options if you did take these calls and you want to take your profit. Hell, you could have been in at fucking 40 cents, 39 cents, and you're collecting 15 cents a share. But, yeah. That's it for me, guys. Unless you guys have anything. Have a safe night. It looks like the storms are, I don't know how much more we have left. I don't even know where that one went because it's not. I thought for a second I didn't get in. I didn't think I got out of that QQQ. I thought for a second I did not get out of that Q trade. But I did. Yeah, stay safe, guys. If you guys need anything, hit me up on Twitter. DM me on Twitter. Yeah, it looks like we have a few more cells coming through. Like, I have one right now that's pretty heavy. I don't know what happened to it. It just, like, decided to just die.
So we're still better than that. So inflation, I think he's right. It's coming.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
Very positive, encouraging that way.
It looks like it might have just went right north of me.
With a mixed picture for the stocks, but very, very range bound in trading today. Well, it's time now to bring in senior markets commentator.
Yeah, like I said, as soon as the storm hits Chesapeake Bay, it just gets from going east to like north. So, you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys. Maybe we'll do a watch list if I can clean up my charts and shit. But other than that, I'm out of here, man. You guys have a good one. Let's make tomorrow another great day. Let's make tomorrow another great day, guys. I'll see y'all later on tonight or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Peace.